Hello, everyone, and welcome to episode 34 of the smobcast. And today we've got not one, but two guests here. And hey, who the hell are you, Mr. Toho person here?
Oh, I'm Real Emerald.
And
Ah,
I'm Fino
I
Tyson.
love lollies, and I love showing lollies on stream.
gotcha.
First sentence.
Yeah, I also
don't know.
heard you're not going to be saying any racial slurs this week, are you?
Not this week.
Listen, sometimes I just lose control. Okay.
Damn.
Oh boy.
I get
Okay.
too much Mountain Dew Baja Blast in me, and the words just come flowing out.
Nice.
Drunk on Baja Blast.
So yeah, today we got our favorite. I didn't put enough thought into this. Hi, Fino. Hello,
Clearly.
this is Fino. Everyone knows who Fino is. Tell us about yourself, though, Fino. What got you into FGO?
Oh, are you ready for a long story?
Yes,
Yeah.
we have 4 hours.
Okay, so way back, I think in like the late 20-aughts, I was on some forum, right? And I'm just reading it, I'm browsing it, and I see this guy with a long ass signature. And it is the entire Unlimited Bladeworks chant as his signature. Every post. And I see the bottom of it, you know how he goes like, and so I pray, Unlimited Bladeworks. And when I read that and thought, what the fuck is an Unlimited Blade and how's it work? And eventually I got curious, so I watched Fate Stay Night in the late 20-aughts. So, you know, it was that Fate Stay Night. And I thought it was terrible. I hated Shiro. I hated Fate, and I thought, this is dumb. I'm gonna watch Raildex, which I also hated.
Yeah.
And so then I stopped watching, I stopped bothering with Fate for a couple of years. And so then Fate Zero comes along and everyone's like, oh, it's so cool. It's so edgy. And I watched it, I'm like, yeah, this is really cool and edgy. And then I forget about it for a couple of years. And then APOC comes out, I'm like, this sucks. And so I dropped Fate again for a couple of years.
It's not that
And
bad.
so yeah, I was on Tumblr at the time.
Oh no.
And I saw some of the people I follow
took you
start
for the
posting
type.
about Fate Grand Order. And at this point, I've been used to playing games that I can't understand, right? Because it's FGOJP. And at the time, I was playing Contact Collection, which is like this browser game. It's like a proto Azure Lane about like boat girls.
The ships. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was sick and tired of that game because like the ultra like high end the rating equivalent in that game is like super RNG intensive because that game has permadeath if you push your luck too far, but like you always have the
What?
chance to retreat before then. Like
Oh,
essentially
yeah,
when
I've
you
heard about it.
yeah in
That's
combat your units can become critically damaged.
Indeed.
They won't go from 100 to 0, but if you try to proceed with a raid with a critically damaged ship, if that ship gets hit, like if that ship takes fatal damage from that point, they sink. It's gone from your account. So you have to make them again.
Damn.
That's
It's
nonsense.
crazy. I remember people were so scared when like the data mine for Lost Belt 7 came out. And then they were like, oh my god, they're gonna do the Concala stuff in FGO, but obviously they're not gonna
Delete servants.
Yeah,
Dude, the
delete
balls
servers.
on that. That would have been crazy.
Yeah, that would have been crazy.
But yeah. So yeah, I was sick of playing Contact Collection because every like raid was just me resetting over and over again so my ships don't sink. And I give this Fate thing a try. I'm like, all right, fine, we'll give it a go. So I make an account, right? I make it on BlueStacks, and I roll Steno as my starter servant.
Damn.
Amazing.
And so what happens is that I'm like, I played this game a little bit. I'm like, that's okay. And I turn it off overnight. Overnight, my data gets deleted somehow. And so I lose that account. And so I make another one. And I get Tamalocat, and the rest is history.
No, the,
And I've been playing Fate ever
world-
since.
corrected the Steno starting
Damn.
tutorial role.
Exactly.
So
The
That's
world
crazy.
scummed for me.
So how much would you say the world line would have changed if you hadn't lost that data and you had to go with the Steno? Like, do you think you would still be playing FGO right now if that happened?
I think
Maybe
I
he'd
would, but I
fall in
would.
love with Steno. You know,
I
who knows?
probably would have started whaling way sooner if
Oh,
that was
no.
the case. Because I didn't start
Oh.
whaling until I didn't spend money on the game until Raiko's banner came out.
Oh,
Ooh.
Because I had started playing
yeah, the
FGOJP around the time. I want to say it was right at the end of. It was either Excel Zero or K&K, like their original runs on JP. And so I couldn't really do anything during Rashomon, so I got Shuten's banner just in my face, being like, damn, I'm gonna roll that servant, but I don't have any quartz. And so I just sucked it up. But then they reveal Onigashima, and I'm like, all right, I'm not losing out this time.
We gotta follow up the Raita servant with another Raita servant to make sure you roll, you know?
Yeah, they
Yeah,
got me. They got me hook, line, and sinker.
Like in the cursed time of rights of servants in FGO, corrupting the youths.
Rio, you were so overruled today. Like,
Look,
you were
Josh,
out
There's two
outnumbered.
Raita fans here.
Yeah,
There's
it's
two
to,
you're
Raita
right.
fans.
it's
We're
to an
not winning
extent
them.
where I went online and I looked up a picture of a body pillow for Murasaki, and all I got was a Redbubble image, and I was like, yeah, like that's the command code art. I don't know why it's on a Redbubble pillow, but it
Oh.
fits perfectly. It looks good.
Oh.
Wonder if anyone bought it.
Well, it's stolen art. And anyway,
Yeah.
buying any merchandise with game assets on it is in fact stolen art. Which
No, but you know, stealing from FGO is always ethical or something. It's like the Nintendo thing.
it's like, eh,
I'm-
that's fine. Wait, so if you,
You
started
wouldn't
in JP,
download a
then
servant.
what drove you to start NA then? If you were playing
Oh.
JP.
So yeah, FGO got announced, right? And I had spent the past couple of years not being able to read anything in the goddamn game I'm playing. So I thought, I should give this a try. And at the time, I was thinking, oh man, there's like so much stuff that I wish that I had like known when I started FGO. You know, like not breaking your story banner by doing all the early chapters after Fuyuki, and like things of that nature, really. So I was thinking, like, I want to be able to do it all over again. I want to roll for Shuten on her first banner. I want to get all these early welfare servants, just stuff like that.
Another chance at life. Kind of.
Another
Yeah,
thing.
exactly. I could do it right this time. It's the proper playthrough, the canon playthrough.
Mhm.
Oh,
That's an interesting
happens for
aspect.
me.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
the other way around. I started NA, and then I was like,
Oh, and
I
then you
don't-
moved over to JP? I see.
Yeah, because I saw Summer Carmilla. Yeah, who knew I wouldn't give a shit about Carmilla anymore? Okay, I'm joking. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, so
Honestly, I was the reverse because, like, I think a part of it was that while it is cool to be surprised by everything, like, you know, like on release and stuff like that, I think having like the 2-year warning, especially for, you know, because at the time I was trying to be free to play, it made a lot more sense because you know what's coming and you could budget quartz accordingly.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I think for like as a player, it's actually really good to play NA. Like obviously, especially if you don't read Japanese. I think as a content creator, at least just from my perspective, I think it's a little bit hard to not dabble a little bit in JP because like
Agreed.
people like to look at new shit all the time. But yeah, I agree. As a player, you know, playing NA is kind of it's a very different, and I guess like you can just get very well planned ahead, and you know, I don't know, it's comfortable, more
Yeah,
comfortable.
having a foot in JP makes a lot of sense.
I'm just gonna point
Because-
out for the
yeah, I
YouTube
mean-
viewers, the reason why Fino is like twitching out really bad is because the avatar is tied to his mic activity, and then he's got like a really sensitive mic, so it'll just randomly flick. That's why she's going.
Still
blah,
freaking
blah, blah,
out.
blah.
Here, let me mess with it a little more.
Nah,
That's
bro,
fine.
you're just tweaking, bro.
Yeah,
I'm
I mean
kidding.
it sounds fine. It's just looks kind of
No,
silly.
I remember for FGO NA, I actually like I had gotten into Fate like really early. Like I read the original visual novel in like 2008 or something like that, and then I kind of forgot about Fate. Like I watched Fate Zero and stuff, but then like Fate Grand Order came out in English, and I logged in day one and did like resets until I got a 5-star, and I got like Terror or something like that. I played for a day, and I was like, this game sucks, and so I just stopped playing. And then like I don't know, it was like February.
NA
the
launch
next-
wasn't even that bad. I
but
heard about
anyway-
horror stories about JP launch, and it was
Yeah,
like,
well,
I was
JP
like,
launch
oh,
was
shit.
also apparently terrible.
Yeah.
No, because I actually did install JP launch as well and played for a day, and I'm like, this is terrible. And then I did an NA, and I was like, oh, it's still terrible. So I stopped until like it was February the next year, or was it the next February the next year? I don't know. I think it was around the time. It was when K&K was being rerun in JP, and K&K was first showing up in NA. And I was like, I'm gonna start up again, and I'm like, and I'm gonna start a JP account at the same time because boy, that Lost Belt thing sure looks cool, and I want to see that right away. And so I started both accounts at the same time. So I was not the same as other people switching from one to the other until I nearly abandoned my NA account after Lost Belt 6 happened in JP. Whoops.
Yeah.
Lost Belt 6 is just good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. We do this like every episode
I heard
at some
Fino
point,
was,
I swear.
you were about to say something earlier? Or was I a mistake?
Yeah, I think I interrupted
I mean, I did
you.
have a thought. One of the events, one of my favorite events back when I started FGOJP was Summer 1, just from the gameplay, right? Because I was like, oh, this is so cool. Like this whole island building stuff, and you get these all these new character like outfits. I can't wait to read this on NA, and then I read it on NA, and I'm like, I hate this event.
You don't like the boars?
I think when it got to part 2 and the pig started talking, I was like, damn, I want to press skip so bad.
Yeah, well, just skip it. Just look at the pretty swimsuit characters.
Oh,
Yeah,
that was rough.
Yeah.
The building thing was very interesting because I remember like not knowing this when I played NA, and then like somebody told me about it, where like you could dismantle the buildings and then build the other
and get the rewards
route,
again.
and then get the lores again. That's crazy. Especially back in the day where like lores are not as common as they are right now.
I think the first time I did it just to see what the other cutscenes are, and then I realized you get the other stuff, and this also like the final builds. That was so neat.
Yeah,
it's kind of a shame they nerfed the rewards a lot for the Taisui event, so you can't really do that exactly, even though you can get silver apples.
Oh yeah, Taisui was also a building event. Yeah, they kind of didn't do that, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say. Well, thankfully they didn't do it. I didn't really want to grind that event too much. For lores and stuff. I definitely didn't grind Summer 1 because at the time I was like, I probably didn't know. The only interaction I had back then when Summer 1 was out in NA was probably like, sadly enough, the Reddit Discord server, which not known for
Our
their
Grand
gameplay
Order?
for hours. Yeah.
Oh man,
That's where I met a lot of the Atlas Academy people. Actually, originally was
Oh boy.
in the Reddit server because that's where they all were.
yeah.
I'm glad
Dude,
they made
there's
their
someone
own
on that
separate...
server that has beef with me for like 2 years running because of
Why?
Chen Gong.
Why?
They say overhyped Chen Gong, and they're mad about it. I don't fucking know why.
They don't like Chengon?
Yeah, well, first of all, Chen Gong is not overhyped. Go fuck yourself if you're listening to this.
Oh.
The
Like, I don't get it. He's a 2-star attack. Well, if you use him as such, he's a 2-star attacker. And like, I don't know, people were mad that like, you need so many SSR supports to get him running right as an attacker. But like, these are servants that you'd be rolling for anyway.
yeah.
What,
Also, I don't get why.
Castoria and Oberon and your free waiver.
Also, I don't get why they're mad at you. Like, what does
Well,
that
it's because I'm
have
a
to
big
do with you?
proponent for Gong memes and Gong systems.
So
The Gonging thereof. But like,
So?
don't shoot the messenger.
yeah, people gotta like. I don't know. I kind of like the
Wait,
idea of like.
Wait, that's
you know,
literally
creators...
what Chen Gong does, though. He shoots the messenger.
But see, you're the the English content creator that were the largest with a 120 Chengon, and so you are the one with the target on their back.
I use the taunt on
It-
myself.
That is so silly. that is so silly. It's like I don't get it. I kind of like how like a couple creators gets associated with a couple servants, kind of like their ace Pokemon. I don't know, weird way to put it.
Carmella.
But like
Oh yeah.
yeah, but like at the same time, I don't. Sometimes people just go too crazy about like, oh my god, I hate this servant, so this guy who likes this servant deserves.
I must say I'm glad that Saber is not one of my favorites because there are like 5 streamers who have Saber as their thing, and I don't want to fight for my own thing from them.
You're not gonna beat Kadroth, bro. Kadroth rolls like MP5 Saber faces on both servers or some shit. That's so you're not
Dude, he's
beating
got the
him.
Lartoria market cornered.
Yeah,
Yeah, he
I'm-
actually
I'm glad to say that
goes-
even
goes
here
crazy
in
with
the
him.
presence of the other Raida guy, I am the Ibuki guy.
Wait, you're the Ibuki? No.
Yes. Yes.
Who's the
I-
Ibuki guy then?
Yeah, between the two of you, who's
Fino,
more-
I mean,
Yeah,
I got a perfect Ibuki on NA, like Saber Ibuki.
Okay, but I got a perfect Berserker Ibuki on JP, as well as
y'all
two,
gotta fight.
as well as two 120 Saber Ibukis, because I got one on NA
right,
and one on
right.
JP.
All right, that's a. You know what? Two 120 Saber Ibukis is a little extreme.
Yeah.
You might win that one.
Yeah,
Uh,
but you see, the funny thing is that's like nothing on what my Murasaki situation is, because I actually do have like maxed out completely Murasaki. I don't have class
Do you
score,
have
but like,
4 maxed out Murasakis, like 2 summer and 2 caster?
no,
Please say no.
I got both of them on JP. Like my
Okay.
caster has
rem-
all 3 appends. I don't have anti-alter ego on my rider though. That's fucking lame, bro.
I didn't even roll Koyan Dark on Nene. I couldn't get her. I spent
Yeah.
like I forgot how much I spent. I spent like 600 cores or something. I didn't get her. I'm just like, you know what? I'm gonna drop it. I'm gonna drop NA.
Man,
Actual tragedy.
You know, I'm still hurting from that time, like a month or so back, when I
Mhm.
tried to claim the Ryko, the Lancer Ryko
Oh,
crown.
what are you-
Oh, and I fucking
Streams.
grilled her to stop you.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. So
The challenge cannot go unanswered.
That
so
is
basically,
actually such a fun idea. I love that stream idea, by the way. That is
That
that
was
is really fun.
such a
Oh,
smart
yeah, I'm
stream
glad
idea.
people enjoyed it. It was kind of a pain to do because I kind of
see-
didn't think it all the way through setting it up like
Yeah,
graphically.
Yeah,
the
so
one-
But once I get
the
all that
one
worked out,
thing-
I want to make that a regular.
the one
It's
thing
so
that
fun.
definitely has to be changed
Yeah.
though is the NP level thing, because like I had a pretty good Anastasia. Like mine's like she was NP4 level 90, and I got beat out by Ryou, who doesn't give a fuck about her, because he has her NP5. And it's like,
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
that's dumb. Like that was
No,
nah.
the biggest insult would be somebody's gonna like challenge, and then they're gonna have like a MP5 level 1 esports copy, and they're
See, I
gonna
was
win.
I was
Yeah,
waiting for like Sherlock to come up, and I'm like, I got it. MP5
Well,
level
listen,
1.
that's the challenge. If you love her so much, why isn't she NP6?
Bruh.
Damn,
Yeah.
the money game.
But no,
Yeah,
half the
exactly.
fun was the bad arrangement of the winners as you struggled to rearrange.
Oh, I struggled to
the-
align them and just consistently
Yeah.
misaligned. Yeah, it was bad.
consistently misalign them. Yeah, no, that's half the fun is watching you struggle with OBS's layout function. As you
I do
accidentally
my
turn on
best streams
snap
when
to
they're
grid
off
or
the
something.
cuff, and just a rolling disaster.
Rolling disaster. Oh, you mean like making bad agreements? Like I'm gonna keep rolling until the bit noises stop.
Oh, that might have been my worst deal, like ever with Jet.
I love your like skill level 212 level 120. Is it no? It's not level.
Oh, my
120, it's over
121
100.
Huyan Joe.
Yeah. That one's
I
that
gotta
is
beat Huyan
amazing.
Joe.
Wait, I'm in the dark
physically
here,
hurts
what?
me to see. I'm gonna be honest. Because
If I
I'm
do a
browsing the
JP
friends
version
list.
of the best serving competition, I'm gonna put up my own Huyan Joe.
Yeah.
You gotta defeat a 120 NP5 121 Huyan Joe.
No one else has
Amazing.
her 120. Like who 120? I mean, like Huyan Joe's good. I mean, let's
I
not.
have a 120 on my list. I think.
Oh, you do. But like,
I think. It's the bar guest solo guy on in like he has like a channel, like a pretty small channel, but it's in her name is in kanji. His name is in I don't know their gender.
did you just assume? No. But no,
Yeah,
Huyan
we
Joe's
don't
good, though.
discriminate here.
Look, there's worse servants to get baited by a chat into MP5ing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like Achilles.
Like what started your beef with Achilles? Actually, I've never heard this.
Oh God, at the time, right, I was thinking, okay, I want to have one good single target and one good AOE in every class and every card type and every target arrangement. And I fell out onto Achilles for quick rider AOE, and I was like, I want him really badly at NP5 because I think he's gonna be really good. Little did I know, but
Oh, he's pretty good.
he's reasonably good. Not really worth going out of your way and cutting deals to NP5 for though.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, and so I cut a deal with Chet, the arrangements of which I'm not willing to discuss at the moment, but
Oh no.
So it was
Oh.
bad.
yeah. It was bad. It was bad. I got Achilles, but like it was super not worth it. I just ended every time I got an Achilles after that in like a random roll or like a spook or like a daily roll, I just like the bitterness grows a little bit every time.
Do you do the daily rolls for the Achilles right up in JP currently?
I do it for every banner.
Or even if you haven't maxed out, you still do it.
Just because it is the Skinner box. I have to push the button to see what comes out.
What if it's a rainbow? Even if I don't need it, it's a rainbow.
Yeah, it's
That's
a USO. I could use those.
Yeah.
Once.
That's what I've been doing because I have all the current rate ups in JP at MP5, and so I don't need more, but I keep clicking it every day. I'm like, I need more USOs that I'll never spend.
I need 6 more for another one and for another like exchange, and I don't think I'm ever gonna get 6 more. Okay, they would need to come up with like I don't know, like specifically servants at 10120 a lot, but yeah.
Just have them put up a 4-star you really like with a terrible 5-star.
Oh my god. Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be a terrible 5-star. I got 9 summer Melusines. I don't.
Well, it could be 5 or 10
Jesus.
super bunions.
Could be 10
I don't use it.
summer
Actually, I lied.
Lotoria.
I do use her. I used her during the event, but yeah, it was really bad. I really hope this year they somehow fix the split rate up again. Like, my god, that was so bad. And apparently I was like above average luck already. Like, I think I dropped like 2 grand on Bavanshi, and then it was like, oh, you got actually pretty, it could have been a lot worse. I'm like, holy shit.
It could have been worse. You could be in a ditch without any money now. But
Yeah.
you could have had to sell your phone just so you could roll more on Gacha.
To roll more Gacha on a phone game, yeah.
I think maybe the most extreme example of like a good 4-star with like a Garbo 5-star like combo that we're gonna get is actually later this year. It's the Creamilled banner, Creamilled Bryn in Tamlin Cup.
You're gonna hurt someone's feeling if you some people's feelings.
I expect to see a lot of like NP5 Brynhilds come out of that, and people not happy to have her.
Yeah, Brynhild. I will say Brynhild is more of a like a high end because like if you're doing like maximum damage stuff, or if you're doing like counter classing, it's very easy to push her damage. But like I do accept
for uppermost end,
for normal play, she's like kind of whatever. She's just like a beat stick, which is, like people like something more than a beat stick, I guess. Especially for like non-art servants. I think for art servants, people are okay with beat sticks, but they keep coming up with more broken than beat stick characters. Anyways,
but no, the Brynhild one's fine because it has Apex and it has Cream, and Apex is neat.
Apex is good, yeah.
Apex is one of those CEs that I'm like, yeah, Apex is a great CE, but then people say, should I
No!
go specifically for Apex? I'm like, no. It's like, it's great for me.
Look,
It is good to have. It is a nice to have CE.
It's
I don't think. Look, it's just because you have Tonalico, Ryou. I
yeah.
swear.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't really see it being like that crazy unless you have Tonalico, because she just
about
gets so
Bima?
much up.
Huh?
Bima.
Bima.
Well,
just
what
use
if you want to?
Black Grail?
You're probably
Just
better off
use
picking
Black
something
Grail.
that has a better effect, and then well, you're
Yeah.
gonna NP more than once, right? It's only
Yeah,
gonna be one C.
I don't think there's a single character that is as reliant on overcharge as Tonalico. Maybe if you want to say Castoria, but like it's kind of a different thing. But yeah, I don't know. Anyways,
I don't know. It's a fairly rare combination of effects. I think it's the sort of thing where even if it's not like super valuable now, even on JP, like you never know who's gonna come down the road that might like break it wide open.
I guess it's
that
probably
is
good on
kind
a
of
rash.
annoying. I guess.
Could
Yeah.
probably,
It's like it could like it's not. It's probably not going to be a versus situation, but it like we've had verses in the past. A C that seemed like shit, like when it was initially released, and then like 3 years later, like 5 years later, it's like, oh my god, we need this.
I am so mad I don't have like a maximum broken versus. I tried to pull one on JP during its latest quote unquote raid up, where it's like on the same raid up with 3 other CEs. I got like, and it was on raid up with Waver. Absolutely the worst fucking SSR to like try to roll right now for MP levels, and
Hey, I have 1 copy of it already.
I spent 500 quartz on 1 copy.
I don't think it cost me 500 quartz, so haha.
It shouldn't. It shouldn't have.
Yeah, it
like
really
it's
shouldn't.
it's really
C
lucky,
rolling
but like.
rough.
Yeah, I think they should just start rating up C's again.
Agreed.
And especially with like the weird stuff. The weird thing is like there are such a small collection of actually really good Gacha 5-star C's. in
A
a
lot of them
pool
aired
of
like
just
they ran
mid.
really early and they've never been rerun, or they've
Yeah.
very rarely been rerun, except for maybe like Kyoma stuff.
Yeah, like I
Poster
think
Girl.
yeah, Poster Girl, exactly. I really want a Poster Girl. I think Poster Girl is less like bad because like for versus, if you want to push damage, you really want maximum broken. It's just I have failed like min-turn runs just because I'm not rich enough to have.
Dude, I felt like Nostradamus back when Chaldea Boys was coming out on like NA, right? The very first one. And you know, your option was like Teacher and I or Versus, and I'm like, Teacher and I is like a 50% CE. Like these are a dime a dozen. They're way better ones coming like very soon. Just take Versus.
Yeah.
I felt like a genius saying that back then. And you know what's funny recently? Another beef with Reddit is someone was like, yeah, fuck Fino. He told me to pick Teacher, and I'm like, I didn't! Demonstrably didn't!
They're
These people are
remembering you
insane.
wrong.
The real criminal is Hot Sands, but I'm not gonna get into that. I'm not gonna get can of worms.
I own that. That's a mea culpa.
It's not just you. That's like everyone. It's literally everyone. Every single person that I've talked to, like back in the day.
When
I started,
Fino,
like,
you
oh,
weren't
Hot Sands.
Fino, you weren't the person that talked me into it, were you? Because I remember.
I might have been. Here's my logic.
Fuck,
right? If
man.
I had to justify it, right? Like, I won't.
Finally, I have a chance.
It's the wrong choice.
Finally, I can avenge my non-existent outrage.
What other CEs were with Hot Sands? Was it
Outrage?
Outrage? Or,
It was
it was with
Outrage was the good one. The other 5-star was garbage, I think.
Yeah, it was just Outrage though. Like honestly,
yeah, compared to
like,
the other 5-star, Hot Sands was the right choice, but like the 4-star was the actual prize there.
Yeah,
which was quite unusual, but you know.
Yeah,
like my logic, if I had to justify it, is that my assumption was that you would go out of your way to get Gura Gura Poster Girl on its banner. And if you had Gura Gura Poster Girl, that reduces the need for Outrage, because even though Outrage is cheaper, it only works for one turn, and so there's a greater risk of it, like failing. That was my logic at the time, but you know, as it turns out, you can't have two Futon CEs, except unless they're the two bad ones.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like that is justified because, like, especially when it came out, like, enemies don't hit that hard, so like one turn taunts doesn't really achieve that much. Like, in my opinion, like back in like, you know, when that exchange ticket came out, and then like right now, you know, right now challenge quests just like the boss like one shots. Like if you want to cycle away like. Supports and we didn't have that many supports, right? You didn't need to like I didn't need to like I have so many supports, so I need outside of plug suit I still need like more supports to come up after I use up the first 3. So I understand, like I feel like for most people it's probably not that used often still, right? Like can chat confirm, like if you're not min-turning, do you really use Outrage that much? I don't know. I mean, it's still obviously the best choice, but
there are situations where even if you're not min-turning, there are like very difficult fights, like some of the super recos, if you want to like dip your toes into that, where getting say Arjuna Alter to murder like your random support is way better. It saves you so much misery.
That's fair. Yeah. Basically bosses hit way harder compared to back then, so I feel like that's why it's good. But
yeah, like there's some more aggressive types of setups you can do. Like you don't have to min-turn, but like again, there is like the divergence between stalling and going more aggressive. It's just TA is sort of like the furthest end of that spectrum. You can still
the absolute
passive aggressive, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about servants like I don't know, Marianning or Matahari, where you don't really want them to stick on the board for too long. So and they have low HP.
Yeah.
One of these days, starting Charge and Taunt, they're gonna print it.
Dude, I want Starbomb and Stars per turn. Dude.
Oh.
We already have that. Oh no, we don't have that. I thought you mean 50 MP star. I'm sorry.
Nah.
Wait, so
no, we need that back though. Like throw away almost everything else that's in the CE shop right now. Give us Golden Carp. Like I don't care about Golden Sumo. Golden Carp is
I think Golden
shit.
Carp will come
care
back
about Golden
during...
Sumo. This
yeah, with him
world's
on
weakest
stream.
right to defender.
Oh yeah. I'll say it. Golden Carp is like one of the best support Cs in the game. It's two of the best effects in the game put together. Because like
starting charge, start him.
Yeah.
Here's the thing about Golden Carp that not having it drives me mad. Every time I go, so with Miss Crane, you have Miss Crane, and you don't want to taunt your front line, and you have Miss Crane, your DPS, and Castoria. So with Golden Carp, that's 20 stars, and Castoria spreads charge, and she's now, with the pen, she's maxed out, and she can leave and get out of the field and stop bothering you.
Dude, yeah, Castoria, Golden Carp is such a powerful combo. I just run it by default every time I use Castoria.
Yeah, it is. I will very much. Oh wait, hold on. Is it on JP? Do you have it on JP?
Do I have mine on JP? That's a good question. I think I do. I think I was around for the Rashomon rerun.
On JP. Okay, so
they added.
That was on Rashomon rerun, right? Because I think Onigashima was the other one, the Stars Return, the bad one.
Yeah, it was on Rashomon.
Yeah. So I think that would like, I don't know if it's comfortable. Like I might, if I'm like super desperate, I might like come to your DMs and ask for it on event bonus list, just because I need it for a run. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy how many runs are gated by, like, I would say Golden Carb actually gates more runs than Ox King, because Ox King is just pushing damage. So like sometimes it does, like, you just need that much damage, but like Carp is just, you don't get to use Crane versus you get to use Crane, which is huge. But yeah, that's kind of a yeah. Anyways, I'll be right back.
He's good.
They made like a couple side grades over the years that I'm glad about, because they made the Rasputin banner had like this. It's less stars. I think it's 15 stars at MLB instead of 20.
Oh, it's like
you get like
CE?
No, it's a 5-star.
There's 2 5-star versions
but
for New Year's back and forth. So it's this year so it's the next one in NA and then the one after in NA.
And next year's is the same thing, but with arts.
It's Buster and Star. It's Buster 15 and 15 stars. Yeah, it's Buster at 15 stars and 50% charge, and has Jalter on it. And then the next year is 15 stars, 50% charge, arts up, and it has Mash on it.
Yeah, and then sometimes, in my opinion, there's actually a lot of situations where that's better than Carp, because you might not need the extra 5 stars, and like the extra 10% arts it's just NP gain. So if you have it on the support,
usually when I use it, I do use it on supports, and it's just strictly worse than Carp, but.
Yeah, it just depends on whether or not those 5 stars are that big of a game changer.
Yeah, but like the problem with those are like always like servants that have like star requirements, and then it's mainly just Crane now, especially after like Calamity Jane's buff, where she just randomly drops like 10 to 30 stars or something.
I kind of forgot how maybe.
Oh, Cuckoo, maybe.
Well,
yeah, Cuckoo.
I don't know. Like all of the Buster supports these days make a ton of stars, so I don't know if that's that big of a problem.
Oh yeah, maybe not for Buster
supports. There's one Buster support that matters in the meta. And that's
there's one Buster support that makes star. No, actually, it is multiple. It's
Oberon does.
Koyan
I understand.
It's Koyan Light and Summer Scotty.
And Nightingale actually makes stars too.
Oh, post buff? I forgot.
Yeah, it's a star bomb and then Buster crit as well.
I do not have Nightingale, even after spending all that money.
I need to level her.
You don't have Nightingale?
I don't have Nightingale. I am not blessed with the
Nightingale-less man here.
I'm not blessed with the amazing animation where she just throws a fucking bed. That's like
good. That and the one where she like pulls the pin on the grate and then punches someone with it. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, she has
underrated. Really I think people underrate Nightingale. I think she's good. I think Nightingale is like if you're using her as like a sport, because she can do her thing and then get out. I just realized I looked at my JP. I have Nightingale at 1/110 at level 80, and then I looked over and I have like 2 level 1 Nightingale sitting to the side, and I'm like, oh. It's like,
I don't think level 1's
I just
help, right?
accumulate them. No.
Probably need level MP3. Not MP3.
Targetable debuff immune and a berserker that dies. I mean, sure, BB kind of does the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she doesn't give you 50% Buster and 30% Buster crit.
No, I mean level 1 Nightingales.
Yeah, but I mean, she's a berserker. She's gonna die really fast, even with higher HP.
I guess, yeah, easier.
Oh, she's got a lot of HP.
Yeah, but it's like half of the HP.
Look, if I can get away with a level 70 Janako with 16k HP and have that work sometimes, I think I can handle.
Jinako is actually insane. It is insane how tanky she is, and I actually hate how her self taunt is tied with like a defensive effect for like mid turn. I know for like most stuff it is a good thing, but yeah, it's
My midterm brain rot can't help but think of Jinako as a detriment mostly.
Damn.
yeah.
Dude, you guys are a different breed. I've like done like I've dabbled in like one or two min turns, and I like had one happen accidentally, but like the level of patience needed to get card RNG, especially multi-turn card RNG, like it's insane to me. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, it is really garbage. It
That takes
pisses me off.
dedication.
Yeah, it pisses me off all the time when I try to do him. And then like I see some Chinese guy on Bilibili do like a 1 in a million run or something, and I'm just like,
Oh my god.
yeah, it's like because they're like bots that calculate damage, and you know there's damage roll in FGO. I think like I've seen runs where it's like you need to get like the top 1% damage roll to actually kill, and it's like how the fuck do you...
No, because they plan it out ahead of time. Like, because the Chinese server is a little bit behind JP, right?
Yeah.
And so, like, they have like their communities where they're like meticulously planning for months,
But,
you know,
but
about
what?
how to get this run, right?
But why do I always lose to the Chinese guy who plays JP, who does Korean Dark runs? I always lose to him. No exception.
You lack faith.
He's
And
physically
lack-
closer to Tunguska.
You know what I lack? I lack a level 1 MP5 Himiko. Is this again? All right.
Oh my god.
I cry about it. Anyways,
Fino, have you ever dabbled in the level 1 SSRs?
I have a couple of level 1 SSRs, but I don't deliberately like keep them there like as a matter of strategy. Like there's a couple of esports like 5-stars that I have, but it's mostly just like, you know, I roll a 5-star, I'm like, just in case, I'll keep this one in reserve. I typically don't burn my 5-stars.
I've never
I
been
think
a
I
5-star. It would
I
hurt
only
me
have
physically.
one. Yeah, I don't know why. I
Dude.
mean, okay, yeah, I lied. I actually also haven't burned a 5-star. I've burned a lot of limited 4-stars, even though I used to not want to.
So
but...
I did on my alt once. I was doing the GSSR on my alt, and I think I got Saberabuki, and I got Summer Abbey as well. And you see, that was back in the good old days when I was like, yeah, Summer Abbey is completely useless and terrible. And I don't know if she's that useful for that account now, but I don't know. I go over there and I see that rank up SQ. I'm like,
Yikes.
damn,
Yeah.
that could have been something.
You shouldn't have killed SSRs, man. Yeah.
Fino,
Oh
what does
yeah,
Ixer
I
mean
did
about
that to
what about your
Amalkasa too.
Abigail?
Right.
Oh, he's referring to Christmas 3, the original 90++.
What happened?
With the 450,000 health saber
Oh
altar.
yeah.
Specifically for that, I used a level 1 like Abigail with her first skill maxed out, and I had her bond 10 before I had her at level 2.
How'd you get them to kill? So it's like a 4-turn clear?
Oh, it's a 3-turn with card RNG.
Wait, then how
because
did
you do,
Abigail
like, a-
die?
No, you just didn't.
Oh no,
need your level.
you swap around.
Okay.
The card RNG is because you use Echon for the final wave against Saber Altar, but like, you got to kill the the lizard. Sorry, I said lizard, but it's like there's
the
that little
lizard
lizard,
squad.
and if you don't get the right cards, it just
Yeah.
lets you take a 4th turn, and you just deal with it.
That
Yeah.
node really was such a an insane node for the time. That was
It
Yeah.
was like
3
relative to the level of difficulty of the game at the time, it was crazy how hard that node was.
Yeah.
That
I
was
think it's like
2017,
Yeah,
2019 for NA, right?
Yeah. Yeah, because 450,000 health in like back then is way more insurmountable than it is now. Like it is.
Yeah,
There's no Oberon.
400,000.
There's no like.
And
I think Scotty was
sure-
the only card type like currently meta card type support.
It sure was good that they gave us a single target quick NP5 welfare archer for that
Oh,
that
I
event.
don't think it was
Ah,
enough
yes.
though.
Like
Yeah, well, I mean, it wasn't
400
enough to kill the other enemy. I had to crit whatever I was doing there.
Yeah, I don't remember
10K
what I
back
did.
then. Yeah, no, I'm looking at that. Like, I don't even know how I handled that back then. I know I farmed it for sure, but like,
Was there Scotty? I don't think Scotty existed, right?
no,
Does
Scotty did exist because that was
Scotty was
didn't-
there. It's just that
Oh.
Scotty attackers at the time couldn't really handle that node. Like not
Uh.
as not in the Scotty system.
Mm-hmm. Like not like Lancelot. It's really just Lancelot and Dantes, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you could throw like fucking Atalanta at it. She could definitely not hit
Oh,
that
yeah.
damage check.
Damn, even now that one would be tough. Shit.
I mean, no, I think that one nowadays it would be
I
super
mean-
easy.
I mean,
for
yeah.
multi-core, like you could,
Yeah, for multi-core. Yeah,
for multi-core, you could definitely just have
Yeah. I mean, you pretty
I'm
much
sorry,
had
I
to
w-
multi-core back
I'm,
then.
I was
Yeah.
I sort of meant more so on NA, but yeah, on JP this definitely would be not as easy, not as hard. I mean, sorry, because like she is. Oh no, I thought she
She's
was
not
Earth
Earth.
attribute.
She is not Earth.
Oh no, man. I guess I'll just have to bring my fucking. I bet Morgan could shit stomp this because she's a knight of the round as
Yeah.
well.
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
true. Morgan, there's like two
Uh,
characters Morgan
On
hits,
second thought, though, wave 2, we've got 154,000 HP.
It's fine.
It's not a man though. It's Earth.
Yeah,
It's probably fine.
that's
Just
an
get like
interesting
one
enemy name though. I'm looking at the thing in the enemy
don't-
name.
How are you guys pulling this up?
I'm looking at the wiki. The enemy's name was Happy Cracker.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh no.
And we were just talking about slurs, Rio.
I'm not saying.
Bro.
No, it's okay. It's okay. He can say it. It's his word.
Oh yeah, true. It's his word.
Sure, that's my word. Oh look, I'm just reading the wiki here. There's no. There's. I saw that and I'm like, do I say this? They're gonna make the joke, but at the same time,
At least it's not a lolly joke.
I'm
least
I'm
it's not
glad
a
that
lolly
you're
joke.
willing to be our
Yeah.
dedicated clown today.
today.
Your Honor, he was reading the wiki. Guilty. Okay, so let me go back to this little sheet of paper I'm reusing. So what got you into making FGO content?
Oh, I touched on that a little bit, but it was like I thought. Well, yeah, half of it is that I thought, man, there's so much stuff that I wish I had known when I started JP, and like if I collect all of that into like a video or a couple of videos, you know, maybe people will get use out of that. That's part A. Part B was that the quality of FGO guide on YouTube at the time was it was bad. Because this was the heyday of like, you know, Not a Whale. And if you think
Oh
if you got beef with
Oh.
wiki readers now, like it was God, that guy took it to another level.
yeah, he. I remember him. I used to watch him as well. I'm like, wow, this guy knows his shit. And then like, oh, the wiki knows its shit. Never mind.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
not
just
a
ridiculous.
Whale.
guy.
The guy would take like he would make like what 10-15 minute videos like talking about fucking nothing,
Yeah.
just dragging it out reading the wiki, and I'm like, I just want to get to the point, say my thing, and then fuck off. Like back then, I used to make like really short videos, like the 10 tips thing aside. I made like 2-minute event guides and stuff like that. 2 minutes was extreme. That I think when you try to get your word count down that low, like you start missing things. And so,
it's a
I
bit
sort of dialed
difficult
back
to
from that.
convey the
But
whole thing.
yeah, I sort of built my rep on doing very, very like to the point guides.
Hmm. I mean that's I feel like that's what people really want. Like people don't really want to sit there and then like listen to you talk for like I don't know 30 minutes, right? You know, like it's a bit much. Like they would rather have like a TLDR. And then like
Yeah.
if they want more information, they'll probably look up the wiki themselves or whatnot. So,
Some people
yeah,
want an
I kind of
audiobook.
agree.
It's not my speed.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I'm still struggling a lot with like reducing script size, for my stuff. So yeah, I understand that is that is like making I would say like making short videos. Obviously, like not random bullshit, but like making short like guide or whatever explain videos are harder than making like ultra long ones because you gotta edit, you gotta script stuff, you gotta cut stuff out that you feel like it's redundant. So yeah, I appreciate this type of guide. Yeah.
I've tried doing off the cuff videos like way back. There's actually a pretty infamous one I did for Rashomon, where I essentially just have like a bunch of bullet points and I try to like go back and forth between them, just go off the cuff, and I start listing a bunch of servants that like, oh, maybe these will be good for the fight, and in listing them I list a bunch of single target attackers, but like then I jump over to like another set of characters, and that starts with Dantes, right? And so I And so instead of going like, here's some single target options, and then here's Dante's, I go, oh yeah, here's some single target options, Dante's. So, that's where the single target Dante's memes comes from.
You
and guess
predicted
what?
it.
Yeah,
You
you just
became
predicted the
reality.
future. You're just living in the future, Fino.
Yeah,
Predicted the
genius.
single
I predict
target
everything.
Dantes.
just like how I predicted that Arcade would come out before Muramasa. Oops.
Oh
Well, they
That
were in the
was-
same. Wait, they
it
were in
was
the
a
same
bit
year. Never
off.
mind.
no, it wasn't.
18
It
months
was.
off.
I was off by a
It was Koi and Dark, right? The New Year's before Arcade.
Yes.
That was
Yeah.
this year in NA. Koyan
Yeah,
was
yeah,
this year in NA.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
NA
it was been
gets Arc this year, which means now even NA can be impressed with how little damage she does.
I do think she is like she kind of had the Morgan syndrome where it's like people thought she was super good and then people realized she wasn't like insanely like just breaking the game and then people said, "Oh, she's so bad." But she
Yeah.
in reality, I think she's all right. Like
I think she
She's
falls into a
good.
similar basket as Morgan in that she is good, undoubtedly a good servant, but not a solo the game servant.
yeah.
I don't think there is a
I think-
solo the game servant.
Yeah, there is Chengong.
Chang'an can only solo the game for 5 Actually, no. Use Alice. You got an extra 5 turns
six,
on there.
actually.
So
there you go.
6 turns. So you got your 4 supports, and then so yeah, you can go 10 whole NPs now.
Hey, wait! You're forgetting something. You can bring a support Alice as well.
Oh.
Okay.
You can get like
So now
14.
Chang'an really has
Infinite
ammo.
Gong.
If you're lucky with Rasputin, that's like 4 more, right?
Oh, that's
You're
true.
just thinking about ways to like
You could
What is
also
theoretical
bring
maximum Chang'an ammo.
you could also
But there's
bring
no node where he's
Irisville
gonna
and just
refund enough.
infinitely do this.
Yeah,
Slowly, but
I-
infinitely.
I think I've seen runs where it's like Chengong frontline only, and then it needed necromancy to proc on Castor or
What
something.
the fuck? That's nuts.
Oh, did you see that
Yeah.
one? The Bunyan challenge quest from Summer 5? Did you see that
Oh,
one
yeah.
setup? Someone did double Castoria and Chengong throughout the entire thing, and one of the Castorias had necromancy, and they just kept resetting, and they beat the entire thing without killing their Castoria.
Well,
That is
Wait,
impressive.
they didn't even die in the end? That's crazy.
well, that's the thing, because
it's
the
nuts.
guts proc is like the turns it will be active is set at the time the battle starts. It's not by turn or
Yeah,
anything like that.
you can't even
RNG reset
save
that.
scum it.
You can't save
Yeah,
scum
you
it.
can't even save scum
So
it.
that
It's
just means he
horrible.
just went until he got the lucky 50% coin flip, 7 times in a row or something like that.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's too much RNG for me.
Yeah, that
I'll
is
s-
too much on you.
Look, I'm willing to dedicate 12 hours of resetting for cards, but sometimes, but
Yeah, that's crazy.
I'm not doing
Necro
that.
RNG, that's a hard sell.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But no, I like you've done it for a couple ones. Speaking of your videos where you have the history thing, what brought that on?
Oh, so a part of that was because there's a practical factor and like there's like an interest factor. One is a practical factor, which is that there's an incentive on YouTube to get your videos like above a certain length, right? You hit 8
Oh yeah,
minutes,
for mid-roll.
it's an increase in revenue. Yeah. And
Yeah.
I wanted to hit that threshold, but like without doing here's this this like the third append that you don't care about. Here's this Bonsi you don't care about. I wanted to hit that threshold, but in a way that's like interesting to the listener. And I thought, I'm interested in the servant histories and stuff. Let's try and incorporate that. And for a little time, it did work. And I do like doing it. It's fun. Unless it's
Yeah, it's
Investiture of the Gods, which I fucking hate reading.
Oh. Why'd you
Dude,
hate
I
it
had to
so
read
much?
that for Taisui. Reading Investiture of the Gods, that book is impossibly dry. It's like reading someone's like wiki summary of like a shonen fighting anime.
Yeah, it was like it was like least popular out of like because back when I was in Taiwan, there's like a couple of Chinese like novels, whatever they want you to read in like middle school, and that was one of the worst ones. I think that one tied with Water Margins, but Water Margins is a little bit better than Investiture of the Gods. Water Margins is the Hu Yanzhuo one, where
I see.
Where-
Okay.
where she is a man.
Oh.
Yeah, then the no longer invested. Yeah,
Wait,
Yeah, I'll say
Hu
this.
Yanzhuo's
No longer
a man?
horsewoman.
Hu Yanzhuo is a she. like I feel like I remember in some of her voice lines, she's like, "I used to be a man" or something, and then for some reason she got summoned as a woman.
I bet
And
it
then
was
she
Kashin
was-
Koji.
For some reason.
Oh no, isn't it like she's merged with Empusa or something like that?
Oh
that's
yeah,
why?
yeah. That's why, because she was merged with Empusa, and then she has like mood swings and stuff.
Woman.
Because they specifically said it was because she was merged with Empusa, not because she's a woman. But
But
Oh yeah, I'll say this. About investiture. If any of you are interested in like, getting investiture in like an easier to digest form, there's this old anime, Hoshin Engi, Soul Hunter.
that's the
That's
one
like-
with the pink Daji, right?
Yeah, Pink Daji. You got like the Taikubo. He's riding the hippo. He's got like the antenna thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird, but like the old Hoshin Engi, I think, is a much more digestible way, like the '90s Hoshin Engi.
Hmm.
I tried
there's
watching
a-
the
there's
newer
a
one. It
remake?
is it's rough. It looks like
Oh.
One Piece's like shout out leftovers.
Ugh.
Ugh.
Hoshin, what's it called?
Engi.
Hoshin Engi, aka
It's-
Soul Hunter.
Oh,
Hoshin Engi is basically how you pronounce it in Chinese. Well, not really in Chinese.
yeah.
in
The new
kanji.
one has really bad ratings. I'm looking at because the first
Yeah,
thing
the
came
new
out was
one
the
is
new one,
bad.
and
It is evidently a more faithful adaptation, but apparently faithful means bad. Who'd have thunk it?
Yeah.
We
Books
truly do live in a post Andrew Tate world.
But that's the thing with Fate's like, some of the characters. I don't think any character in Fate is truly authentic to history, which it does get a problem when you try to explain some characters. They're like, well, like what Daikoken recently? Like that's not Daikoken.
Yeah.
Those are mice. That
They're
just happen to
rats.
serve. They're not.
Rats.
They're not rats.
The
Okay.
They sing the song
Uh,
too. They talk about we're the rats.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
but- Throw the
Yeah.
birthday
See,
bash.
once again, Rio, you are overruled here. You're outvoted.
But
They're
rat
rats.
is such a uncute word. for
Rats
a
are
character that
funny,
No, it's
though.
not.
They're funny.
David, there's a whole species of rat called the fancy rat. They're fancy rats.
No, but fancy rat seems kind of masculine to me.
Have you ever?
Fancy
Why?
rat. I imagine like a guy, a rat in
Why?
in a suit and a top hat with a
Why?
monocle.
No, that's a dandy rat.
That's
Look, Rio.
Wait,
Have
so
you ever
dandy
seen?
People...
Have you ever seen a mouse the size of a human?
Okay, have you ever
No.
seen Fievel Goes West?
You're
Yes.
avoiding the question.
No, I've never.
Well, like,
I don't know.
like when I'm thinking fancy mice, I'm thinking of some of the like people from like the villains from Fievel Goes West.
Dude, but like, look at how fancy they
Oh.
are in their second ascension.
Are you also one of the
Oh.
people that saw Fievel Goes West before like the actual original?
The original.
Oh,
one.
it's like a Journey to the West adaptation or something.
Oh no,
No,
the original is like American Tale or something. I don't know if it's like a Journey to the West thing, but it's like about rats coming
Oh,
from
no,
like
no.
Europe to the U.S.
Oh, it's not.
I don't know which I saw first, but I know I've seen both of them.
I don't think I've ever seen the original.
You've never seen the original? No, it's
Never.
yeah. They go against a boat
What's it
and they
called?
travel the United States from Europe, rightfully so.
Yeah.
But no, I remember seeing both of those. But yeah, no, that's where my the dislike of rats come from.
If you didn't like rats, then why did you grill them?
Because they're mice.
We've come to the heart of the
okay.
issue. The therapy session is paying off. This is actually an intervention for Rio Emerald.
Yeah.
Okay, this is where my Asian shows. I've never
Oh,
watched
no.
this before.
It's a Disney movie.
Yeah, I'm
Is it Disney?
kind
I
of
thought-
surprised.
It's like a Don Bluth
Isn't
movie.
that-
I don't know if it was Disney.
Is it?
Uh,
Is it Disney? Hold on, it might not be.
No, it's. I don't know if Don Bluth was like. Well, he was definitely involved. I think. Let me check.
it doesn't say Disney.
Oh wait, it's Steven Spielberg.
that is
Universal
it's-
Pictures.
Universal.
very
yeah.
different.
Never mind. It's not. Look, it was the 90s.
Disney and Steven. Okay.
Man.
I should move to
Yeah.
New York. I would never. New York is on one of my 3 states I will never go to. New York because I think everyone there is horrible. California because I think everyone there is horrible, and Florida because of sinkholes.
That's an interesting reason.
I'm afraid if I ever went to Florida, the earth would open up and kill me.
Uh,
I'm not the only one who thinks that, right?
I don't know.
I wouldn't
anything
go there for
about
the
America.
humidity.
Aren't I in Arizona? Arizona's a great place to be. It's a dry heat.
I'm in Maryland. It's pretty mid.
Are you? You don't sound very merry.
Yeah, well, because it's mid.
So it should
place
just
is
be
mid.
Oh, listen, I hear that your happiness like decreases with your proximity to New Jersey. I think you're the
That's
closest
sweet.
of any of us to there.
Damn.
Actually, Otto's East Coast, right?
I'm down here in southeast. Yeah.
Yeah, because you're what, 3 hours ahead of us? It's like what,
Yeah.
6
Yeah,
o'clock there right now?
he's a
Does it
he's
count
a
as coast?
5.
Does Georgia count as coast? Like, I guess it is. It's just not like at the-
Coastal.
Yeah, I mean, like the bottom of Georgia. Like, I don't know. I feel like there aren't any beaches in my state
there is
at
a
all, but
coast
there
in Georgia.
are.
Just to make sure to clarify your
It's
geography.
just so
You are
far
not a
over there.
landlocked
It's
state.
like it's like 5,000 miles away, dude. Like, there can't be a beach in this state.
Otto, do you know how far 5,000 miles is?
At least the distance.
I don't know what a
between me
mile
and,
is, you the Americans. All right.
Because I'm pretty sure that from where I live to like the center of Georgia is not even 2,000 miles, and I just checked. It is, and I live on the opposite side of the United States. That's 1,800 miles. So 5,000 miles would be the length of the United States, like 2.5 times. So I'm sorry.
You telling me that Georgia isn't like 3 times the? What if I'm talking about the Georgia country?
The country.
Yeah, the country is way tiny. Who am I kidding?
They wouldn't be driving. No one would be using miles there anyway.
Anyways, look at
Maryland
this.
mentioned crabs. The crabs are pretty good, but it's not like I can have crabs every day.
What is this?
Wait, when did you update? When did you update this? Last week it was Rio.
Yeah, I haven't touched it in a
fuck
while,
did you-
but like
When did you
I have
update
it
this,
set
bro?
to where I can just like take things out of it.
You can just change the guest. Amazing.
Oh god, who's the guy that got airbrushed out of the photo with Stalin? That's where Rio is right now.
Yeah.
Well, who's that now?
That's you.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
that's me.
yeah, it is you.
No, I don't want to be air.
Oh,
Getting
oh, wait a
startled.
second. Oh, it is you.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh no!
Yeah,
oh,
okay,
no.
no, it's all
Look,
good, yeah.
That
Exactly.
look, that Discord post. Okay, that was a private message, Anna.
No, that was not a private message. You posted that in VC
That was
chat.
genuine confidence. How could you?
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
No, look. The conversation came up is I'm like, because I was talking about, I don't remember what the topic was, but I'm like, no, I have this this like WebM from Prisma Ilia OVA here, and I posted in VC. And
No.
I'm like, I don't think this is allowed.
No. No, you posted that and you were like, I don't know why I have this. And dude, it's not a meme.
Oh, that's
like,
right. I was
from,
like, I don't know why.
like at a glance, you're like, okay, this has got to be one of those memes. Like it cuts to fucking Ricardo slinging his balls around or something, right? No, what it does, it is just the clip of them kissing and making out. It is completely unedited.
It's mana transfer.
It is
It's fine.
not something a normal.
mana transfer is like sex.
Yeah. Ugh,
Now that I think Dojin
never
popularized
beats
that
the
idea.
allegations.
But
What do you
yeah.
mean?
Dojin popularized the idea of mana. Well, yeah, mana transfer can only be
Well,
through sex.
That came from.
Oh,
came
well,
from,
no, that,
like,
but the
the
idea of
game.
mana transfer through sex is
Oh,
definitely
yeah,
a Fate
well,
Stay
yeah.
Night thing.
Well, yeah, but like I feel like couldn't they get it from like drinking blood or something? I forgot what
They
did,
could,
or, like-
yes.
Yeah, it was like there's a lot of ways, but like now if you just tell people mana transfer, they just think it's sex, which is
I
probably
feel like
intentional.
sex just seems like a far easier and straightforward way than popping out a blood pack.
That's fair. It's probably healthier. Yeah.
Also, Otto, why do you have that image saved still?
There was some point of time, like there was some episode where we were showing this, and I like had, oh yeah, there's mist, and I put that on screen because it came up in conversation, Like I screenshotted it and put it up on screen, and it was just sitting there hidden. I usually don't just delete stuff out of Photoshop. I just hide it instead. Like
Oh.
you got that.
Okay, this is random. I apologize to interrupt the show for this, but Rio, does
Okay. Sorry.
the
Chungus.
Rio, does the Tenso shipping scale with how expensive your item is?
No, it doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't. Okay, never mind.
You're importing something?
My God.
It's okay. So the funny thing is, I was trying to, because I don't know Japanese, but I tried to order the bean plushie sets that had Koi and Sky in it. Like I ordered it like months ago, pre-ordered it, and then like I accidentally ordered 2, and then I told them in really shitty Google Translate Japanese I was gonna cancel it, and then they replied like, okay, we'll cancel it, but then they didn't cancel it, so I have 2 right now. I need to ship here.
Oh.
So I was just asking like, does it scale with like the price? Like if it's
No,
more
it scales
expensive?
by weight. It scales by
Okay,
weight.
okay.
I
Which is
imagine
why-
volume's not gonna. Yeah, how big are those the bean plushies?
It's like a whole set. They're not individually. They're not very big, but like it's like a box. I think it's. I don't know how to describe how big it is. It's like 20,
They
20
always
centimeters
charge by
across.
weight, which is why it's usually pretty cheap. It's like, well, whenever I order like, they're not
Books.
dojins, they're art books. There's no porn in this. So
Yeah.
that's what I say, and that's what's true. It's usually pretty cheap. It's like 3,000 yen to get it shipped. Like, and it takes like a day or two through DHL because the books weigh nothing, and so you're paying like, and with the exchange rate, 3,000 yen is like, a nickel.
Yep. We really are preying on the downfall of Japanese economy with all this
It is
quartz purchases.
easier to whale
yeah.
in JP. Like,
Yeah.
it is just cheaper. Like,
Yeah.
that's why it's hard for me to spend in
BTFO.
NA.
It's kind of sad, but that is just how it is.
I mean, don't you think it's easier when you're looking at a pack and you're like, well, it's
It's like $20
10,000
difference.
yen, but that comes out to like $60, and then you look at NA
Yeah,
and
it's like
well, it's
six-
$80 plus tax, and it's
Plus
like there's
tax,
like a
that is
$25
crazy.
difference.
Yeah,
It's
it's kind
so
of wild.
gross.
Well,
If I have a gripe about whaling on JP, it's that I have to use PayPal for it.
oh.
Oh,
Whereas
yeah.
with NA, I can just
Do-
like
do you
throw
mean
in my
the-
credit
the
card, and be like,
fee?
hit me. Well, it's because like adding payment methods to a Japanese Google Play account is like a huge pain.
Oh, I see. That's fair.
Dude, yeah, Ryou helped me with that, like when they swapped over, like to being a lot stricter with how you set up your account.
Yeah, I really.
And
hate
it was
how
a
they-
mess. It was a
think-
disaster.
I
It was
think I think I
so
did it
weird.
in a stupid way, but I just like switched my main Gmail account to be a JP account, which
So
I think it probably fucked up some other things, but hey, that's what I got other alts for now.
Like, I had accounts that I tested working for JP purchases, and I'm like, Fino, try this account. And he tries
And
it,
that
it
bricks
stops
the account.
working. And it bricks the account. I'm like, well, that account's gone. It's like, I'm so glad I have like a domain and I can just make new accounts, like with whatever name I want there. Which
Yeah.
is very useful. But I
thought
think
you had the-
half the reason it works for me because when they did that change, I didn't have to do anything. My account just kept working, which is why I thought people were lying. I'm like, this is just some NA person who clicked the wrong button and can't read, the cancel button.
Nah,
it's
it
like
was- started a
like those-
whole thing in like Atlas. It's like a bunch of
It
people
was a
trying to help.
saga, dude.
Yeah, it was horrible.
it's like those people who accidentally
I had to
deleted their
contact
accounts.
support eventually and get one of the bricked accounts unbricked. And I was just like, oh, I'm gonna go on a vacation. Pinky promise. I just
Pinky
need a
pro-
Google Play account. Real
you
quick.
could just lie and say I'm moving to Japan. Like, what are they gonna do?
Oh god,
They're not gonna follow up.
Maybe. I don't know. I would feel bad having a paper trail that says I'm moving to Japan. I'm just fucking still in Nevada.
But
Like
Look.
2 years later.
I 100% when I'm filling out addresses for things, if they ask for a Japanese address, I put the forwarding address that I use for shipping items. I just
that's
put that
clever.
address. Yeah,
very
I
clever.
just put that all the time because they're never going to send anything there.
Yeah.
And if they do, yeah, I guess I'll have to pay Tenso to mail it to me because it's technically mail that arrived for me. But you know
Yeah.
what? I don't
That's
think they
fine.
care.
Yeah.
Look, they just get it's like a PO box.
Hmm.
It's like
Basically, yeah.
that really is what it is.
Like a Japanese PO box.
Like a
Pretty
Japanese
nice.
PO box.
Oh, this reminds me, Plushy, you have the misfortune of being an iOS player, right? For FGO.
Ugh.
Dude.
Yeah.
One of the first devices that I tried playing FGO on, like actual physical device, it was an iPhone
What?
6.
I mean, I think it runs okay on iPhone. Like, it doesn't run as good as Ryou's. I don't know what his fucking transformer phone is, right? But like, it runs okay on.
Yeah, but an
newer
iPhone 6
iPhones.
is like ancient, dude. It ran like shit
Yeah.
even back in the day, and that phone would run hot. It
Yeah.
would be a scalding brick. And I just gave up. I was like, you know what? I'm switching to Android.
Yeah, I remember playing it on iPhone 5C, and it was like horrible. You know the cheap ass iPhone where it has like a plastic back,
Oh,
so they could like
wow.
cut the price, and it has like little cute colors, like more color,
takes me
like
back.
very bright colors. Yeah, and then it was just like, bruh, it runs at like fucking a couple frames per second, and it's almost died.
Didn't they just update FGO like recently to like cut out a bunch of older devices anyway?
Yeah. I mean, I
They did that a couple of
recently
times, I think.
Suck
recently
it,
got a
poor
new phone,
people.
so it should be fine. But yeah, I mean, iPhone is okay. Like I like newer, relatively new. I've been using the 11 up until like last New Year's, and then like it's been running okay. Like my recordings don't feel that bad. Obviously, it's not gonna be as good. You know, I like Rio and some other people that can record at 60 FPS.
Well,
Higher than 60
I don't
FPS.
record on device. I don't know how. I
Oh,
don't know
yeah.
if it would look as good if I recorded on device. My stuff only looks halfway decent resolution because I'm not recording on device. Which
that makes sense
is-
actually.
Have you seen have you seen FGO put out a kind of guide thing for Charlemagne?
That wasn't even 60 FPS, right?
Yeah, they didn't even do it in 60 FPS, but they put out like a guide for him. Like it's like a 2-minute like overview, but it goes over like it talks about like how the king stacks thing works and not to use his invincibility on himself and shows the damage
that's a cool
differences and
idea.
everything. And I'm like,
Oh,
that's
nice.
interesting that they're doing that. But it's like running at like 30 FPS and like it is like they're
Yeah.
screen recording on their phone. It looks like
Is it Aniplex USA?
pixelated. Yeah,
it's
Aniplex
Aniplex
USA.
USA. Yeah, it didn't get a lot of traction either.
It's a shame. I would
Yeah.
prefer they do that instead of just, regurgitating like really old marketing materials from like 2 years back.
Yeah, I like the visuals because I've started to try making them instead of just cropping from wiki because it looks like but like it does take some time if you want to like custom make everything, and then I quite like how they the official YouTube channel did it, like the close up. Yeah, the close up to the skill icon. That's pretty nice. But yeah. Man, even though we have to wait for a long time, I am so looking forward to them trying to explain how Alco works.
Oh
Holy
my
shit.
god.
Holy shit, dude. They had to update her UI where the card that turns from Buster to Arts gets like a little mark on the bottom corner of it. Yeah, which I'm surprised they actually even put any effort
Didn't
into
they-
updating that stuff.
It's nice.
Didn't they already have
Yeah.
a button that let you swap between the views of those
Yes,
two?
but in combat,
but
unless
yeah,
you
in
put a
play.
command code on,
Yeah,
unless you put a
in play,
command
you
code on
would've-
it, you
Okay.
could not tell which one would change.
Oh, okay.
it
I
just
didn't
led
realize
to-
it applied in combat too. Okay.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
in
dude.
combat.
Okay, that makes
It
sense
gets
then.
trolled. You
I
get
remember
trolled. You're like, oh my god, AOE card. No, it's not.
you described it as the first command code, like the first Buster card that changes. And you and I had different interpretations of what first Buster card meant.
Yeah, so-
So I put the command code on the wrong Buster.
Yeah, and I was
Yeah.
in there like, oh no, he doesn't count from right to left. He's going
I
from
got
left to right.
right.
But like when I think of command, I don't know why. I actually
start
don't
with
know
Buster,
why.
I guess.
When I count the cards, I start from right to left. So it's like 2 Buster, 2 Arts, and a quick, right?
Yeah, I
So,
guess if you start with Buster, it's always from the right.
Yeah, so I'm like,
'Cause you're
well, when
reading
people
it in
describe the
Japanese.
kits, they describe it starting from Buster, and the game has the Buster last, so I guess we start there. And so when I saw you do that, I'm like, he's gonna pick the wrong card now, and then you immediately pick the wrong card. And I'm like,
I did.
I'm like,
I was
well,
oh, that's unfortunate.
it's like, oh, this guy lied to me. Said it was the first.
I'll remember this Rio Emerald.
Fino will remember this. Telltale Games.
Okay, so this sounds like a nice little pause for another question. So, what is your favorite servant and why?
Oh, are we counting right servants? Because that's an important distinction.
Yes. Oh,
I-
wait. I mean, yeah.
I mean,
favorite
is your
overall.
favorite servant a right servant?
I would say my favorite servant to use in gameplay whenever the game allows me to
Okay.
is Kintoki.
Okay, but
And
he
if you
isn't
mix
your favorite
personality into
character.
that as well, he's also pretty high up there.
Oh, yeah. Actually, that reminds me. Thank you for letting me use your Kentucky on that the Achilles quest.
All right,
Yeah,
glad
I-
you got your mileage
dude,
out of him.
Dude,
Yeah.
I sat there refreshing for like 20 minutes waiting for him to come back up just because mine wasn't cutting it. Mine's only in P1.
I mean,
Dude.
Kentucky is one of those servants that has a kit that looks so antiquated, but like he still functions in high level stuff today. Like
Yeah.
with the way 90++ and multi-core is, Unga Bunga nuke
you-
thing still works.
You just need someone that does a ton of damage and has a big battery, and he fits both. And he has also the
Yeah.
benefit of being remarkably fast with his NP animation. I think Super Bunyan might be faster, right? But like,
Yeah, but
Yeah.
But
she.
Super
she
Bunyan
isn't.
is Super Bunyan.
It's to join the special JP Speed Club. You got to have your 120 normal Bunyan, your 120 Super Bunyan,
Yeah.
and your 120 Kentucky. You get all
gotta
three of
suck
those.
up all the raids.
You get invited to a special club in JP,
Yeah,
and where they all jerk each other off about how fast their MPs are.
He's ignored defense too, so he was good at
It's really good.
What
I
was
wish they
that? Was
buff
that
him.
raid? It was like Gouda raid that had a defense.
Oh
one.
yeah, one of the big idols. I'm sure there's one with defense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, like, dude, he is so convenient. I just wish they would make his attack buff either multi-turn, they give him an NP upgrade, or they give him special damage. Like any one of those.
Oh,
three
MP
things, I
upgrade would
think,
be
nuts.
really insane.
Oh,
Oh, no, he already, had one,
has
right?
an NP
He already
upgrade.
had one. Yeah, he already
Dude.
had one.
Oh, give him another one.
That-
But what
See-
are they gonna do? They've never double upgraded a single target MP, like that.
that's unscuffed. Yeah, Vlad's it was scuffed.
Yeah,
so
Yeah,
they-
Vlad's
they
was
did that
scuffed.
with Vlad's just because it was lower than average normally. Like when
Ah.
the first upgrade just sent him to like normal unupgraded. So,
I was surprised the first time I looked at the NP damage list and I saw that him with double upgrades wasn't like that much higher than Galatea.
Well, that's part of the thing is newer servants kits at base tend to perform as well as older servants upgraded, which is why you don't see a lot of NP upgrades, is because the kits are so much stronger that it's not really needed until
Like-
you then actually start thinking about multiplicative buffs and everything like that, and the way the kits work is like in a vacuum they match up, but I think in Toki he would just benefit from adding like, I don't know, his first skill, monster strength, can be fine, but just buff his third skill to also give like, I don't know, another attack up for 3 turns that's smaller, or a buster up for 3
Ugh.
turns.
That's
He
scary.
needs like
so
he needs some kind of staying power because it's okay if he's a glass cannon. That's like his identity, right? But like make it so that he's a persistent threat, so that you aren't rewarded for him surviving turn 1 by having like an emaciated attacker. Like his
He
face
got
guard still
stunned
hurt,
on
but like
that
he has no
MP, I
So-
guess.
buffs that stick.
so a lot of people they kind of gun for the third skill buff because his third skill is pretty fucking non-existent most of the time.
Mhm.
But what I think they should do, I think they should buff his first skill, because even though it's already like fat value on it, the things that they could do with that are actually really interesting. Because like
You want them to extend the
yes,
attack up
they
to
can
3
extend it to like 3 or 4 hits.
50%. Oh, okay. Never mind.
3 or 4
That's fine.
hits.
That's like same reboot. That's fair, I guess.
Yeah.
Hit based wouldn't be like, yeah, that would be an
Yeah.
improvement.
Yeah,
I
but that
mean-
would mean that he could double stack it with Koyan and he'd be 100%.
You get 100. I mean, single core Koyan looping is not
I'm not
bad.
I'm not saying
really
only
close.
that though. Like I mean, give
In
him maybe
farming,
some
I'd say.
like he could have some sort of absorber, maybe like you could give him 30% anti-demonic, or I don't know,
guess.
maybe stun chance, because he does have a stun, but it's
What's his
RNG.
stun chance? I didn't.
It's
Oh, it's
50%.
50%.
Yeah.
We know it'd be cool. Oh, something that could be like a flavorful buff. What if his NP stayed single target, but the stun chance was an AoE?
Oh, because it's like
That'd
a
be interesting.
shockwave.
Yeah,
That's
like
cool.
it staggers the other enemies. I think that'd be a cool.
I
bit of
like
flavor.
I really
Yeah,
like that
but
idea,
it's
actually.
just gonna
See-
be 50%. I know it.
Oh yeah,
There
they can bump the
are
percentage.
servants that there are servants that are AoE that have single target effects. Is there any single target servant that has AoE detrimental effects on their NP?
I don't think so, but that could be cool.
I know.
Well, that's why it's cool. I genuinely don't think that exists, but
Or if they wanted to
that's
go
what
really
makes it
extreme
cool.
with it, they could try giving him an actual cleave on his NP,
Oh,
to where he deals a
God.
reduced percentage of his damage to every other enemy.
That would be. I mean, if it lasts for like, even if it lasts for one turn, you could probably do it again. You could do it again with Koyan, and he'd be like a bust. He'd be like a Buster Looper. Ooh.
That's what they should have done for like Alco. It should not be like it should be like, you know, one target takes the full damage and the rest spreads out. Like honestly, the split damage like is really bad. Like it's a 50% cut to attack. Like it's bad.
I've talked to people that thought that was how it worked. The cleave damage for Alco, but it's not cleave. It's yeah. I really like the what is it called? The stun. I mean, it will have to be another MP upgrade, which would be like kind of insane, but like I really like that flavor, yeah.
I chose more the NP upgrade.
Yeah, that's a cool idea. And
He just wants the MP upgraded again. He just wants Kendoki to have. How
Well,
would they scale
okay,
it?
but
It would scale another, like if upgraded
Well,
goes
yeah.
from 600 to 1,000 to then 800 to 1,200. It would then be
Also, like-
1,000 to 1,400, which is bonkers
Also,
scaling.
this has been my like hot take for a while. I think they should allow MP upgrades that don't upgrade the base damage.
Yeah. Add
So
utility,
they could
that
do
would
it
also
for
be nice.
newer so they could do it for newer servants, because like as of now, like every time they MP upgrade a newer servant, relatively, I'm not even saying like the newest, it has been kind of a disaster, you know, like Australia. Oh boy, what the fuck happened? They did it for Summer Murasaki, right? They did it for Summer Musashi. Like all of the newer servants that got MP upgrades have been like pretty crazy. So I because of the base damage increase.
And then you got Bunions.
Bunyan,
Yep.
Bunyan,
I think all they did was they increased the defense debuff to like 20%. It's either that or they made it 5 turns when it was 3 turns before.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think that was it. But like, yeah, basically, I feel like a lot of like.
Yeah, I get what you
modern
mean though.
servants-
Like basically every buff these days has like at least 3 changes to it. Like even
yeah.
the last rank up campaign thing, last year's anniversary, like every single one of them, I think there was only one exception, but every one of them had at least 3 changes. Some had like 4 or 5.
Yeah. I swear this is gonna come back to bite me. Like the first servant they're ever gonna buff the MP for that doesn't increase base damage is gonna be Koyan Dark, and I'm gonna be like, oh.
Okay, but
Ooh.
Okay, but it's gonna be enough of a change that they're gonna be buffing it anyways? That still sounds pretty good.
Her MP actually, I feel like her MP has enough effects. It's not enough base damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's got
the
like
other way
4
around.
effects.
Yeah, it's so many effects.
I'll take a non-damage upgrade on the NP for Tonal Eco. Just make it reduce all her skills by 1.
She had, that's a that's a tiny.
Yeah.
No, that's not a tiny. I was
Jeremy
gonna
for a second.
No, okay.
Must have the karate on your ass.
I was gonna say she has like fucking 20 effects on her MP. Like, what the fuck? But like,
Look, but the thing is her first battery skill is just 1 turn too long, and so
well, yeah, but like that's the balance. Also, do you know who actually needs it? It's gonna piss people off even more. But it's Draco. Have you seen her MP? Have you seen her MP's base effect outside of the anti trait?
I don't know what it does. Does it do anything?
No, it doesn't.
Hey,
She
it
has no base
refunds.
MP effect. She only has overcharge. She's like one of the only servants. I wouldn't even say new servants. She's like one of the only servants whose MP doesn't have a effect outside of overcharge.
Oh yeah, it is just damage to an enemy and then extra damage to servants of the 7 knight classes. She actually has the most bare bones NP ever.
Yeah, she has no effects on top of that, but like it's
And
still
that's
good.
why her 3rd skill has like 8 effects.
That's fair.
But someone to say, can we buff Summer BB? I'm for that. What do you think, Fino?
Buff Summer BB? Then my chat's gonna make me grail her again on a third account.
Let's go.
What do you mean on a third account? Have you
Oh,
done
not a
it
third
twice?
account. Sorry. No, it's okay. No.
You
It
mean
didn't
mistake?
happen yet. It didn't happen yet. No, I'm safe.
It
Do
didn't
you mean
happen
mistake?
yet?
My consciousness went to a different timeline where I had to grail Summer BB again.
Oh, bro.
God.
Just never
Dude,
put up
my
the
chat
whole
made me
ass.
do it for on JP, and I was like, I don't want to grill another Moon Cancer. I'm waiting on that class score, by the way. I got the
definitely-
Master of Cancer.
I'm hoping we get it this summer. My hope is because it's Ordeal Call locked. My hope is that the summer event is because last summer it involved BB, but they cucked her. And then so I'm like this summer it's gonna be BB summer again. They're gonna do a Moon Cancer. It's gonna be kind of like a Moon Cancer Ordeal Call in a summer event, and that's how we'll get it. And yeah, I'm coping for Khazra drop. What do you want from me? I'll 120 her.
It's gonna be Tamamo 9 and Arya.
So I think with Summer BB, any buff they could give her that I would consider meaningful would make her far too strong. But
she
I
is a
would want the
very
buff anyway.
scary character. Yeah, she is
Because-
kind of like teetering on the edge of being like too good sometimes.
I
Her-
think if they made it so that her like that faceless moon forced your entire hand to only be that targeted servant's cards, like you target a servant,
Oh,
your
okay,
hand
that
becomes their
is
cards and locks them.
No,
that would be a huge buff. I see.
Because I think right
That
now
would
there's a
be-
huge gap
Okay.
between like BB is a very high roller
hot
character.
take. That would actually be a bad thing because
Oh, yeah.
because with how stars work and with how Star Absorb
Oh,
works, it's better
yeah,
you don't
yeah,
have a
you're
full
right.
hand of that.
Oh,
cards.
so you would
Yeah, because like
maybe
if you
a
only
stronger
have
buff
20
then would be like you get
stars,
one quick, one arch,
yeah,
one buster.
yeah,
or,
if you only made
three
like
busters, or you
20
pick
or
one or the other.
if you only made like 20 or 30 stars and you have
That's
5
fair.
cards, they're gonna get separated.
I
between
think
those.
generating like 30 stars is fine. Like if you
And
can generate
she's
like
already
25 to 30 stars and then you make a mighty chain.
I-
Remember that's a
I-
20%. That's
Yeah,
you
she-
know
she
bonus
does
there,
make-
so-
I do
Yeah.
think it's less of a problem,
Also,
BB,
hold on, BB
because she has Buster Absorb.
Also-
you have Buster Absorb on Buster, so you
Her-
can kind of like still concentrate.
Remember her first skill when you do a brave chain, she generates 20 extra stars.
Oh,
Yeah.
but maybe he means
Yeah.
if he uses on someone else.
Oh, used on someone else. I'm
Yeah.
look.
Yeah, oh, like a
Star
targetable buff, yeah.
generation.
Yeah, it's yeah.
I
don't know, I
Make
don't-
the stars for turn 30 as well.
I
then
don't
fix
want
it.
them to go in a support direction with her because I think like what she does as a crit DPS is really cool. It's just like basically
look.
anything on her NP is gonna help her out a lot.
The actual summer BB buff that everybody wants is just to reduce that second skill cooldown by 1.
Yeah, because then you can farm
Oh,
with her.
They
Yeah.
can Buster Loop. That's what people have been wanting. Because it has like 50
Yeah, it's
MP
50%
50%
damage for 3 turns.
Yeah, you can stack it with Koya.
And then
I mean,
she has 30% attack. Yeah, she would have some ridiculous turn 3
Third
numbers,
wave
I'm sure,
damage.
but
Yeah.
like
Actually,
Or
yeah.
how about this for a direction? Like if you wanted to sort of like buff BB, Summer BB as an attacker, how about going along with something along the Pele line, and giving her some sort of like a burn effect, but like not like a apply burns to the enemy like Yankee
More like
Faith,
summer
rather
combo.
got
like
it.
something
Okay.
along
Okay,
along
so
lines to go
so
ahead.
so every time she burns the enemy, it increases the amount of damage she does with her NP, and also it adds a stun on her NP, and she gets
No,
Pierce
no.
Involves.
That's just Dante's.
I'm thinking something
Uh,
more along the lines of Van Gogh, where she's the one that accumulates the burns. But like, let's say she has a passive, like she has the passive
Uh-huh.
that
Yeah, she can't
makes
be
her
a
burn
burn.
immune. What if you just didn't take damage from burns, but accumulated them, but gained damage based on how many burns she has?
Oh. That's
They
cool.
they actually could like with a buff to that because what's her name? Oh yeah, for assassin woman.
That's
Locusta.
Locusta,
Yeah, with her
Locusta,
with
yeah.
her
Poisons.
her passive.
poison
that-
heal.
Yeah, that,
It's not a
remember,
passive,
poison-
it's an active
Oh, it's a
skill.
skill. Okay, so they
Yeah.
can make skills that do that though.
Yeah.
So I thought it was a passive. Wait.
You just
no,
burn immune? Yeah,
it's-
let her accumulate the burns. Let her accumulate the
she-
burns.
It's
take
an
0
active.
damage.
It's an active skill, so if you don't lure it, and then your entire game plan is to poison her as much as possible, I think there's like a 1-turn window where she will take like 10,000 poison and
Oh my
die.
God.
Yeah,
Wait, no, but it
incredible.
is at Lord. It's 6 and it's a 5-turn buff. So no matter what, you're taking
Oh, she's gonna
10,000
die
damage,
anyways.
and she dies.
Dude, on my mistake account, I so want to Grail Lacusta so badly. I'm
You
gonna
should.
go onto the Draco banner just for Lacusta.
Yeah, you got a 120, so you got to roll what 10 copies.
I'm doing it.
Easy.
Okay.
Remember, getting 10 copies of a 4-star to 120 of them never ends bad.
No,
Trust me.
It worked so well when I tried to do it for Summer's
see,
sake. I got like what?
see,
4
it's
copies?
not just 10. Like, are you willing to take her to Bond 14 for the full
Is-
3
is it
pins?
No, it's
14?
bond. It's bond 12. If it's
12.
limited, it's bond 12.
Yeah,
That's-
but
yeah, I
if
think
you
it's
want all 3 of pins and you want to do like 120, you're gonna need Bond 14 if you're only going 10 copies. So
No, is
It's
it?
Really?
fine.
It's 12, right?
yes, Yeah,
Either
it's-
way, as long as it's a
it's
number
either
below
13
Bond
or
15,
14.
I'll do
I
it.
know this because I rolled 10 copies of Shiba, and
Oh, damn.
I had to go all the way up to like Bond 14 to get her.
Wait,
the
you
rest
may
of the
be
way there.
right because I'm looking at my summer bargist and I have 340 coins at bond 10.
There's a bot
And I
on
need-
our server that calculates that. You
Yeah,
just slash
I would need
coins.
bond 14. You're
Hey,
right.
You know,
I did only
Damn,
roll.
that's horrible.
I'll do you
I
one
did
better. I
only
have
roll
a
10 summer bargist copies because I'm like I got 11 Valentine copies, 10 bargist copies, and 7 Melusines, and I'm like I'm out. I'm like I'm not risking this anymore.
Did you also get a partridge in a pear tree?
Yeah.
Nice.
That's horrible. Servant coins.
Well, it's
horrible.
better than
Anyways.
2 in the bush, I guess.
I think servant coins the worst shit ever out of the game. But yeah.
Do you agree? Fino?
10.
The worst mechanic or the
Yeah,
worst thing
bond
they've ever done to
14.
FGO is adding servant coins.
Oh, wow. That's a heavy question.
Yeah.
The worst thing they've ever done to FGO. Oh, I don't need to think on that. I think the worst thing they've ever done to FGO was stop doing reruns, but like if we're talking about specific game mechanics, ooh, that's up there.
Yeah, it's up there. I guess
honestly-
yeah, it depends. It is really
Honestly,
up there.
yeah, I kind of want to double down on the coins thing. It's just like, you could have NP5'd someone years ago and it would have been fine, but now if you want to completely max them out, you have to take them beyond 5. So like they just made a new. Fuck.
And it's ridiculously
My-
easy to fix the coin system is to make coins not servant specific but rarity specific. 5-star coins, 4-star coins, 3-star coins.
Yeah, that would very much.
That
fix
is,
it.
OBS
that
is
is an instant fix.
OBS kind of bugged out and my follower notification got cut off, so it was just we could go like, hey,
Damn.
Well, didn't come through here, so we're
yeah,
fine.
yeah, you guys
Yeah.
couldn't heard it, but
I
So, a
I
couple
think
times.
there's a lot of things they can do to solve servant coins. I don't think they'll ever do it because of me and you. Right, like,
are we
you-
part of the problem?
We are part of
Me?
the problem because we cave every time.
We're making it worse.
We're making it worse. I
No,
dropped $2,000 on Bob and
that
She, bro.
is why we should stop
Got you ran
spending
about and
money,
she?
and nothing will
I don't know
change
if it's
because they don't care about
pretender
us
The
anyways.
pretend. I don't know if it's $2,000, but
We're on a 4-star. That's impressive. Holy shit.
I don't know if it's $2,000.
I don't want to think
it,
about
wa-
how
it
much
definitely
reruns cost.
wasn't $2,000, but like I think I basically divided the quartz count. It was it $2,000? Oh, I wish it was not
so-
actually $2,000.
I don't
yeah,
know.
that was
I
horrible.
actually
I don't even
remember I
wanna
saw
go
this.
into
It
specifics,
took
man.
me it took me a little over 1,000 rolls for on the Cream Hill raid up, which would mean that's like 3,000 St. Quartz. And
Oh.
I've never done the math on that. I don't want, and I don't know what the exchange rate was back
Jesus.
then. And
Let's not do the math. That's
hold on.
horrible.
Hey, Otto.
Huh?
Salt in chat sent me something, and I'm gonna pass it on to you.
oh,
What?
please. do.
Uh-oh.
Salt
what-
is
oh, no.
Salt's art
Oh.
is
Oh, there it is. Dude, Salt's fucking great. This guy's a
Bruh.
genius.
Bruh.
He's the mastermind behind a Restrical NTR wedding.
Oh, Otto, have you ever seen that image?
Yeah, I have.
Beautiful.
I
it got me
didn't-
many Areshes. It works.
Yeah, this is.
Speaking of your cursing, so you have your Arash curse. What started your woo obsession?
My what session?
Your woo obsession.
Who's at the end? Let me. Oh,
Woohoo!
what? I forget. I rolled a lot of her, like a lot of her. At one point, like there was a point where I was just getting moves left and right nonstop. It just became a meme, just like with Achilles. and
Mm.
it eventually
I'm
became
not
something that
hiding
we
that one, I'm just
celebrated.
gonna
And
delete
then the woo stopped. I haven't seen a woo in like a year, I think, on any account.
Damn.
Oh, but you're gonna get
Dang.
there's woos this year in NA, thankfully, and she's not terrible. I don't think she's like super amazing,
Dude.
but
Dude, she
The normal
she
one's
helps
better.
enable Saber Ibuki, so you're gonna be eating good
gosh,
regardless.
she applies undead. I get it, but
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, 610's collage.
yeah,
Good times.
yeah,
I mean,
it's
I
a lot of
think Wu's
damage.
one of the better 4-stars, like the base one especially. I think the base one's really strong. Like the
Oh, the base Wu?
non-summer. Yeah, base
yeah, no,
Wu is
base
really
Wu is
strong.
stupid strong. She was like the only like non 5-star quick support for like. Wait, is she still the only one? I think Quick has like no 4-star supports that are like.
Probably.
In the traditional sense of like a servant that can apply quick,
Quick up.
yes, but then you also had some weird ones where like for example Yui, she kind of
Works.
combos
Well,
really
Yui's
well
kinda
with Summer
generalist.
Scotty. Well, she combos best with Summer Scotty as a support. So
Oh,
like,
that's what I was gonna say, because Fino said like all
Yeah.
the way back earlier.
Oh, yeah,
Fino
yeah,
said
yeah,
a
that's-
taunt CE with 50% starting charge. That would be perfect on Yui.
Oh,
On
that
Yui, that'd be
would.
a crazy buff. I'd love that.
Yeah, that'd be a great C on Yui, but
Yui's one of those servants that is kind of a game changer, but only if you actually like do stupid things.
yeah, I try to fit it on my like max damage comp. I don't think I can fit her in just because I can't get like I'm trying Draco and there's no way to get like non-arts buffs other than the last turn with Oberon.
Yeah, they I don't know if you've seen, you know, the challenge quest for the Summer 6 rerun. It's so pathetically easy. The JP crowd has taken not to min turning it, but using it as a damage competition instead, because
Really?
it's so easy, you know, because it's just Kyokojo, you know, Berserker.
Oh, this summer. Oh, the rerun. I get you.
Kijo
Yeah.
Koyo.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was thinking of. I got it mixed up. I was thinking. What was the last summer on JP? I was thinking Nagnari. I'm like, damn. There's
No,
not Nagnari.
that one's pretty rough. That was
That
you gotta-
hard. That fight was hard. God.
that one, if you're doing like min turn, you gotta like break through the I don't know how much.
Yeah, you have
big
to
number.
survive, because my strategy was I'm going to use my 120 if they have enough HP to survive for NP, and then I'll just
Yeah.
continue from there.
I
Yeah,
used the
Kyokoyo.
gutsy. On,
I mean, she doesn't have that
as-
many gimmicks, does she? This current challenge quest. It's just she doesn't take that much damage right away. She does a ton of damage, and she has a lot of health.
Yeah,
isn't it?
there's
Yeah.
some ways you can just completely
It's only
cheese it.
30%
It's fine.
defense. It's only a 30%
Yeah.
defense the first 2 turns.
all,
So she
all,
loses
all,
yeah.
all I'm gonna say is level 3 Hijikata min turn it, so like
Oh my god.
Yeah,
What?
there's-
Level 3 Jikata?
There's a
Yeah,
guy,
level- level 3.
an Atlas
Oh,
Academy
I-
person who.
I posted in the wrong place. I mean, he's in the server. He's in my server as well, but yeah, it's never
But,
mind. I posted in JP
NP5 level 3.
Yeah,
Yeah, MP5
6,000 HP.
Ah, that checks out. I
Not
was like, oh,
6,000.
it's probably the
6,000
NP thing.
attack. Damn.
That is this guy's.
He
like,
could
main
not
gimmick
do it.
is-
He could not do it with Black Grail.
Yeah, but
yeah, there's a gimmick where like you're incentivized to use child servants to fight Kyokoyo, but honestly, like that doesn't. At the time it released, that does not form a coherent team.
So actually, what it is, she's less likely to attack child servants, and she does less damage to them, but they also do less damage to her. But the funny thing is, you can also use Van Gogh, who counts as a child servant, and she can just shred her
Wait.
anyways.
Wait, they do less damage to her?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a back and forth
It's
thing.
bullshit. It's bullshit.
Yeah, until
is
turn
it-
3.
is-
Until turn 3. On turn 3,
Oh,
she
until-
loses that. So
Oh,
don't worry,
never
your Draco
mind.
run is
Never
safe.
mind. No, that's bad though. I thought Draco could have done more at a higher. So my comp capped at 14 million, I think, and it was like, and I think somebody did 19 million with Draco, which I don't know how he did it, but big sad.
I've seen
He's
Tonalico
just a bigger
runs
fan.
where
What can I
she's
say?
doing like 13 million or
You will use
or,
third
like-
ascension.
No, I use her first ascension because she gets a free overcharge boost on break 3 if she's a child. I think, right? I think it's because she's a child.
I see.
Yeah, I think Plush has more Grail child servants than I do. I'm gonna bring that up, by the way. I'm gonna.
That
mention
is so funny. I grilled both Commas and Draco. I think they're all child servants.
Yes, we're
And
just gonna go
Cunnilas.
past that.
Oh, you grilled Cunny Liz?
Yeah. big regret because I was like, oh, it's a new Elizabeth, that's cool, and then like I'm the Liz guy somehow, and then I have to grill her, and then she's so bad. Like, she's not so
Dude.
bad. She's just like pretty mid.
Dude, when are you gonna use her with Yui? Because she's got quick buster.
No,
Whereas I only have
That's not a
one.
that is not a suitable answer to that question.
not okay.
You gotta
Honestly,
double dip.
I can try to use her because recently they unlocked the Pretender class score, and I have extra 2 maxed a long time ago because it just fits like my current 120 people.
And he wants
so much.
Typhon.
It has Beast, yeah, Typhon. It has Beast, Pretender, Foreigner, and Alter Ego. So I have like Koyan Dark is Foreigner. I have like Draco's Beast. I have Bavanshi's Pretenders. Anyways,
Speaking of class score, I got some beef with Rio Emerald.
Oh,
When class score first came out, this guy was sinking resources into the Lancer class score, being like, "What the fuck are you doing, Fino? You're putting into caster class score because
Oh,
Chen Gong."
no.
And look what happened. Where did that bring you? Right back to casters. That's what I thought.
Look, I do have caster class score max, and I did in fact say, I'm like, caster class score seems dumb. Why would you do that? But at the time, it was just Chen Gon. There was no other DPS. Like, what are you gonna use? Summer Umu?
Listen, it's like the stock market, Rio. You can't play the stock market
Didn't the
where it
rats
is. You gotta
really
play where it's gonna
exist?
be.
Okay, I did also have I did have Daikoten also at 120 at the time, but I was like,
you know who's a good caster DPS? I know nobody cares, but like
Alice?
no, oh my god.
I'm sorry?
Okuni. Oh my god. Okuni. I was gonna say Okuni.
Oh.
Okuni is good.
Yeah.
Although I did forget her name for the longest time. Like I legitimately could
Izumo
not
no
remember her.
Okuni.
I
Yeah.
legitimately could not remember her name, but now I remember her name is Okuni because it sounds like Okani, and which is the worst association to make in my
Isn't that
mind.
why? Isn't that why?
Of course, that's
Fino's,
the way you remember.
Oh
emo
yeah, that's why emo. Yeah,
exists?
It's
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
Let
The
it
opening
emo.
crying emoji.
It's Kani.
It's a beautiful
Yeah.
thing.
Wait, so what class scores do you have maxed?
Oh, none of them, because I'm lazy.
No. But
No, you're
don't
not
you-
Don't
lazy.
feel-
You're
you do
just
the-
not
you do
an
the dailies
insane
though,
person.
Don't
right? Like, you
condemn
have the
Yeah, I
yourself
do
for not
dailies. I'm
doing
just
it.
sitting on all of it. Every last bit of it.
That's actually smart because somebody on my server who's like a big Dantes fan, he just saved everything, and then when the Avenger class
Rent
score
to
came
Avenger?
out,
Yeah, that's smart.
yeah, and then he just dumped everything and then it just maxed it. So
I'm just
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
pretend that I'm saving it all for Moon Cancer,
Yeah,
so I can have
yeah,
my
Tog.
Arcway do reasonable damage.
Every time, by the way, every
Mhm.
time, so the Tog, they're talking about a guy named Tog, that one guy. Every time I bring up Nikkei, he claims credit for the high scores in our union.
Oh,
to
our
my
Tog,
chats.
yeah.
Yeah, but he it's a different Tog, but he claims credit every time, and I
Wait,
keep
your
having to
Tog is
say-
claiming credit for our Tog? How dare he?
Yeah, yeah, and I have to keep telling my chat, I'm like, no, he's lying. Don't trust the Australian man. It's like you just have the same name.
Police.
There's a lot of people who have the name Tog, or that one guy.
Those one guys.
Yeah,
don't
because
get
like,
it,
one guys.
it's a
They're
common term. I guess.
Why would you not want a unique online name to show that you're different from the rest of the people?
Yeah, that's why they
The-
picked that one guy, because it's literally a unique name.
Because when I came
But
up
it's
with
not.
my quote-unquote unique name, everybody thought I was a woman.
Yeah, well, remember, my name's also just a twisting of a Idolmaster crossdresser character, so you know what? We all have...
There you go.
It's true. It's not even the best Idol Master.
What do you mean? Who's the,
best Idol Rio, you would unironically be validated. Like you unironically be valid picking the Cunny character from Idol Master. Because she is in fact best girl.
I don't like Cinderella girls. I don't like any of the side things. I like the original set and then the DS set. And like everything after that, I don't even know about.
Listen, Anzu is the most relatable idol in history because her whole shtick is that she wants to make a ton of money as an idol and then retire.
Relatable? Question.
Yeah, get rich and then go to sleep.
Damn.
Yeah, but you can't... look, she didn't exist back when I made my name. Plus, I was playing Terra Online when I made this name.
I
And I-
can't believe we
I
both
used an
played
Ellen
Terra Online
character.
at one point.
I used an Ellen character with green hair and wore a maid outfit all the time.
Dude, I'm so sad that game went under. It had potential, then they fucked it up, and then they killed it.
Yeah, it was like... It was so good when it launched, and then when it went free to play, and it started becoming bad, and then like the updates became slow, and I remember complaining like we're like a year behind on updates from compared to Korea, and then the updates just stopped, and then they let it drown and die within a few years. But the console version somehow is still running.
Oh,
You can play it on Xbox and PS5.
That's depressing. What a way to go. But yeah, like I think as far as MMO combat goes, like Terra was like #1 on release, and then I would say probably like Blade and Soul 1.
Yeah,
Probably Blade and Soul 1 is that even though it's got some good looking characters and the combat's fun, but the quest design is atrocious. It's like super old school Korean grinder. Like, hey, kill 50 enemies. Okay, welcome back. Kill 50 of these enemies, and you just do that forever. It's so bad.
It just sounds like Gouda 3.
I wish there would be a MMO that like played like that plays like Terra. Terra did have the most fun MMO combat thing with how tanks worked and how healers worked. That when I went to like play other MMOs, and I realized that healers don't just heal and apply status effects. I'm like, wait a minute, you mean I have to do other things than just heal the tank? And like, I'm like, wait a minute, tanks can't dodge attacks? I'm like, what do you mean you can't dodge an attack? Move out of the way. It's like, this is
if I could get an MMO that's like Final Fantasy quest design, but with like Blade and Soul combat or like Terra combat, that would be a good MMO.
Yeah, I would play that. But this conversation sounds familiar about MMOs. Yeah, there's no wait. Yeah, no, I think we had this in Discord yesterday.
Well, I
Like,
mean,
there's
I'm
no
sure
good MMOs
sometime
in the past 10 years.
I'm sure
no
sometime
good
in the
MMOs
last
happened in the past 10
400
years.
years of your life, you've talked about MMOs. So
Look, I'm not. Look, just because I've mostly played healer, so like
He's not a heal slut. He's a kill slut. Every time I play MMOs with this guy, he tries to engineer ways to suck me off the edge to my death.
yeah, and sometimes I die too. It's a fair trade, and it's not always you. Sometimes it's other people in the party.
Well, yeah, you only stopped dragging me off the edge because I caught onto your trick. I don't
He
even
knows how
watch
to
the boss
dodge.
anymore when I play with this guy. I put my camera on Rio Emerald, so if I start seeing him move suspiciously, I gotta get out of here.
Yeah, I mean, look, it adds an extra layer of fun. Like it's like a boss mechanic. It's a surprise mechanic.
Yes, the EA special.
What are MMOs without the spice of your teammates trying to kill you, or like dropping AOE's on each other?
all I know
sad
is
there's not
that he
PvP
sucks
in
at
it.
Sombra on Overwatch. That's like the only.
Okay.
That's the only MOBA I've played with him.
Overwatch is
MMO.
not a MOBA, it's an FPS. It's not an MMO either.
It plays like a MOBA from what I've heard.
A hero shooter.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a
yeah,
hero
but
shooter.
like
It's
you got all these cooldowns on everything. It's
Yeah.
like
There's a lot of, it's very like
it's
ability
so
based, I guess.
it's so focused on like ults that it might as well be a MOBA. It's just now you can actually shoot.
I
and
think it's a
aim.
little different because MOBAs. The big thing with MOBAs is like it's a creep score. It's gaining incremental advantages over your opponent, and then just sort of baiting them into a bad spot and then blowing them with your ults. Yeah. So that aspect is similar.
So, yeah,
But like
yeah,
you don't
so
really
Overwatch.
PvE in Overwatch. I mean, you could have, but Blizzard
Killed
Yeah.
that.
dropped the ball on that one, huh?
Yeah. Like I like Overwatch, but I wouldn't I can't play it like too much. Like I play it every once in a while still. Like, this
Well, I don't know
morning.
about you, but I can definitely play it too much.
No, but like
Yeah,
if I play it and I like lose multiple times in a row, I start getting mad at myself for being bad at the game, and then I have to stop. I don't get mad. I've never gotten mad at teammates or anything like that. I just get angry at myself for being garbage, and I end up like
That
quitting
makes
out
that makes you sound like you're a good person, not blaming it on the team.
because
like
I
you
am a
should.
good person. I'm not a mean, horrible person.
Uh,
Yeah, I'm like the only one here that only shares FGO as
Yeah,
like the
yeah, go-
common
go
game,
play
He
so-
Pokemon,
owns
nerd.
only a Mac. He can't play other games.
I'm going to
Not
get
a
a
gamer?
new,
Apple.
I'm going to get a new computer when I move. I'm moving
Oh my
like
God.
end of July. All right, like
You got stuck into the Apple ecosystem. You're stuck there forever now.
dude,
No,
he's
speaking of games in common, yesterday my brother actually bought me Helldivers just so I'd play it with him. I'm like,
Wow.
holy shit, dude! Like, this is great. So yeah, I played a little
so
bit.
nobody here plays competitive Pokemon doubles.
Not competitive. I have dabbled in Pokemon before.
Yeah, I
Let's
dabbled
see-
in
okay.
Casual stuff?
Pokemon like 8 or
Let's
9 years
go.
ago. Yeah.
Dude,
Let's
you ever
do
play
it.
on Showdown?
Yeah, I play on Showdown.
Dude, I used to love doing random battles. That shit was so fun.
Yeah, that's really fun.
And all right, what's your favorite? What's your favorite mon?
They're gonna say I'm a furry.
He's gonna out himself as a furry.
I'm gonna out myself as a furry. It's not okay. It started as a joke, right?
It started.
It started.
started
Oh,
as
it's
a
not a
joke.
joke anymore. You
Look,
say.
the Delphox started out as a joke, okay? Like,
It was either going to be Delphox or Lucario. I knew it.
the Delphox started out as a joke, but I tried to make a teamwork around it. All right, like come on.
He will be in Discord streaming Pokemon for like 5 hours, mauling about losing when his Delphox doesn't work.
Oh
Look,
man,
Look, it's
I understand.
Look,
Dude,
look,
there are some.
I'm at-
There are mons that you just want to work and they just don't work. It happens.
Yeah, I mean, I think finally I've tried a team that works pretty well recently, but I don't know when it's gonna start falling off because basically I'm like preying on meta teams on ladder and like trying to counter them, but like every time
yeah.
after like a tournament, they switch up the meta and like they fuck up my team again.
I see.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
No, I've been
Braixen.
there
No,
before.
Braixen's not usable though. Braixen as pre-evo not usable. I tried to use like Eviolite plus support moves, but its abilities just trash. Zamazenta can't kill you. Yes, okay. My team is like Zamazenta with Delphox using Expanding Force, so it's pretty. Yeah, I'm. Yeah.
This is how plushy felt for the past 5 minutes.
Every time.
Yes. No, I'm
Dude.
I'm not gonna talk too much about this because like this
Yeah,
is like the
that's
weird
fine.
weird little hobby that I've picked up for some reason because I didn't really play any competitive Pokemon before this
It can be
generation.
fun,
I'm
yeah.
just yeah, it's fun like trying to figure out teams and whatnot.
Yeah, so anyways,
my
anyone here
favorite
play
mon-
Clash Royale?
No, I'm more
Dude,
a Hearthstone guy. It's even worse, bro.
I've never been able to get into like online card games.
Oh.
Like I've thought about it, and then but then I see someone post a video of like Yu-Gi-Oh or something where the other person
Yu-Gi-Oh's
doesn't
like
get to
the
play.
worst. Okay,
and then,
Yu-Gi-Oh's the
like,
worst one.
It ends like before their turn even starts, and I'm like, that doesn't look fun.
To be fair, Yu-Gi-Oh's like the worst one. Like in
It
terms
takes
of like
a lot of getting used to.
in terms of new player, I would say, I guess, like in terms of like new player experience, where like you just don't know what the fuck is happening. Because I tried Master Duels for a while. I was doing like branded Dragon Maids or some random bullshit, and it's like, it's just so confusing. I don't know. Like I don't. I think
I
the
agree in
timing
one
stuff
respect.
is so hard. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I-
bullshit. I'm missing the timing, all that ruling shit.
Yeah, I think the timing is so difficult. I'm not gonna say it's like a bad game. I'm just saying like for as like a new player, I just could not figure out a lot of stuff, and I ended up kind of dropping.
I'm generally sympathetic to the idea that like Yu-Gi-Oh is a hard fucking game to pick up because the card
Yeah.
text is so bloated and they refuse to use keywords.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
like
Keywords
that
are
I
probably-
dislike about Yu-Gi-Oh, especially modern Yu-Gi-Oh. But I think Master Duel does have one advantage because I picked it up again recently. And
Mhm.
if you come in with a game plan, they actually make it surprisingly easy to pivot what you get into a deck of your choosing, like a deck of your choosing.
Mhm.
And so if you want to learn a deck, like you can actually like build towards a meta deck fairly quickly and learn from there and branch out, which is quite
see.
different from a lot of card games, which punish the fuck out of you for like trying to like, you know, when you start like Magic the Gathering Arena or you start like Hearthstone, you have garbage in your deck,
Yeah.
and you have to slowly claw your way back like up to something
Yeah.
usable.
I think Hearthstone recently started because like people were complaining about that exact thing, and then they were like, I think after complete the tutorial, it gives you like a starter deck, and it's like actually not trash, but it's a
Good
Blizzard
change.
game, so
Yeah. Oh, do you know? I got beef with Blizzard, dude. I quit Hearthstone for 2 reasons. One of which is that set rotation ruined like it created like the disaster format. Like I hated playing standard, and so I swapped to Wild, right? Because I liked playing Astral Communion Druid back when, like before. the
oh,
internet
Astro
nerf.
Communion Druid, bro.
It's so fun.
And they
I love
nerfed
playing
the
that
shit
deck.
out of it.
Yeah, and what also killed it was when like a lot of when like there was a set that came out. It's the one that had like the Naga that sets all your cards to like 5 cost, but it was they fucked it up,
Yeah.
and because it would set your giants to 5 and then apply the giant discount after
Yeah,
that.
so it's just 0 cost.
And so
yeah, it's the
Wild
Naga
just
giant.
became guy plays Naga, guy plays 50 giants, you die. It
Yeah.
was so bad.
I think Hearthstone Wild is just not a concept I can grasp. It's just like, because it's where all the broken shit is. They tried to control it by like banning certain cards from Wild, because there was like a Warlock card where it's like a continuous onboard effect where every card you draw when it's on the board costs health instead of mana.
Oh,
And
yeah,
like, what
yeah.
the fuck? And then he just draws entire deck, and like, it's dumb. But
Yeah, I wish they would give it some more care, but I also quit like B because I have a seething hatred and grudge against Blizzard because of what they did to Warcraft 3. Warcraft 3 is like one of my all-time favorite games, and they mangled the shit out of it. And they made it so you can't even like really play the original version anymore.
yeah.
Like they salted the earth there, and I've held a grudge. I refuse to pay money for a Blizzard game.
Until they
Yeah,
unforge
Blizzard-
Warcraft 3. So wait, you can't. They don't let you download the original anymore.
No,
I think
and the BattleNet
pulled the
stuff
server,
uses the
right?
new one. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
they pulled
you
the
essentially
server.
cannot play the old Warcraft 3 as it was as it existed.
That's insane.
You have to engage
That-
with Reforged to some extent, or use like third-party stuff, like people like recreate the old servers.
That just feels like arrogance. Actually,
It's
Arrogance.
absurd.
yeah, it's
absurd.
arrogance. It's like, ooh, our changes are better, and you have to deal with it.
Well,
What is
got
that if
paid
not
for a new one.
arrogance?
No, greed, I guess. We got to pay for a new one.
Yeah.
Gluttony.
Actually,
Yeah.
Pride.
have you tried Pokemon TCG? I'm waiting because they said they're gonna. Okay, I could never like realistically get into trading card games. I know Pokemon's already like one of the cheaper ones, but I feel like they're very expensive. And I heard they're coming out with basically like the Master Duels version of Pokemon TCG this year. So I'm gonna try it when that comes out.
Well, that'd be nice. I
Yeah.
remember. Have you ever played the Game Boy Advance? No, not Game Boy Advance. Game Boy Color Pokemon trading card game. I used to love that. thing.
Yes, I loved that game.
Oh,
I
I
remember
haven't
having
played
that. You've never played it?
If you're okay, like if you're down for retro games, I would give it a try. It's quite
It's
fun
so-
for the time.
It's so
I
weird.
see,
I
I
don't
see.
know. Like, I mean, it makes sense, but like the concept of making a trading card game into a video game, like I thought that's what they already did.
No, but like it allows you to like play like the game, like
I thought.
without having to
I
like
thought the point of making
the
it a game was
cards or-
so it wouldn't be stuck in stupid little cards anymore.
right, but no, the trading card game like you like battle. It has like structure like where you go around battling other
Yeah.
people. You get cards and stuff like that. You get packs. You open it up. You make your deck. You battle things.
That just
And it
sounds
was-
like
it was
things you do if
structured
you have
pretty-
friends.
Yeah, well, some of us don't have friends, Otto.
Yeah,
No.
Some of
and
us as
also
a
like
kid
Damn.
didn't have friends, and
oh,
we
yeah.
our only
Damn.
option was to play the Pokemon trading card game.
You had to.
Also, I feel like
you had to
trading
buy
cards are
the in-game
expensive
friends.
still.
Damn.
It's
They are.
expensive. Like cards are expensive. Like even back in the day, it's a little bit expensive. But like right now, because of the like Logan Paul, like whatever, like they buy a bunch of cards and shit, and then like they get the price all the way up, so it's just so inaccessible to most people to play. But like I've heard Pokemon has been like overprinting stuff, which is really good for like non-collectors because, bro.
I saw. Speaking of overprinting, I saw a post on Twitter that I thought was funny. I don't know if it's true or not, but it was just a post of someone with a screenshot of a bunch of like Gunpla stuff saying like they're printing way too much just to screw over scalpers, which what?
Good.
I think
scalpers,
that's
bro.
funny.
I don't know
I
what they
think
think they're
that's
going to
funny.
accomplish. Like, listen, if you like want something and you think it's going to, like accrue value over time, so be it. But if you're buying shit up in bulk just for the like possibility of that happening, like Gunpla is such a risky thing to do because they had that huge leak where they released their Gundam
yeah.
Metaverse garbage and that accidentally had a bunch of the schematics for their Gunpla.
Yeah, I saw that. That was
And
crazy.
so people could just 3D print Gunpla.
Has anyone here ever participated in trying to scalp something?
No.
I will admit when
On
I was
MMOs,
young-
I have.
I think
When
I
When I was
tried.
younger, I
I
did
think I
do
tried
this.
to in Roblox once, maybe with limiteds. I don't know. I don't think I was too
Oh.
poor for it though.
So I did try it once and it backfired horribly. When I was younger, I remember when the Wii came out and everything, and everyone was like all in the Wii, and people were scalping the Wii. What was the next system to come out after the
You
the
were
Wii?
a Wii U? Scalper?
No, not the Wii U, the 3DS. And
Oh,
so,
I was gonna say,
Scalper.
dude, if you try to scalp the Wii U, you'd be in the poorhouse. Holy shit!
I did buy 10 3DS when they came out, and I'm like, yeah, I'll just resell them. That seems like a great idea because it's 2011, and I'm like, how could this possibly backfire? Everyone loved the Wii, and they're gonna buy the 3DS, and I'm like, that way it'll pay for my own 3DS. Suffice to say, like 3 weeks later, I returned them all to GameStop.
My God.
Damn.
And got my money back.
Trying to scalp a Nintendo handheld, that's bold.
That was. I'm like, and that's when I learned that scalping's bad and doesn't pay.
Yeah,
See,
you vibes.
But you should have scalped the Switch when it
Should
came out.
have scalped
You would've
hand
made some bank.
sanitizer or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
no, I'd already learned my lesson by then.
Are you gonna scalp the new Switch coming out?
No, that's. I'm too lazy to do that now. I'm too lazy to scalp now. One, that involved going outside, and I'm not doing that. I'm not going to the store to pick up a Switch at midnight.
Okay, I got a hot take.
Yeah.
For my purposes, a 2DS was as good as a 3DS.
Yeah, I agree.
That's fine.
I
Yeah,
agree.
yeah. I mean, one.
Unless
I
you
like the
carry it
2DS.
around. Because the problem with the 2DS, right, was that it didn't fold so your screen would get scratched up and shit. Like, that sucked. But, like, if you actually just have it in your house and you play it every once in a while, it is just a cheaper 3DS. Without
Yeah,
the 3D
I
shit that you're probably not going to use
Yeah.
anyway.
Also,
Yeah.
also the kind like the 3DS I had couldn't play Game Boy Advance games, so like, yeah, it was a downgrade. It just hurt my eyes instead. It's probably why I have glasses now.
My sister had a 3DS and I could not like play with the 3D on. That's fucking horrible. Like
I only did it like 2 or 3 times because the way you have to hold it, like, I don't know about you, but like when I'm playing like on a handheld or something like that, I'm usually actually lying down in bed. I'm not sitting at a desk holding it up in front of me like some psychopath. My arms would get tired, so I'm usually like lying in bed. That's why I bought like for a Steam Deck and like whatnot. And I'm like reading visual novels. I'm just in bed reading visual novels and stuff because I'm like I don't have to hold it up. It's like,
Dude,
it's like that's
it's
what
one
it's
of the
on handhelds.
perks of being a kid in the 20th century, right? Is that you kind of get the novelty of 3D out of your system because they were trying really hard to sell the anaglyphic 3D stuff like with the glasses and whatnot. They did it in theme parks. They did it for like movies and stuff, and it always
you realize it's just you just realize it's such a weird gimmick that's not worth it in the end. And yeah, like the only game that made sense were like not really gameplay intensive games like fucking Nintendogs or something like, oh, the little puppy pops his head out, right? Like I tried to play Mario in 3D mode and I'm like, bro,
you're gonna throw up.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw up. It's like one of those like scroller sky platform levels as well, I think, and it was like, bruh, that was horrible. Yeah,
It never made me sick. I just didn't like the inconvenience of like having to look at it head on because
it made me a
sometimes
little bit sick.
you're like looking off to the side. I think the only time I ever used it was like, actually I don't think there was ever a game I ever played fully in 3D. I remember like, am I remembering like a Fire Emblem game? Have it on the 3DS, try it on there for like a minute and then like turning it off or something like that. Maybe it wasn't Fire Emblem, but then again, I never finished those Fire Emblem games anyway because I'm like, these are terrible. I don't. It was the one that had 3 versions on the 3DS, and I bought the pack that had all 3, and I never finished it. It was like $100. I spent $100 on Fire Emblem Fates, and I never played it because I started reading it because there was like, I'm like, I like this one character, and there was like the like dragon girl character or something like that, probably a loli, I don't know, but
Can't stop himself.
That sounds like Melusine, bro.
yeah,
Dragon
well,
Girl Loli.
but it was terrible to read, and that's also when I started gaining a hatred for Nintendo localization, and now I just hate Nintendo localizers. I think they've ruined my life.
Damn.
It's true. Oh, listen, I kind of wish that localizers wouldn't just put in their fucking stand-up comedy routine in place of what characters are actually saying.
So how?
Because if I buy a game, I'd love to actually read what it says.
So
Poggers.
speaking of that, how do you how do you feel about Osakabe Hime saying Pog Champ?
I think it's annoying in the sense that it's the localization is extreme. Like I don't, the cringe element doesn't really bother me. Like that part alone, I'm like, whatever. I've seen worse. I've seen cringier. But like I dislike it when you like people take liberties to that extent.
That makes sense. So are you afraid of the possibility that she would start saying "skibbity toilet" in the next chapter?
Oh, I expect it. I'm braced for it already. Like I'm resigned to it.
No. Why'd you put that thought in my head?
No, you see, next summer event, there's gonna be a new enemy type. You know those hands that have like the embers? It's gonna be that just
No.
reaching through the base of a toilet instead.
No.
Sakibity Hime?
Oh my
Oh
God.
no. Salt's gonna do it. Salt's gonna do something with that.
Uh,
Oh no.
is this?
He's giving ideas.
Why was this the way that we had to get back on topic?
Look, the topic is fine. I don't understand the youths of today.
Okay, do you have a favorite story chapter in FGO?
Oh,
Ooh, that's an interesting question. So, if I had to pick one off the top of my head, I would probably go Avalon LaFay, but like that's the obvious one, right? I think we can talk the ups and downs of Avalon LaFay.
Oh wow,
till
you
cows come
like
home, and
Lost
it'd
Belt
be obvious.
6? Wow.
Yeah, it's it's not an original discussion, so I'm gonna give you probably what is my second favorite story chapter, and I'd say it's Shinjuku.
That's a good one.
I really like
think
Shinjuku. I think it is the
that's
best
when the
epic remnant.
twist kind of works out with the Moriarty there.
Yeah, before they run into the ground again in Agartha and again.
Yeah.
Like they kind of do in Ishimosa. It's like to a light degree, but like they essentially do it.
Yeah, the first time they did, I think that was really cool. I like the twist a lot. Yeah, I agree. Shinjuku's pretty good.
Yeah, Shinjuku has like a good cast. It's lean, like it doesn't waste your time. It gets to the point, and Moriarty, I think, to the extent that he is just there to twirl his mustache, is an effective villain.
I do think Shinjuku is the best. Well, I like if I was gonna pick a favorite like of Epic of Remnant, I'd say Salem. I like
CCC?
Salem.
Oh,
No, see, does
Salem's
CCC
alright.
count? I'm like, if you count CCC, yes, but
I think
Otherwise,
I
like,
would
it's-
count it. It is in effect an Epic of Remnant chapter because it involves the Demon God Pillars. It involves it is a lengthy story chapter. I think it was meant to be an Epic of Remnant, but they just released it in event form because it was supposed to be the crossover.
yeah. I think it was also like really cool in Shinjuku where they revealed they are surviving pillars. I think that was kind of a big revelation for me. I was like, oh,
That was neat.
I was like, ooh, they're like surviving pillars that weren't like 100% on board with what Gaetio's doing or whatever. But yeah. only
And I
bad
would say
part-
outside of id, which I have not read yet, I think it's like the chapter where you get like if you're a big Jalter enthusiast, I think that is probably the most flattering like sort of take on Jalter that we've had so far.
Without spoiling anything, I will say id probably tried to recapture some of that. Because I didn't read it in detail. I watched the translation, but I didn't even finish watching the translation yet. But I think it definitely tried to recapture because like it reminded me a lot of Shinjuku because like it's the setting and
they're
then
in Shinjuku at some points.
yeah like the
I see.
without spoiling too much the outfits and whatnot, like they definitely tried to recapture that magic. So it was reminiscent of
Epic
The-
of Reminiscent.
The protagonist, like the MC, is like house. That's Shinjuku, isn't it? Isn't that the Shinjuku node
Wait, what?
for like farming?
I don't know, it's a good
I think
question.
so, yeah. I think so, yeah. No, I'm pretty sure because like Mist went to, I forgot if it was Shinjuku, but like he went to some place in Japan for vacations, and then like one of the maps literally had the place he took like a picture of.
Oh,
Like what? Yeah, like it was like a real place. It was
it
like a
is
circular
pretty cool.
bridge.
It is like
Yeah.
fully just real places. It is not a made up place. It is
I mean-
just using actual that area of Japan for
Yeah,
the setting.
it is pretty cool.
That's plagiarism.
But no, like
Plagiarizing country. Lol.
I am trying
Plagiarizing reality.
because like, what's the worst story chapter?
Tunga.
Oh
Oh.
God!
Oh.
Relative to when it came out, that would
You
be a
can't say
hard one.
Tunguska
Like, I
because
think,
I know you haven't read it.
hey, I'm not gonna say Tunguska because I can't be asked to read it.
Oh, you haven't read it. Oh,
I haven't. I really need
because
to. I
people
plan
warned
to.
you it was bad. I mean, look, you didn't.
It's also
like...
by the author that I already dislike.
Yeah, you didn't like what is it called? The Ibuki chapter.
Oh, Hand.
Heian-kyo.
With
Heian-kyo.
a
Yeah,
passion.
it was the same author of Heian-kyo, and I would say, I mean, I'm biased because I really like Koyanskaya. I would say it is worse than Heian-kyo
I mean,
by quite.
I'm obligated to really read it to understand the plot, but like, it's not something I'm like excited to read.
Yeah, it's just a lot of filler and like people say like people don't disagree with me because people don't like Tunguska, but like I feel like I don't know if I'm biased because I really want to see a lot of Koyanskaya because obviously it's the Koyanskaya chapter. It's supposed to be all about her. It was like not all about her, and that was kind of a killjoy for me. But anyways, yeah. Sorry to interrupt your answer here.
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah, your
Hand-kyo.
answer.
Yeah, I'm doubling down Hand-kyo. Because here's the thing, right? Even though I love a lot of the characters in Hand-kyo, like, Murasaki, Kintoki, Raiko's in it. Like, they managed to squeeze in some Tamamu as well. Like, I thought that was neat. And Doman, I think, as like a villain, he is a mustache twirler. Like a consummate mustache twirler. But like, he's a fun villain. My issue is that so much of the chapter is dedicated to this like wannabe slice of life shit. And I understand the appeal of having like a slice of life in the imperial capital, like a period piece. Like that's not why you're in Hand-kyo. You're here to like fight Doman. And it's like a pressing matter as well. But like, you just kind of like play grab ass for like what, 10, 15 chapters. And then I like the first thing that really drove me nuts was when Babbage shows up and you're like, oh, it's Murasaki. Oh, we can work together. We're friends, right? And then Babbage is like, no, none of us are leaving until I die. And then you kill him.
Nice.
And then I'm like, why though?
I think
it's so stupid.
I think Hand-kyo is bad because it did not have the same amount of like proofreading and attention driven to it because it came out December 2020. Doman didn't even have voice lines for his boss fight. I think I think it's a victim of COVID and that it did not have the rewriting and like proofing that other story chapters have gotten.
Here's the thing, right? For as like let me play like devil's advocate. I think Sakurai is very often pushed to do stuff like when there's a time crunch.
They're like the writer of Last Resort.
Yeah, Tunguska definitely felt like when did it come out? Like it came out like during like after Lost World 6 where like there was like nothing going on and I don't know. I don't know.
Hand-kyo came out if that was COVID wasn't that the year that Lost
That was the year of
6?
COVID. COVID was 2020. And like
I'm
in
losing
March.
track of time,
And
bro.
if you think about the content pipeline, if something's coming out in December, when did it start? Like they say it takes like 6 months to make a servant, which means Hand-kyo was
That's
built
bullshit, by the way. I don't.
Hand-kyo
They
was
probably
built
mean like
during the start of COVID and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I just feel like maybe the other writers weren't available and they didn't have as much like rewriting and stuff like that because of delays and stuff.
I definitely think,
they could.
Yeah, Sakurai is pushed to do this. Sorry.
Because like
I think my
Sakurai
counterpoint to that. Oh, go ahead.
Because Sakurai did also work on Samurai Remnant, which I thought was fine. Like Sakurai wasn't the only writer for Samurai Remnant, but Sakurai was on that writing team, which is why Ibuki shows up.
Hey.
Look, if Ibuki shows up, Sakurai's been there.
They worked on I think the worst thing Sakurai ever written, and I don't think a lot of people actually read it, was the end of FGO Arcade. Not the collab, the actual arcade.
The actual game?
The actual
what
game.
Happens?
Nothing.
What?
They killed.
Okay.
They killed Draco, and then like.
Whoa,
And then they said some-
spoilers! What about the people
Well,
that wanted to play FGO Arcade?
Well, okay. Spoiler alert: they didn't actually kill Draco. That's how we get our Draco. But anyways, so like, it was very rushed. It was like very incoherent. It was like the dialogue was just like people talking about how like Draco was so scary, and then Nemo revealed to be Noah, and then he got spawn camped or something. He got immediately killed. He didn't do anything, I think. And then like they teased how Proto Merlin is a beast, and then like nothing actually got explained. And then they showed they showed the same final shot of like part 1 FGO where Mash and Fujimaru is standing like staring into the distance, and it's just like so out of place because like it was just like out of nowhere, and the whole story was fucking horrible. There's actually a like a simulator. I don't know if it's still available. There's basically like a simulator that only
Ray
played.
Shift?
I think
It's on Ray Shift.
Yeah, Ray Shift
It's on Ray
has
Shift.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, it only plays the cutscene, and it was just like it was very incoherent. At least from memory, where from when I read it, it was just like a bunch of jumbled like foreshadowing to nothing, because like they didn't continue with the arcade story, like foreshadowing that went nowhere, and also like a bunch of just oh my god, Draco is like the most powerful beast ever. Oh boy, and then like yeah.
So if on the topic of Sakurai, right, like as just sort of as like a counterpoint to the idea, like if you're consistently given the shit job of having to like pump out like cobble together a half complete chapter to meet a deadline, and you keep accepting these assignments, at some point you got to own it. Like it becomes indicative of your quality of work. And I think there are elements of Hankyo especially that you can't explain like as part of a crunch problem, because Hankyo spends an inordinate amount of time on fucking nothing, not progressing the plot, not like engaging with the actual like the dramatic narrative, and instead, because that's why Ibuki shows up like 4 chapters from the end, immediately gets bored, and then you fight Toman.
Oh, you don't have to worry. If you want to see more Ibuki action, wasting this time, they flipped the script. She is instead wasting the time of the actual character that's supposed to be the main character of the chapter. Please read Tunguska.
Oh,
she got her revenge there. She took all of Koyanskaya's script and then just fucking just flushed it down the toilet. So now she can waste other people's time. So yeah, that's the funny part, right? But
I'm gonna have to read this.
It is crazy how like when you look at like the like there's good story chapters in FGO, and then there's not good. Like I think that like when they really do like main chapters like id, Paper Moon, LB7, LB6, LB5, not LB4,
not LB4.
Look, it's just Sakurai again.
Wait, Sakurai was LB4?
Wait, no. He's they're LB5 part 2.
I don't think LB5 part 2 was
Part 2 was good.
bad.
I like
part 2.
So like it's like Sakurai
never mind. I apologize.
doesn't only make slop, but Sakurai does it inordinately a lot. But no, like the quality is good, but then you get these ones that are just not, and it's so you can tell the ones that Nasu is involved in. Like Nasu's involved in Lost Belt 6 and Lost Belt 7. I don't know if Nasu was involved in id very much. Or Paper Moon.
Id was Sakurai.
Id was Sakurai?
Id was Sakurai.
Which is weird because it is very well received.
Like an actual roller coaster.
Because like,
I mean, okay, it has the Sakurai element where it's like, let's defeat 7 different challenges before we reach the fight. It is Sakurai, all right. You can smell the Sakurai.
So it's not confirmed, but it
I'm pretty sure it was confirmed, right? Was it not confirmed?
Dante,
I don't know.
Dante's is written by Sakurai. Yeah, you're right.
I kind of wish they would just come out and say who wrote what, just for just for documentation's sake.
I think they say it when they think it's like it's something worth
like
it's something worth advertising.
This chapter, they're like,
I think
Nasu did this.
They specifically advertised the person who wrote the script for the arcade collab. I forgot what he did outside of that, but
the arcade collab was good though. Script wise,
they did a good job
for NA players when it comes out next year. You don't need to know anything, except you actually need to know about Fate Extra instead. You don't need to know anything about arcade.
Okay.
but it is basically fixing
Unironically,
Lost Encore.
okay. Yeah, unironically,
Oh,
watch
God.
last.
Watch
Encore.
Last Encore so you can know what it's trying to fix,
Ooh.
and it does. It pulls it off. It
Oh.
fixes the problem with Last Encore.
It's so funny.
I would say watch the cutscenes for Fate Extra. Like, don't play Fate Extra because as much as I like Fate Extra, that game is like, it is a worse Persona 3.
Damn.
I actually just recently finished CCC.
When's the remake coming out?
Who knows?
I want the remake to come out, bro.
Who knows? But no, I do think the story of Fate Extra and CCC are very good. And that's why
you hate Kiara.
I do hate Kiara. CCC made me.
Because he's
I
not
disliked Kiara before, but now I actually just hate her. Like,
But she's supposed to be like that.
but she's look, but it's like Aurora. I hate Aurora, but I like Lost Belt 6. That doesn't mean I have to like Aurora.
She's actually why I felt like all the beasts after her were in some ways like sympathetic, but she's just like irredeemable as a human being. But that's good.
I'm gonna
I like that.
counterpoint someone in the chat who said Ryou wouldn't hate her if she was a loli. Counterpoint, Summer 5, still hate her.
She was a lolly, dude.
She was a
But
loli.
that just means
Okay,
she's
that-
too low, okay?
That is okay. Summer Kiara, like the lowly form, kind of disturbs me because she like it looks like she's wearing like a diaper. She's like fucking 2 years old.
Looks
Bro.
too much like a child. Yeah,
She's
there's the problem.
like you got it. Like Kama is like just kind of a brat, like kind of little shit. You just kick her around, you know, like little shit. But like Kiara is like an actual infant. It doesn't really sound convincing coming from the guy who grilled like baby Liz, who's like where one of her lines is literally she can't pronounce a word because she's like 5. But like I don't know, yeah.
It's
Anyways.
always it was always really funny to me though, just like listening to Kiara's voice lines and like knowing, oh yeah, that's the same voice actress as adult Kiara too.
Oh
She's-
yeah.
She's going
She
baby
is
mode.
good. She is good. She has
On
really
the
good voice
subject
range.
of Kiara, I gotta say one of the coolest parts of Seraph was the reveal that like the the demon god pillar had been like that was the one writing the diary, like the call for help the entire
Oh
time.
yeah,
that was so cool. It's like
that was
I have
cool.
played with forces beyond my understanding.
Yeah, I think that was actually what like it made Kiara feels like such a threatening like beast character. Like we have fought beasts before. Like Tiamat is in particular makes you feel like it's like a world-ending threat. But like Kiara really is just such a menacing villain in Seraph, where like demon pillars are like,
That's why you don't stick your
Like, oh my
pillar in
God.
crazy.
please help me. That's crazy. Yeah, and like the
Seraph
pillar
was
you
really
fight.
good. Damn.
Yeah, and the pillar you fight doesn't have any like, it's just like a shell. It's like fucking dead inside. It's cool. Anyways,
But
Yeah,
I
I
like her
love
as a
her.
villain. I just have no desire to use her as a gameplay thing because I'm like, ew.
It's like hard. She has like a lot of cool tools, like Alter Ego Kiara, but like
yeah.
her just damn, it's just so bad.
The worst part about that is she got an MP upgrade already.
the good alter egos are the overtuned ones. Like, what is it? So you got Melt,
What's
you
that?
got Bazette.
You have to
got-
be. The stat line for like just the numbers, the way they work for alter egos is so unfavorable to them. They have to have overpowered like effects.
Let's
to get
go!
upgrades.
Another guy who agrees 1.5 to half the classes and 0.5 to the other half fucking sucks.
Yeah. Like the good alter egos are the ones that do crazy bullshit, like Bazette, because Bazette's hitting up like even though like she has the alter ego modifier, she's hitting enemies like what three times a turn.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then like you don't need to like basically you take a very powerful alter ego, you change them to another class to probably a better character. So it's like a good indicator of like, at least in my opinion, the class is not like amazing. I like
Like the good ones are Melt, Doman for death memes, Bazette, and I think Taisui is good because Taisui's gimmick kind of like works.
it's weird.
Agreed.
And then
yeah.
Jufu. And then Jufu.
Oh,
I think the
Jufu,
rest
yeah.
of them
like
kind of
I don't think
Jufu is good for reasons that aren't even related to the class.
Yeah, it has
though.
nothing to do with
She'd
the
be
class.
fine.
Yeah.
You could have her as a
That kid would be
berserker.
good in
She'd
any
still be
class,
good.
yeah. Assuming they don't have like a crazy high star weight.
Yeah, I don't think they need to be an alter ego at all. Like, obviously, if you made them, like, if you made Buzzette like a caster, she'd probably be worse. But like, if you made her like a saber or a lancer, she'd probably be a better servant, straight up.
Yeah.
So like, it really is just how it is.
I agree. With a lot of the alter egos, the fact that they are an alter ego is the tax they play for their skill set. Like, you look at like King Protea, right?
Yeah.
If King Protea were like an actual class, she'd be insane.
If King Protea was
They
a
would never
ruler-
do that because she's by definition alter ego. But like, imagine if there was like a ruler King Protea.
Yeah,
Oh.
I guess alter ego is like,
And then
'cause,
we,
like she mostly takes neutral, but
Well,
yeah,
like,
it-
I
and
mean,
then we
it-
got Moon
e-
Cancer,
even
which
then, like King
has
Protea,
attacks for no reason.
yeah,
King Protea
Mooncaster's
now
even
has
worse, I would say,
100% NP damage up when her skill is fully active. It's like that's what they have to do to make her like put out damage is do that. But now someone said Tiamat. I think Tiamat is kind of mid. Like
Damn.
Okay, so
Damn.
I'm very torn on Tiamat because people always talk about her single core looping damage, and I do think that is very boring to just talk about their single core looping damage. But I think Tiamat's kit, like in a challenge quest, is actually really decent. I like the full cleanse before MP. You can't really lower her damage. And she has like the skill 3 being really short cooldown has a lot of utility. It helps boost her damage very often, obviously, but it also like it's a good source of HP. It can charge supports MPs by like on average 5 per turn, which is really nice. And I don't know. I think she is pretty underexplored in challenge quests. Like people really don't use her.
I'll say this. I think a part of what gets her down is just FGO's fundamental game mechanics. Because, even though cleanse on NP is really good, like preemptive cleanse on NP, there are a lot of things that can stop you from NPing. Like,
yeah, that's
I think
true.
that's an issue with FGO where it needs stun breaks. Like, in League and stuff. I used to play that game a lot. There's like the Quicksilver Sash or whatever. Like, you can activate it even while you're stunned to break out of whatever crowd control you're under. And FGO, I think, could use something like that for servants that have these sort of self-cleanse effects. Because, like, you can't, even if you're NP, like, let's say, even if it's not your servant, just the fact that you cannot queue an unselectable Noble Phantasm after an NP that would cleanse it. Like, say you queue Castoria into someone that would
exactly.
be,
that is
would be
annoying.
cleansed. You can't do that. That's an oversight.
Yeah,
I think it would make sense to have it be really nice.
That is maddening because if they're like there's one where you can do it. What is it? Like if they're asleep or something like that? I think you can do it. Or like what is it that you can do? You can
I know what you're talking about, but I
remember
don't think it's an MP. I think it's like if you cleanse it with like a code. I've had
Oh, that's
what are you
right.
trying
Like,
to-
if you do like if they're like stunned, you can select their cards and it goes through. And if they get cleansed, their cards go out. But not
I
their
think-
NP.
I,
But like
Yeah.
the situation I ran into was like my arts cards were locked, but if I do a code cleanse with like a buster card in front of it, I think I can use my arts card, but I kind of forgot.
Yeah. But like
you can still select locked cards. You just can't select locked NPs. It's dumb.
Yeah.
Not being able to pick locked NPs sucks a lot.
that does give
Yeah.
the idea of what if there was a servant that like one of their skills, even if they got like skill sealed or like NP or like and everything, still
I
could
think they
click
should.
it.
How
I
about
think they
how
should
about
just
how
update
about
it
instead of
as
making a new servant for it, they just
I think
change the
they
way the
should
game
just-
works?
I do
Oh
think
no,
they
but
should
like
just
he
change
mentioned
how
like
the game
like
works.
the stun break skill, like something that lets you get out of a stun. Like why isn't there a servant
That's
that
a-
has that? Like
It's called
you
a
know, where
debuff
if they
cleanse.
right,
But
like,
at
No,
the-
but like you
at the
can't.
same
If you're
time-
stunned, you can't activate your skills or your skill seal.
yeah, so like have a servant where
Yeah.
one of their buffs, also if they are stunned or skill sealed, breaks out, removes it.
Yeah,
And they
it's
can
like
use
so
it
many.
even when stunners and whatnot.
Yeah, it's like so often
It.
I have to put like debuff immunities on my cleanser, like Asclepius. I have to put like the
Yeah.
Jean C on Asclepius, so he doesn't get cleansed, so he can cleanse. He doesn't get stunned, so he can cleanse other people. So yeah, it is kind of annoying.
I like
At
what
the very
they
least, I
did
think
with.
servants with personal cleanses should be able to stun break, like anyone with disengage, for instance.
Yeah, I get that.
Disengage
they
as
did-
a buff.
I kind of like how Tamatomo's works because like it isn't like immediately activated, but like if he takes enough hits, then his guts procs and then he loses all his debuffs. I think that's a convenient way of doing it,
Yeah.
more or less.
Maybe they
although-
can do a better version of that where like if you take a hit, then
Oh
you-
yeah, Tamatomo does when his guts activates. He
Yeah,
removes
yeah,
his
yeah.
debuffs. But like, I don't think
Yeah.
people use Tamatomo. Tamatomo unfortunately has the disadvantage of being an AOE buster archer, which unfortunately is
Yeah, in a crowded class.
Yeah.
all of
What
them
if-
have MP upgrades. He is the
And
only
most of them
AOE
have Pierce
SSR
Emblem.
buster that doesn't have upgrade MP. So his
The-
damage is
the archer class is generally good. There are very few like bad archers. Like you can point to some classes and there's bad characters in it. Like, but like you look at archers and there's very few that are like actively bad, except Helena Archer.
The archer class
Rip.
really is filled with power creep.
and then we make Summer Musashi
Oh,
power
boy.
creep
No,
the
we're
archer
really-
class.
We're really gonna go over this again.
No, I'm not gonna. We're not gonna go over this. Okay.
No, no.
So next question, Fino, what's your avatar?
Oh, my avatar! It's one I've had for a very, very long time. I stuck with this for inertia. This is the character in my avatar is Shikieki Yamazanadu from Toho Project.
Excuse you.
Oh.
You're,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
bless you,
Yes,
excuse
yes,
me.
thank you.
Look, I don't know Toho characters.
Oh, my
so I
shaky
apologize.
Wait, what was that name again? I missed that entirely.
Shikieki Yamazanadu.
Yeah, but
Yamazanadu?
That is such a name.
Achy
Well, yeah.
shaky,
I mean,
the
just-
last
yeah,
part's
but
the
that's
title.
big.
Like the actual character's name, like strictly speaking, is Shikieki. But like
Okay.
you see the character's name
Ah.
written out in like actual like official stuff. They're gonna give the full name.
Oh, I see it. I see it.
That's a
Yeah,
crazy
no,
name.
Truth be told, I'm supposed to have something original a while back, but I've been slacking on that.
I
But
mean,
no, this avatar and like variants of it, I've just been riding with this for like we're on a decade now. I want to say.
I see.
Nice.
I mean, like none of our avatars are original, right? I'm Carmilla. He's a Buzzy Beetle. He's Melusine.
I didn't
Yeah,
pick
I
this.
surround
I just,
myself
Otto
with
was like,
anime girls.
Otto's like, hey, you want to come in one day? And I'm like, sure. And he's like, I'm gonna stick you as this. And
I
I'm like,
mean, you're
"That's
still
fine."
Melusine on YouTube.
No, I'm not. My YouTube icon
Oh, it's
right now
Tonalico.
is Tonalico. Because my
yeah.
content has shifted to me spamming Tonalico all the time instead. Because
Rainrod is
even-
real, man.
Yeah, she's in the middle of your banner too.
yeah,
not Melusine
Tonalico's just
anymore.
too good. I can't help it. Look, if they introduce 150, I'm doing it to Tonalico. It'll be so much fun.
Shout out to Quidge for
Damn.
being the only anime girl or non-anime girl on this podcast other than me.
Yeah.
Because even Mist was an anime girl.
Wait, what did?
Oh,
so-
Mist was
oh,
Okita Alter.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, Mist was Okita
Yeah.
Alter. Melt guy no more. See, at least I kept Carmilla as my
Look,
profile pic.
my preferred servants to use doesn't mean I dislike the other servants anymore. I don't dislike Melt or Melusine now just because I use one more than the other.
Yeah, unlike Plushie, who
No, you're a
dislikes
fair weather
Carmilla
husband.
'cause he
You're a
likes
fair
other
weather
things.
simp, Rio. You have to use if you like a character, you have to use them for fucking everything until you get sick of it and your fingers are bleeding, like I do with Arquade.
Like you
It
just
is-
can't.
I'm sorry.
You just can't do that much. I'm sorry. I have 120 Lancer Mount. You just can't do that much with her. She's very good for farming, but she just does not have the kit for like challenge quest
Oh, sure.
nonsense.
But like, here's my thing,
Wait,
right? When I have Arquade, I got an Arquade at 120. I'm gonna use her, and so what I do is for anything that isn't a challenge quest, like a boss fight, I will throw Arquade at it to see if I can just clear it with Arquade, because that's part of the downside of running 3 FGO accounts is that you kind of just gravitate towards the path of least resistance, and often
Yeah.
for just regular just jobber content, Arquade will blow it away.
But I did that. That's why my Summer Melt is Bond 15. She was
Oh.
Bond
Good
15
man.
in 2021.
Oh, I thought you said Summer
Like,
Mel. You
my
said your
Summer Mel
Lancer Melu.
was- No,
it's like-
my Summer Mel was Bond 15 a year after Bond 15 came out. I
My-
used Melt so much that she hit Bond 15.
My first Bond 15 was also Carmilla. It's like people don't believe me,
she
but my
hit
first
Bond
Bond
15
is Carmilla.
before Castoria came out.
Yeah.
I didn't get to experience farming with Summer Melt with Castoria because she was already Bond 15.
That's horrifying.
I used her for everything. She was Bond 15 before 120 came out. And I still 120'd her because I'm like, I gotta. I'm like, Melt's my brand and nothing will ever replace Melt. And then Mel.
So you haven't run Summer Mellow into the ground yet?
No, because what I've been running into the ground is every single 90++, I have solved with Tonalico and Summer Castoria, which absolutely shatters. Like Summer Castoria is almost Bond 12, and Tonalico is halfway through Bond 12, which is frightening for me because once I run out of those two, what do I do? Like,
you be like me. Embrace the asymmetric ass cheek, man.
True.
I won't use a Buki.
You be in my situation. I'm in a pretty bad situation right now. Both my Koyans are Bond 15. Castoria is Bond 15. Oberon is Bond 15, and Draco is also Bond 15, and Summer Carmilla.
Man,
but like all of these I use very often in multi-core, and I just cannot use any.
Dude, you'll have to invent new worse multi-core teams just to bond.
Yeah, I mean, I am farming the chest right now, and I'm using like Kama.
Your arc isn't
arc.
Bond 15.
My arc is MP2 though, so.
I mean, NB2 is. Yeah. I mean, you're not gonna single core with her, but multi-core, she's still pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to run like quick stuff right now, before I run like Summer Scotty
into the ground
through the mud again.
Dude,
yeah,
I have a grand total of 1 Bond 15 servant because I do not spend money on repeating quests here. Okay, I am the odd one out here apparently.
But the chests are good. Have you seen the?
I haven't even gotten to the. I haven't even finished the event yet. I'm doing it on 2 accounts at the same time.
I have 6 Bond 15 servants. It's Fujino,
Even more than
Melusine,
that.
Summerfeld,
Also got a full-time
Castoria,
job I've been grappling with.
Charlotte Corday, and Mary Anning. Now, Charlotte Corday and
Mary Anning. Oh yeah, you backlined them.
Charlotte Corday and Mary Anning, I backlined for everything because they were low cost, and I needed event seats, and so they just sat in my backline for like a year.
That's actually crazy. 15 though? Like I usually switch to the other one.
I just decided to finish them.
That's crazy.
Then I
think I have Bond 10 every 1 star. I'm running out of 1 stars. Like fit in the bat.
My Summer Buki is like
quick.
a hair away from Bond 14. So I got like a whole Bond level.
Holy shit. Okay, I'm gonna take some screen caps. I'm gonna send you my NA bonds.
All right.
Your NA bonds are probably crazy because you when it comes to lottos, you overkill it, don't you? Don't you like?
Absolutely, because I'm trying to full append everything.
Which I think is an insane thing to do.
Oh,
like,
dude, full append? That's crazy. Full append is crazy. Full append skills are so fucking expensive.
Right, here, hold on. You have to give me a moment because I have a bunch of like garbage servants that I need to get rid of. Like, because I have spare copies of 1 stars clogging it up.
Someone mentioned these reruns that they're doing in JP right now give grails even if you did them before. So
that's
like
so good. I like
6
that.
gives 2 grails.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh,
please.
It's a good change.
Please. Yeah, because now with
finally, there's gonna be a good reason to play the arcade rerun.
True, you can play. You can play Willem Harlan.
The arcade rerun or the arcade event.
Wait, actually, I didn't want to do it to begin with.
Event because by playing the story, you finished the missions.
I'm glad they changed it. I fucking hated hard, like complex mission events. Like you remember Gouda 3? Gouda 3 I think was the worst one.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the one with Ryoma.
Imperial Capital, the first one.
The first one with Ryoma.
I forgot what it did. I remember farming a long time for just.
They had really high quotas and really low enemy occurrences.
Yeah, I remember.
And so once you get to part 2, you were farming forever.
That was fucking terrible, dude. It was
I'm actually
400 enemies. Or was it 200? Was it 200 or 400 for some?
It was an insane amount. I'd believe it either way.
The arcade collab, not arcade. The Samurai Remnant one didn't even have that much, and they had like 6 enemy nodes.
Yeah, Samurai Remnant was a fine.
Remnant.
I said Remnant. Don't.
Okay.
Let me look at
okay.
these missions from. It was back. That was back in 2018. That was 6 years ago. Feel old yet?
Mahoyo collab was fine too. I think Mahoyo collab is just do that node a couple times.
And get yelled at by the bird, which honestly, that was the
That's
peak
the
of
best part.
Yeah, the bird's funny.
I love the bird yelling information.
My favorite like Alice MP line is where she just stops talking and then the bird just keeps on fucking talking.
Oh, that's good. Yeah,
Oh, and then
All right.
Sojiro's like, "It's Mahoyo time," and the guitar plays.
so good, dude. Here, I got it. Let me send these over.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
jeez.
Okay, well
That's a lot of that's a lot of 14s. What do you mean? I have like no 14s. I have like one.
Oh, it's because
14.
I've been trying to max bond the Ryder welfares and also some of the Ryder servants.
That's
Your bond 10s though. Holy cow! Auto.
Okay, I got like a
I'm
partial
trying.
overload.
Hold on. I don't know why, but Photoshop just really fucking hates the copying images from Discord
MHX
because like it
MHX8.
just pasted the golden pog thing that Salt made like 5 times.
Sit and I.
I don't know
Bond 9
how I got some of these to Bond 15 or Bond 10 rather, but like a
That's
lot of them
funny.
were just from random lottos. I'm guessing a few
Okay,
were because
gotta
of
do it
raids.
the
That
old-fashioned
would explain
way.
some
I
of the
hate it
weirder
here.
high rarities.
Oh. That's
My
a
Bond
lot
thing
of
is
content.
filled up with duplicates because like it looks like I have a lot of Bond 14s until you realize that my
the same
bitch is listed
character.
3 times.
Oh, I don't even have a level 1 bitch.
I do. Level 1 bitch is surprisingly useful. But then I got 2 Scotties, 2 Creamhilds.
Yeah, but they call you out for cheating if you do that solo.
Yeah, so that's why it's not for a solo. It's for a taunt thing, which is why I was like,
Oh.
I'm like, ooh, because I soloed the Summer 6 challenge quest with Tonalico, but I'm like, do I put
I
solo?
saw that.
Because I
I
used
s-
the on death charge CEs.
That doesn't
And I'm like,
matter.
is that technically a solo still if you use that? And I'm like,
Look,
I'm gonna put it in there.
You didn't put that in Japanese, so nobody cares.
No, but I put in Japanese, I put frontline only. It is
Yeah.
true. If you post runs on Twitter for
I
FGO,
know.
you always make the post in If you want anyone to see it, you got to make the post in Japanese.
Look at that.
Damn, Bond
If you
15
make the
caster
post in
shooter.
Japanese, they will give you there are bots that will retweet your runs if you have the right
Look.
hashtag.
Upon my works, E mighty.
You have so many.
Yeah, it's too many.
That's a lot of like golds at Bond 10. I have a lot of bronzes at Bond 10, but golds are pretty rare.
I
Even
ran out of
silvers.
bronze. I ran out of bronzes a while back, so I had to actually swap to doing 3 stars with like mesh.
Yeah,
Damn.
I still have a lot of 2 stars I can work with, like Edward Teach.
How do you like? Wait, how many bond grails do you have? Are you like running out or something? Because like I see like your Vitch and stuff are at like 10.
Oh, yeah, I'm low. I'm pretty much always running low because I intentionally like divert all of my bond grails to Ryder servants instead of my meta supports.
I think being low on bond grills is kind of a crazy concept because like I farm
Yeah.
quite a bit and I don't feel really low on bond grills ever.
I could run out at any moment if I actually used them on like certain characters like DPS characters. I could, because I think how many do I have? I only have 9. Like I only have 9 spares, and like what if I that could go down at any moment. I just had to use one on Summer Melusine when she hit bond. I don't know if it was 11 or 12. But no, they're not nearly as common as you think they are. Most people are like, you never run out of them. Like, no, I'm running out of them.
Dude,
Yeah,
I
I
buy
am the
them
problem.
religiously from the rare prism shop. I'm always low on rare prisms, but I also really don't want to burn my 5-star, like my loose 5 stars. So I'm like, I gotta look for loose 4 stars under the couch.
The Da Vinci has been such a big help. Like this event, I think I got over 10 rare prisms.
Oh yeah, because you get rare prisms.
You get
Oh,
from
for the
Da Vinci
command
copies.
codes, yeah, for the Da Vinci copies, for the current
That's
JP
nice.
rerun, yeah.
I kind of wish they would just instead of doing the shit where like instead of giving you extra copies of the servant, they give you like the NP upgrades only. I wish they would just do it the old way and give you the full servant.
Yes, exactly. That's so stupid. I don't know why they changed it. Because like okay, sorry, I get a bit ranty here, but like for like a lot of Minturn stuff, you want multiple like increasing level copies. Like I have like
Oh, yeah.
like you want like multiple copies of like Santa Gale or like Santa Martha, and then they changed it out of nowhere. Nobody was complaining about this. I don't know why they changed
It's
it.
dumb. I think it's the Nightingale, not Nightingale. Sorry. I think it's the worst with Martha because if you brick that Martha, you're done.
Yeah, it's so dumb. I don't know. It is so dumb. It is so dumb. I just think like nobody was complaining about it. Like there are people that fuck it up, yes, but like I don't know. Just sell the Ascension items in like a different shop or something. Like
Yeah.
or like or right now
And then they
like,
made
warn
one,
you.
and it's called Evocation Shop.
Yeah, and like right now they warn you if you are feeding a character that is already leveled, or have their MP leveled up already.
Mhm.
If you're using them as material, they warn you, right? So you have to do like the whole. You have to scroll like it's like a scroll bar thing. You got like
Oh yeah, the
unlock, like,
Nobukatsu
unlocking your
bar.
phone.
I know the one.
Yeah. So like I don't know why they felt the need to add that and then still give like the MP level only copies. I think that was horrible.
I mean,
If I were
this
to
sounds
venture a
like a
guess, it's because I think they
content
wanted to
creator
dial back on the number of rare prisms we have access to. But honestly, I think it's a good thing for players to have like some stream of rare prisms that isn't like super rare anniversary stuff.
Oh no, they gave rare
Because-
prisms. If you got duplicates of those MP copy things, that you get rare prisms.
Oh, you still do?
Yeah. It's just
Oh.
that they also don't do reruns very
Yeah.
often, and so
yeah,
you might not.
yeah, it's mainly
not
no
have noticed it.
reruns.
Which,
Oh, it's just
yeah.
stupid then, because it only hurts esports.
yeah,
the fuck?
so
Yeah, it does only hurt esports.
and they
so
stopped
I'm a little bit
reruns because the
ranty.
player base in Japan complained about too many reruns, and now look where we've wound up.
I mean, hey, we
Yeah.
voted for 2.
We got
It's
tribes
back to
too.
back.
Don't listen to the players.
Yeah, actually, I am in the opinion that I think most FGO players, in terms of like how the game should go, I'm not saying like they don't know anything about FGO. I'm like, in terms of the direction that the game should go, I don't think they know shit, bro. Like, I'm not even gonna claim I know anything. I usually just say, you know what, I'll wait for what Lesengo decides to do. Usually, I'm only pissed when they change something that didn't need to be changed, right? So I don't know. I just think it's really dumb, and then like people jump on like bandwagons, and then it shows when votes or surveys pop up, and then it just ends up being bad, and it's just I don't know. And like they're never gonna fix the USO thing, right?
No. If I were to indulge my conspiratorial notions, I would wonder if they're deliberately making things a little worse to get us accustomed to the idea of playing FGO2.
I don't
No, I
don't
hope
see
not.
I
hope
don't
not.
see FGO2.
Also, who the
being a
fuck is
thing.
who the
Like-
fuck is gonna start making FGO2? They
like,
can't even
what?
like.
like do people really
I'd
think
be afraid if
Look,
there was
do-
FGO2, it would play like Genshin.
do
They'll
people
outsource it back
okay.
to Delightworks.
Do people really think that this studio that is putting out this level of updates is going to make a whole new game to do the same thing?
No, I think
I mean, the
FGO2
resources
would
have to be going
require.
somewhere, right?
Yeah, FGO2 will require them
I,
to.
have to, I don't know. We can't see their
completely fire this team.
pockets, so
Yeah, it will probably involve them firing the entire team and then just rebuild. I don't actually see like FGO2 spawning from this current Lesengo team. It's just there's no way they're able, like they would have to kill the game and then wait like fucking 8 years before they can actually shit out like a real game. Like what do you mean? And also
Alright.
it does suck because I don't get to keep my characters, of course. So
That's the
Yeah.
worst part. If there's a sequel to FGO, is
yeah.
what happens to all these characters I
and
have.
that's
They're
I
dead.
think that's also part of why it's not going to happen. Or if they do something like that, they'll actually have some sort of transferability to it, because you would lose all your players that are only playing because of sunk cost.
Mhm.
Because
yeah,
it's just gone.
there's a
now.
lot of sunk cost players in FGO. I would
I am
definitely.
I'm shocked though that they haven't that there isn't a concurrent running Fate mobile game in the likes of like Genshin or Star Rail, or it's like a 3D one or like something like that.
They probably need to collab with someone, because like
you know,
honestly,
look, if they're taking this on the Extra remake, I don't know.
like Arcade was a 3D game, but it was Sega who did it
All right.
essentially.
All right,
Yeah, fucking Hellsoul.
all right. Here's the bargain. So yes, you
I'm
will
gonna
get
pass
a
that one along.
you will get a cool MMO 3D Fate game. But the downside is it looks just like Genshin, just like all of the other ones that are trying to do the same
I
thing as
kill
Genshin.
myself. I mean, what?
Whoa.
Oh,
Sorry.
Yo, look what Salt sent me. Hold on.
No, the
90
skibbity
plus
toilet.
Yo!
Salt, you fucking genius.
No, the toilet.
Yo!
The second
it's
you
also
just-
got
it's so good.
Oh, pull that up. These are
She's hip
leaks.
with the times.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh no, the
Yes.
worst. There's the
No,
worst one.
it's-
After
Okay,
The
so
other
that
one
was
is so bad.
But
And then you got that.
I mean, like the Ohio singularity.
No.
Oh, it's so good.
Oh no.
that's the boss of the next Halloween event. Hey,
Let's get our eyes off of
Bruh.
this.
keep that on
Uh,
screen.
It's beautiful. I'm shedding a
Put
tear
that
right now.
over the Murasaki pillow.
You have El Riz Macho.
No.
Bro. I mean, she
Uh.
definitely would. Probably not Skibbity Toilet, but she definitely would say
She's gonna
shit like
say
El
Riz.
Riz.
I-
Yeah, she's gonna say Riz. She's gonna
Oh,
say
no.
like,
She's an id. She's gonna say Riz and id.
oh, yeah, she is an id.
Oh.
No spoilers. No.
What do you mean spoilers? It's in the
You're
trailer.
spoiling-
Jolter
No,
got
you're
that,
spoiling what she's gonna say.
that charred French woman Riz or
You got that ashy Riz?
something.
Oh, Ashen one.
Oh.
Stick out the gap for the.
No.
I hate where this is going. Actually, I kind of hate
No.
this now.
The-
Looks
Oh.
Yeah. Now, listen, I'd love it
Romulus.
if Lozango would put out a fucking game. That'd be nice.
Oh my god. Looks maxing Romulus, Rider of Resistance.
Resistance.
Bro.
So Fino, what's your favorite video that you've made? If you had to pick one.
My favorite video? Oh God.
That's a difficult one. For a lot of creators.
Okay, I have to think about this. I have to do a little searching, but I can think of one that I had a decent amount of fun making, which was the Jeanne d'Arc one, the Ruler Jeanne one. Because I was like, okay, well, how do I show what Jeanne does? Okay, I'll take footage of that really annoying King Protea fight in second ballet where you do like or second ballad or whatever, where you fight her for like 5,000 turns until she deactivates her defenses. And I was like, this is really boring. And I was like, while I was inserting command like or craft essences and stuff, I was like, I mean, King Protea is like grabbing rocks and throwing them. What if I like made it so that it looked like she was just throwing the CEs around? That was funny. I got a kick out of that. But like my favorite video, if I had to pick like a masterpiece, what is my masterpiece? Oh shit.
According to YouTube, it's 10 tips for new Fate Grand Order players, revised edition.
Oh. You know.
And then the second one would be 10 tips for 10 tips for new Fate Grand Order players. Old version, check pinned.
How do you
Don't
see
worry.
that? That's unlisted. Wait, it's public. Never mind. Shit.
But it's better than Plushie's peak one, which is just a video called
No.
Gay Noises.
No.
And it's just a Stolfo making sounds.
Yeah, that was
Oh
horrible.
my god.
Followed up by
The weirdest things get popular.
Yeah.
It's never the video that you put the most amount of effort into. It's just some random
Definitely
bullshit.
not. I mean, that's just how YouTube is, right?
Yeah. Oh jeez. I don't know.
My
I have a
most
hard time picking just one.
my most
Although
popular
scrolling
video
back, I am-
is me stunning the absolute shit out of Gilgamesh with Murasaki and stuff. It's a lot of fun. It's a YouTube short.
my most
it
popular
counts.
video is
Ooh.
one I kind of dislike now. It's it was from like
Was it
6 years ago now.
Bedivere?
Yeah, it's the one where I did like 1 million Buster Crit on Bedivere, which at the time was a lot.
Yeah.
But like nowadays, you're like, you crit 1 million damage. Congrats, child. Come back later. It's still.
And
gets
then your
comments.
second most popular one is
Oh.
still a Buster Crit.
Yeah, it's just Orion
It's
Buster
super
Crit.
right. And then your
actually-
third one is reposted.
Yeah, Ryou the Buster Crit Emerald here.
Dell
Real
makes
Buster
a
Crit
great
Emerald.
point. The Kichi Hoken guide is great, not because the video is particularly good, it's whatever,
Oh,
but because we got a fucking lunatic that was arguing for like hours and hours with someone else about how a system of like 2 Ushiwakamaros with a summer Ushi can loop. And by looping, they mean very slowly gaining charge with
face
crits.
cards.
Plushie, have you ever heard the Ushi Schizo rant?
Yes,
Dude.
I have.
It is, I think that is the best piece of audio Fino has ever created.
I was there for the first time that it was played as a sound redeem.
I think it is
Or
by far
redeem,
the best thing Fino has ever created.
It's the longest
reading the
redeem on
Ushi
that channel
Schizo.
by a
It's like
mile.
6 or 7 minutes long, isn't it?
It's really long. It's like 8 minutes, yeah.
Jeez.
The mental gymnastics that person is doing to like try and justify their point of view is
I think if I had to take a video and say like, okay, this is like I came in like planning to do something for this video and it came out how I wanted it to, I think I'm probably the happiest with the Jekyll video.
Oh, yeah, that was that a recent one? I think I
Jekyll
remember
and Hyde is relatively recent. I believe it's from this year.
Yeah, I think I got recommended.
Dr.
Because it's got like everything. It's got like the serving guide. It's got like the story segments.
My apologies. I don't watch every video you make, but I do get recommended them occasionally. I don't know. That's kind of. I just don't watch that much FGO content these days.
I understand. I'm in the same boat.
Yeah, I don't watch that much either. It's like
Not for lack of interest necessarily. It's just that I don't have the time.
What else am I gonna do at work? I'm sitting there.
I instead watch Clash Royale videos. I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
I play Pokemon Showdown.
I'm
like lab my teams.
I do watch an odd amount of FGO stuff because like I don't know because like I'll just browse like on Twitter for like runs and stuff like that as well. I don't know. I
cannot browse Twitter. There's a lot of porn.
Well, that's because you've liked so much porn. It shows up my Twitter.
Oh, and is that why there's so many? There's so much art of children that shows up with yours?
Children. Look, it's
little girls. Sorry, little girls. Okay, gotta specify.
I follow a bunch of people who also retweet Blue Archive art, so it shows up. And look, it's just there. That there's nothing to do with this. Nikkei art as well, but that doesn't stick out as much as 5 millionth picture of the monkey looking at the rabbit girl's swimsuit stomach and going neuron activated, which is literally the first thing I saw when I opened Twitter just now. Like, look, it's not my fault it shows up. It's Twitter's fault.
Damn.
But it's not
Someone
porn.
says, if you could pick a stream for that question, I'd still say the hard time stream. That might be the greatest stream I've ever done. I fucking love that stream. There's this really shitty game by like,
Hard Times,
terrible wrestling games.
M. Dickey, oh my god.
Yeah, M. Dickey made a prison simulator, right, called Hard Time, and on top of this, Soma and Salt got together and they modded the shit out of it and they inserted graphics. They fucked up the skybox. It was the funniest fucking thing, and it was me just going around prison, just getting hit with the most unexpected things possible. And on top of that, on top of all the the stuff they put in the game, which is a riot, I get assigned a cellmate, and the game automatically generates his name, and the name it generates is Cum Bucket. And this guy's a bro. Cum Bucket is ride or die, dude.
This is not a phrase I've ever heard in my life before.
It's always the guy named Cum Bucket,
Yeah.
So did you play any of his other games?
I have not.
Okay, because I think one came out like a year or so ago. It's Wrestling Empire, I believe that's what it's called. It's a lot of the same jank. I can't describe it a lot. It's just so worth it.
Oh, the U Testament? Is that the one where you're Jesus? Yo.
What is the U Testament?
It's the guy that made Hard Time, but he made a Jesus simulator.
Oh.
Yeah,
I have not heard of this.
I'm down.
The U Testament.
This 2D remake of biblical epic puts you on the scene of each story where you can either repeat history or rewind it. Follow footsteps of prophet as he seeks to enlighten the masses. Oh my god.
That's great.
Sounds like a work of art. It's a Morrowind.
How is there co-op?
Yeah, it's you and your disciples.
Yeah. Didn't you know about Jesus's younger brother? I can't think of a good name for it. Okay, so question.
Yes, sir.
What is your hottest FCO take?
Oh, hottest FCO take, like most controversial?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I got one. Easy.
Okay.
If you set it up correctly, story banner is not that bad, especially when you're starting the game.
It's not a hot take. I agree.
Okay.
Dude, people hate it. People hate it when when people talk shit about me. They're like, "Oh, he's the story banner guy." And here's my thinking, right? Even at the time I made that, because it's in the 10 tips video, right? At the time, there was a couple of considerations. One, pure prisms aren't a thing. So if you roll for like an Epic of Remnant Servant, good luck getting those materials. Like, second of all, like a lot of the early arcs, like the 5 stars and 4 stars and stuff, they're really good at the time. Like this is like what, 2019? Yeah. Like, you know, back then Cool Altars still had like pretty good stock, but even that aside, you have like, you know, you have your Salters, you have servants like that. There's a lot of really good shit in the story banner. But nowadays, I think it's even better than it used to be in 2019 because you have the option, right? CE? Like, you don't stay in story banner forever. What you do is you finish Fuyuki, you gather up as much Saint Quartz as you can from like interludes and shit, because you're going to spend a lot of time just doing Ember farming and shit like that anyway, just to get your account up to par.
Saber Altar?
Yeah, you take all that, you dump your quartz into the post Fuyuki story banner. You you just see if you get high roll copies of Saber Altar and Casco, because both of those are servants that get really fucking good.
Oh, you're that's kind of Omega Brain.
Yeah, the problem.
Well, you need Koyans though, but
yeah, but also
like, it's a great investment because both those servants scale extremely well into late game.
Yeah, but
Saber Altar, especially like after the buff she gets later this year in NA. Is it this year in NA?
It's next. I think it's next year.
This year in NA.
No, it was
kind of one of the
Okay.
problems with like trying to go high investment on Caster Coup though is you can't get any use out of his buff until like your past
Lost Belt 6.
Yeah, past Lost Belt 6.
But
and
it's
then
also
there's
a buff that you're guaranteed to get eventually.
Yeah, and
well,
you
yeah,
might
I
as
mean,
well
you can say
have
that
them.
about every
You might as
buff,
well get
though.
the MP copies when you can because it's harder to afterwards.
Yeah, but like it's also
3 stars is a huge pain. Serving coins for them, it's bad.
It's also completely possible that later on you like before you even get there, you might find yourself fancying some sort of AoE caster that might be a better investment because
There's not a lot of AoE casters that you can get outside of limiteds. Like, let's not kid ourselves. I mean, non-limited AoE casters that can spook you.
I mean, I think this depends on...
Who's to say that it's just going to be non-limited? Like, I mean, the alternative is you go for limited banners, like banners that have stuff.
I think this is like a... It depends on what pace you're playing the game at. Because if you're like, oh, I start a new account and then like I kind of know stuff about FGO and then I'm like trying to rush the story, I think this could be potentially viable. It's pretty interesting.
Okay.
I didn't think about it that way.
So
I will say one thing though.
Oh yeah.
So just one. In terms of defending story banners, I think the CE qualities in story banners is a lot higher than event banners because like most event SSR CEs outside of the event is just garbage.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Unless
you get like a really good one, like
So another thing.
Honey
thing to consider is Evocation Shop has just changed how you roll on random shit so much. Because like another thing about Caster Coup is why would you spend your SQ on Story Banner when you could save it up for Castoria and then just enable Sieg? Because Sieg is free, and I think it's a lot easier to just go for the free Sieg and NP1 Castoria than NP1 Koreanskaya and try to get NP5 of a random server.
I like Sieg as much as the next guy, right? But like, as someone who is sympathetic to the character and try to get him to work in like the most recent, like, you know, Mahoyo 90++, I like the guy. He has very clear limitations, very clear and very constricting limitations to his like. It really is damage output, right? That's the limiting factor.
I mean,
and
but
case doesn't happen that often.
Yeah, but like you're only gonna need so much damage with a lot of situations, okay? Because like if you're working with minimal stuff, then you're probably not going to be gunning for 90++ anyways, because that's just like so far above what you can do. So like if if CE is gonna be enough for like 90s and 90 pluses sometimes, then like I don't really see much of a point to compare that way.
Yeah, but that's just 99 plus. Like, I don't know, like, because I think you can use caster coup in 90 plus pluses.
Yeah,
is
but
the
it's
thing.
You can't.
but can
You
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 can't.
You can't. Single core you can't. Because like the only one I managed to do it was like during Ilia Fest, where the 90 plus plus is 300,000 across the board.
yeah, 350,000. You had to give him the
then-
Oh, that
damage
may,
CE.
because I know I've seen him before, and that may
'Cause,
be
like,
the one that I guess.
If you need him at like to do like 6, 7, 800,000 damage single core, even with like plug Oberon, he struggles a lot unless you grill him. But like I do think this is a very interesting thought, because like a thing that people forget about story banners is the story progression gated aspect of it, and I think trying to take advantage of it is really interesting of an idea
Yeah.
that I never really thought of.
Because I think, the natural inclination is to just go into Orleans, right? After you finish Ryuki, because it's the next chapter and it's fairly easy. But the second you finish Orleans, your story pool gets a lot worse. A lot worse.
What is
yeah, I
Orleans
never
at?
thought about it there. Carmilla.
You get Gilles de Rais.
Carmilla's already
Wow.
out there.
Carmilla's a tutorial character. Oh yeah, I forgot. I got her for a tutorial. But anyway, yeah, I do think it's kind of interesting. And also, I don't know if it's a related topic, but they should add a daily single button on story. Like, come on now.
Agreed.
That'd be fun.
I'd click it.
Dude,
Story's
I
the
could-
funny button that you click sometimes, and
So
partially it works out. The only time I've had it work out for me, like in a funny way, was the day Camelot came out, the Singularity, and I beat Camelot, and I immediately threw 30 quartz into story and got Lancer Artoria like 2 weeks before her raid up.
Mhm.
And I'm like, cool, I have access to this character that no one else really has.
Oh,
Wow.
before
Then I
they
realized I
wrote
was playing NA and she was 2 years old and no one cared.
yeah,
But-
2 years old is still too low for you, man.
What?
it. Oh.
Yeah,
I didn't even think about that.
ha.
I didn't
Yeah.
think about that joke. Anyway.
Yeah, it's just a
come
few
full
years
circle.
too short. Um.
Yeah.
Okay, so they are sitting on money. This idea, I've had this idea for a long time. So they should cycle rate ups on story.
That'd be
Oh,
nice.
yeah, people,
Because,
people would
like-
think about that, too.
Like, of all people, I would be the most aware of this because Shiba went so fucking long without a rate up. She went like
you're bringing the Queen of Sheba. Okay.
yeah, like I think she went like 3 or 4 years without a solo rate up, and it's because she's a story lock, and for some reason story locks don't get banners as often.
Dude, I'd be like that
so-
for Walter on main.
So like if every
no
week
one has Lancer Alter. Like she doesn't exist.
I want
I
Lance
have her-
Walter, damn it.
Do I ever have 5? Oh. Forgot what banner she was on.
It would
She
be
was on
nice
some
if like
weird ass-
every day just like they don't have like a pity or anything like that. Like I'd
Yeah.
be fine with them not having a pity, but just like every day it cycles through a different 5-star and a different 4-star on the rate up from the listing.
Doesn't
Yeah.
Arc Knights do that?
Dark
Dude.
Knights has their
It's a separate
it's
permanent
someone where you
banner or
pick
some
who
shit.
you want to
Dude.
target.
Yeah. Builder.
But
It's like Fate,
That's
Destiny, Order
that's
with
why I still think Nikkei has the best system where you just set your 15 most wanted, and then each 5 from each set, and then you just your
Yeah,
normal
it
rate up
will be
rolls.
one of them or a pilgrim, which is like even better.
Yeah, which is even better unless it's
that's
Huron,
cool.
then or Noah,
That's cool.
Can't win.
or Isabel.
I do
you guys
think,
got
like, even
Mayflowers
with-
and shit.
I do think like even with Rerun being this common now, because of the sheer pool of servants, they do kind of need another way to kind of bring them back. And I do think
Yang
story
Guifei
is a
has-
great way.
Yang Guifei hasn't had a rate up in a long time. She's I think the longest limited without a
That's
rate
right.
up.
Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, like the pool is just too big. Like they try to increase they increase rerun frequency by a lot. By the way, I don't like how people say it's greedy. Like I think that's
it's
such
bullshit,
a good
yeah.
I think that's such a good decision because like remember when people were complaining about like, oh my god, I can't get Arjuna Alter after their first raid up because he's like not coming back. I would much rather them being quote unquote greedy and rerunning a bunch of banners to try to
Dude.
get money out of you than fucking doing FOMO for like three,
Dude,
Like
three
the-
even the
years.
the
super
greedy-
whales, right? That like roll NP5 immediately and then just call it a break. Like they want reruns to happen because guess what? Those same people hate dead weeks.
Yeah, because what do you do? Like I don't know. I don't know what part of the player base they pulled that says not to do reruns, but they said that it was in response to player feedback that they reduced the number of reruns.
It was
they
just
conflated
like
two issues.
yeah.
The issue, I think that like the real issue isn't reruns. The issue
it was
is
like
that
no new content. It
well,
was
I'd
just
say
all-
it's
they were
that
filled by
events
reruns.
when you have events that like get too close to each other, and these happen week after week after week. That gets exhausting. A lot of gacha games have that problem where it feels like you're just on a never-ending treadmill. I think breaks are good, but dead months are bad, very bad.
Mm-hmm.
Does-
I think especially like right now in NA apparently is like in a really bad spot. NA right now is like on a really bad spot in terms of content drought, right? Like I think it's slightly better now in JP, like
It's gonna
actually
be
quite
bad.
a bit better, but yeah,
Unless
NA
they
is on, like,
accelerate
kind
the
of
schedule, like it's gonna stay bad.
They could.
I mean, they did move the BB Grail front up a week earlier than it would have been normally, because normally it was supposed to be 2 weeks after Trauma, and this time it was only a week after. Trauma.
They did the worst possible version of that with like Road to 7 Tesla Fest and like the event before that all happening at once at the very end. That was dumb. They shouldn't have done that. They should have at least had some break there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
I think it was the
they're-
Taisui event, right? The Taisui event, Road to 7 Part 2, and oh, what was it? Yeah, Tesla Fest like pretty much overlapped. Like there, 2 of the 3 were running at any given time.
Man, that's crazy. That was only an NA.
Yeah.
I could
Oh,
double check, but I'm pretty sure JP
That's
did not have
wild.
it that tight. I'll double check.
I'm pretty sure JP did not have that. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's for
JP
sure.
JP spaced out Road to 7. Road to 7 was always the only thing happening that week. That's why Road to 7 I think was by far the worst content in FGO.
I like the idea of it, but honestly, I think it's because it's a symptom of a much bigger problem this game has, which is that it refuses to let you replay fights like normally, just as permanently available content. You have to sort of game it, right? 'Cause
Indeed.
I think the only major fight that you can do at will after completing it is Kiara through the main interlude.
And comma.
Can you do Calm as well? Okay, so that's 2 fights.
Yeah,
The Beast 3
same
fights.
thing. Yeah.
Like, but you can't, like, if you want to fight, say, Beast 4, right? You have to not finish the Tunguska interlude.
Okay, but do you ever want to fight Beast 4 again?
For fun, sure. I want to take Alco for a spin against that fight sometime.
With your 50% Imperial privilege enforced?
I think it'd be funny.
Yeah.
I think it'd be
But yeah-
funny, even though it would be annoying.
But yeah, also like Prison Tower. I was like sick one day and I was like recording some Prison Tower, like a solo. And I accidentally finished it.
bro.
Forgot to quit out or like put it in
Yeah.
airplane mode. And I lost that fight. So now I gotta do it on a so now I can only do solos. I can't do like min-turn, like 7-turn things, like because like I saw recently like an Alco 7
Card
turn event.
only. It was
Yeah,
card only.
where she
Yeah.
like just cycled the buster card or extra card every time, and somehow it was
No.
120, of course. With
RNG
class
is probably
score.
horrible.
Yeah.
If you know, have you ever heard of an esports Gilgamesh? Or a content Gilgamesh?
What?
No. What?
So
What
So
does
what
an
it is-
esports Gilgamesh accomplish?
He buffs Sky, right?
well, that's the literal way, but the content one is you
Oh,
never complete his
Keep
interlude because he has an
Yeah.
interlude where you fight this dragon that has over 1,000,000 HP. And
Oh,
you
I
can
know
just-
what you mean. Yeah,
yeah, you can, like,
I've
solo
seen
shit
like
with it.
Hanako Green use that as a training
Yeah.
dummy.
Yeah,
it
I
is the
rolled him
Hanako-
just for that.
That's crazy.
That's
kinda-
only 1,000,000 HP. If you want a 1,000,000 HP thing to hit, the King Protea exists on Bleached Earth now.
Yeah, but
yeah, but
it's
it's
not
more random.
It's also 20
See, the-
AP.
I mean, like that interlude still doesn't. It's not cheap either, but part of the
it's not-
part of
it's
the
not fun
appeal
to do stuff.
part of the appeal about that is it's a pretty consistent one. It has a pretty low crit rate, but it only has 1 hit per attack, so you're not going to be cheesing stuff with servants that like get a lot from being hit specifically. And then you're not gonna have to worry about annoying like invuln skills or debuffs or whatever, because it's just like, okay,
Just a raw damage check.
yeah, it has a 20% chance of using an NP damage buff, and then that's probably not
I
gonna do
see.
anything.
I keep the challenge quest, quote unquote, on Bleach Earth for content, but like some of them, yeah, they don't really. I think the most fun one is probably the Duriel Dana one, where he keeps respawning himself. There's a lot of funny stuff you can do with that.
Try to use Taisui on that. That's a very bad idea. I shouldn't have done that.
Wait, why? What happened with Taisui?
I think doesn't he go apeshit if you do that? Like if you only kill some of them.
I think he if you miss the
debuff
kill on.
him.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
or, like if you hit him.
Oh, it's the debuff that did it. Okay.
he removes 3 buffs if you debuff him. 3 buffs if you debuff him, and also like if you don't kill, if you don't kill some of his brothers, he will super buff them the next turn. They all MP and just fucking die.
It's not a great
Yeah.
fight with Taisui.
That's why Janako works there, though, as a buffer if you don't kill him on turn 2, because they will absolutely crush her. Like,
I mean, Cuckoo soloed it. I was really pissed that I couldn't do it with Koyan.
I soloed it with Alco.
Oh yeah, I saw that actually.
Yeah.
I were you using Magdalene? Oh no, you weren't. You're using damage cut. I remember asking.
I used a really weird damage cut CE that like I had to like dig for, like to find, and I'm like, all right, this is a damage cut CE because I'm gonna take a lot of small hits.
Is it the one with guts?
It's the one with I think it's a 4-star, has Galatea on it.
How much damage cut does it have?
500, right? I think it's 4 or 500. 400.
If it's 400, then yeah, you should have gone with the guts one, the one from the first Skillfest, I think.
The Nero Bride one.
Yeah, because that that one is actually kind of ridiculous for some solos, because that's like if it's a long-term solo, like that will make such a big difference because it's 400 less 400 less damage every time, and then
400 damage cut, 100 or 10% MP damage, 10% MP generation. So I was using multiple things.
Isn't that's just a worse version of that Summer Osaka Behime one?
No, I'm looking at the damage cut CEs, and there was not a better option.
Oh wait, what was that? Is that 200 damage cut?
Summer Osaka Behime one, Lady Fox was charge 20% MP damage, but a damage cut of 200. So
200. Oh, okay.
I thought
so why was it better than the Nero one again?
I didn't need guts.
Oh, what was the other effect of the Galatea?
The Galatea one was MP gain and MP damage.
Oh, okay, that probably helps.
And MP gain against 6 targets helped.
Yeah, I tried Koyan Dark. She almost did it. She was like 1 turn off. With Magdalene, because she just face tank damage, but yeah, it was a bit upsetting.
A wee bit upsetting. Yeah, no. No, Alco there was fine.
Yeah.
Because Alco, remember, can cheese the guts.
Yeah.
With her mechanic.
Yeah, she can break 4.
Yeah, 4.
You do 4.
By the way, Fino did say he would be right back a second, so.
Yeah, this is like the perfect time to introduce a new topic, but it's kind of hard to do that if our
it's already 7:31.
I'll actually be right back 1 second as well. A second.
Damn. Well, hello, Plushie. This is a 2-man podcast again.
Let's go. Did he say how much time he has for the podcast? Because like, we've been trapping me for 4 hours.
No, he asked if it was like 3 or 4 hours. I don't remember him saying how much time he has, but I'm sure he'll be willing to tell us as soon as he gets back. Hey, how much time you got?
I can go for a while. Why do you ask?
No,
Plushie was wondering.
I was just wondering because usually we do just go for like 4 hours, right? Like to 8, whatnot. Oh yeah, that was.
Yeah.
I'm good to let it ride either way.
Yeah. Okay. Because I know some people can't make it as far because this is a weird time zone for them, but I think this is probably a normal time zone for you. Question. How do you feel about Ushigozen?
I kind of wish she either had a different kit or a different card type, because
Ooh.
I was not terribly impressed with the character as she released on JP.
Who?
Okay.
Ushigozen.
Oh yeah, those these Mountain Dews got to me. That's why I had to go for a second.
Okay.
I'm drinking them again, but
So,
think-
okay.
Oh,
Sorry.
go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead. You go ahead.
Yeah, no. First of all, I think they really fucked up not having her in her Samurai Remnant armor in the
Oh,
game.
yeah, I
'Cause
get
that was really cool in Samurai,
Yeah.
and it's just not here. They just have like two, like her A1 and A2 are like 80% the
same.
same.
Yeah, they did.
And I think that's kind of lame.
Yeah.
but you're gonna 120 her anyway, right?
Oh yeah. I have no
Okay.
pride. I'll do it.
I think the only part of her that I think is disappointing is that she goes to third in every MP animation.
One might
That's
even
also
say
lame.
she
I
goes
like
in
the third
third.
ascension, but I wish that you could have her NP in her other ascensions, like a distinct
Yeah.
NP.
I do
I
think
mean-
it's the best looking Raiko out of all the Raikos, but
Yeah, of course. Okay, I'm gonna stop saying that.
yeah, no, she's not a child. But
How's
Ryder
she not a
restrained
child?
himself. Ryder restrained himself and didn't staple on balloons.
Oh man,
It's the best part.
the jokes write themselves.
But no, I
So-
like her second ascension the best, actually.
So I've already like 120'd her and maxed her out and stuff. I don't have any class score on her because I haven't unlocked the Avenger one yet. But
How have you found her at 120?
I find her card damage really nice. Like the quick deck, it doesn't look good at first, but it actually does kind of end up working out because like her gains are already pretty solid. So like you're just gonna be dumping a bunch of card buffs onto those quick cards, and then you're just gonna be able to spam anyways. So like she's one of those servants that doesn't. Okay, so she has good NP damage. But the reason she's able to spam isn't because of refund, it's because her card gains are good, and you're going to be critting a lot as a result of that.
Oh,
Which
she
is
lives
Lupin,
Ushi
of
style.
course. So,
Yeah,
I-
yeah,
other
it's
Uchi.
in her name, after all.
Yeah, she is Uchi. I do want to say, like, if you unlock class score, she does have a passive 80% crit damage on quick cards if you unlock class score.
Pretty fucking
So,
good. Damn.
I mean,
all right.
Yeah.
Because she has her passive is 20% crit, and quick gets a 60% crit mod from class score, and then her second skill gives increases her crit damage 20% more every time you use a quick card. So like you can
with a single quick
crits
card-
do good damage.
Yeah, with a single quick card, like her first and second skill, that's already going to be 50% crit. And it just goes up from there. And it applies on every NP as well, so it's not just limited to your cards. And I gotta say, her anti-traits are really nice. Like,
Agreed.
Earth
That
is...
was one part that stuck out to me right at the start.
Yeah, Earth is already, like, really common. Then, like, any servant that's Earth, that's another 50%. And then
Yeah.
most
Demonic.
demonic enemies are
Also
Earth as
very
well.
common. That demonic is really nice, right? Because especially if
Yeah.
it's not restricted to servants.
It's a shame
Because
it's not...
there are
Earth
a
and-
lot of demonic mid bosses in 90++.
Yeah, it's a shame it's not Earth and Sky like
All like
other
Ryko, yeah,
Ryko
that would've
does,
been nice.
but still,
Dude,
like,
Sky is kinda
fucking
niche.
anti-Earth.
in a vacuum, she has like the highest potential AoE damage of anyone.
That's interesting. I remember experimenting with her during Samrim, and I just wasn't impressed because I'm like, this is one of those characters where she can do a ton of damage if she lands on target, but it feels like you got to jump through a lot of hoops if you want to actually farm with her. Like, as a boss killer, I could definitely buy her, but like, you know, as a farmer, I'm like, there's a
So-
lot that can go wrong in this arrangement.
So part of the thing about her farming, the way Plushy put it, I think is really well. She's not a good looper, but she is a good farmer because oftentimes when you're doing multi-core, what you want isn't always going to be just like something that'll charge the team or something that'll buff the team. Sometimes you just want something with a 50% battery that hits really hard on this one thing.
And she fits that bill. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So she's oftentimes going to be like the wave 3 killer, and you have others helping charge and buff her.
You could like maybe like 1, maybe 2 waves, or yeah, maybe wave
Yeah.
1 and 3 with her or something like that.
Yeah, and then that's when her third skill is not going to be a problem because like the one turn NP damage buff is a little annoying.
But
Yeah,
if you only
I
use it
do-
on turn
I-
3, okay.
That's like the Samurai Remnant special, by the way. They did it for Takeru as well for no reason. It's the 1-turn MP damage up tied with the color buff. I don't know why.
Flavor, but
To be
the
fair, it
problem-
wasn't
How
tied
is
to
that
her
flavor?
color buff.
What flavor is that?
The flavor is shit.
Yeah,
the flavor
I didn't
is
say it was
shit
a
is what
good
it is.
flavor.
Oh, yeah. Also, she's not like terrible as a looper either. Like, she's not gonna be like Black Grail looping everything, but you can't use the same setup as with everything else. You just have to do Bride double Scotty instead. But the trade-off is she's going to be doing a lot of. She does a lot of damage even without having the premiums, basically. But you can also do what a lot of people are allergic to with Quick and just like use a 50% CE, and then
I don't
she's a
think
lot
people
more.
are allergic to that because Quick
It's-
doesn't have the thing of you have to black. Quick
Yeah.
is a 50%. So like Buster
Yeah,
is
yeah, but the thing-
K-scope. Quick is 50% and Arts is 0%.
I wouldn't say Quick is any more 50% than Buster is, because a lot of the notable Buster servants do run on 50% CEs as well.
That's true.
It's just that it's
Yeah.
the high end for both categories, right? Because I think the low end for both Buster and Quick are like locked to K-scope unless you want to, unless you're required to run a third charger.
I mean, there is only. Oh, wait, no, they added a 4th, so we only have 4 like true 0 charge Quick loopers, and there's no.
What do you mean no
zero-
plug?
Yeah, no plug.
Without
I
plug.
mean that's
I consider looping to be no plug, and that
There-
leaves only Okita, Charlemagne, Daikoken, and Alice.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
those
Yeah,
are
Alice is
and-
kind of cheating here with the fucking 2020. She got 90 charge, bro.
yeah. Well, you know what? It still counts. She still can do it. So I consider
Yeah.
that fair game. But the it's not true. But there's no. I don't think there's any Buster that is start from. Wait, no Arc without
Arc-
Swap,
Arc.
right?
Arc and
With
Q.
Alice.
It is Arcwade.
Coup
Arcwade
Arc
can
and
do
Cass-
it.
Ironic
Casco.
Coup Caster comes back up.
Casgill.
Arc and
Yeah,
Kuka-
Casgill doesn't
But-
need plug.
You mean Kukaster, not Caskill. Caskill's an art service.
Casgill.
Kukas. Fuck. Kukas. Yeah.
Coup Casgill.
That Fate Stay Night, man.
That doesn't solve the problem. It's the same person.
Oh,
both in Fate
Archer.
Stay
Got it.
The guy that fishes by the pier. Shit, that's all 3 of them.
Yeah.
The one that wears tacky clothing. Oh no!
You know what? I wasn't sure if I was going to ask this question, but you know what? How do you feel about Quick just in general? Like, in this game?
I've turned around on it for like specific boss killing like 90++ applications, and for like fights where you have the capacity and like the overhead to end it in like within 3 turns essentially, right? Because a lot of I think the card type itself, like fundamentally because of its reliance on Scotty, tends to have a lot of deficiencies, right? Like it's a lot harder to survive in a long fight with a quick team because you have like Gate of Sky and then whatever your actual attacker brings. And that's if you opt into Caster Scotty over Willer Scotty. So I think you're quite restricted in what you can do with a quick team well. However, Quick's advantage is that it rides off the fact that a lot of its major hitters, like a lot of its really premium top shelf attackers, have crazy skill sets that have not appeared on like Buster or Art Servants. That and they generally have like really good like burst damage.
Gotcha.
And so I think that you can leverage that to a great effect against either enemies that are effectively training dummies, right? Big health bars, not that much complexity or chances of getting sniped out, or like 90++ where you can engineer the rest of your team to deal with the node and you don't have to worry about the refund. I think it has a narrow range where it excels, but as like, if I was telling like a new player, right, like say like, okay, I want to build my account. What do I do? I would be like, okay, let me look up when the next Castoria banner is, and here are all the crazy art servants that are coming. Take your pick. You got your summer Ibukis, you got your summer Melusines, you got your summer Castorias. because if you're trying to if you're trying to develop a end game account from scratch, you're gonna want to put your eggs in arts, not quick, because quick is good for specialized applications. That's that's my thought on it.
That's fair. I think arts is like
Yeah,
pretty much just undoubtedly the most broken
yeah.
card type.
And they have
It's
a
definitely the
Jufu, or
easiest.
they're going to have a Jufu. Like, there is no quick or buster Jufu. None that enables the system the same way that a Jufu does, which is really funny.
Because it is crazy. Because like, here's the thing: even if you don't have Castoria, like if you you can borrow Castoria and you can use Jufu, or if you have Proto Merlin, like, or just both of them. Like, if you don't have Castoria right now and you get Proto Merlin, combine Proto Merlin, Jufu, and Friend Castoria, and you're kind of set. Like, even now, like I use for arts looping, my Castoria is bond 15, so I don't use her. Most loopers work with Proto Merlin Castoria or Jufu Castoria. Like, it just works. It's just simple. Like, arts does have that, whereas Buster falls apart if you don't have Koyan. Buster doesn't work if you don't have Koyan, in my opinion. And Quick relies on you having Scotties. And
It just needs like whether spread chargers or
I agree,
split
yeah.
chargers.
I think
Like
one of the biggest
Buster
strikes about
doesn't-
Caster Scotty especially is that she is like you run like K-scope or cope scope with her. You're strongly disincentivized from using her battery on herself because that defeats the purpose. But like that's also your only form of protection, which is kind of just it drives you nuts.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
quick
you-
is
in
just
this,
You have no
more
flexibility.
offensive, which is fine. I mean, yeah, depends
Yeah,
on.
I
what you're
do
looking for.
I do like that about Quick. Like, Quick is the fastest offensively, just because like you can have like really high NP damage, and then you can also have really high crit damage on top of it. Like
And you loop
it-
your MP a little bit easier in challenge quest than like Buster
Yeah.
because you can make up the lack of refund with like
yeah,
Quick
Quick
mighty
with
chains and
cards.
challenge quests are great because
yeah.
NP Buster Arts, that's a refund and you're good.
yeah.
Like,
You don't
they
have
have
that.
Mighty chains, I
easiest
think,
way.
are going to be a huge boon for Quick. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Because
But
they get
did
the
that
most
happen
Yeah,
direct
honestly-
benefit from chaining.
No, they
NPs
get him
that
this
way.
anniversary.
yeah.
And,
Honestly,
which is why it's maddening to play NA. Like I've been doing
He
the Grail
always tries to
fronts.
go for the mighty lol.
Oh, you've been doing Mighty Chains in Grail Front?
Yeah, I play and I keep doing things wrong, and it's like it's in my head. It also would make the fights a lot easier because it is a general power increase across the board for the game. It's a buff for everyone, right? So like
Yeah, but-
generally characters in the
scales-
game get stronger
yeah,
afterwards. 'Cause
it
is
scales worse for the card type basically, because Arts gets the least out of it, Buster gets the second most out of it, and then Quick gets the most out of it. Okay, so when
Well,
I
Arts gets a lot out of it because Arts still gets the increased NP gain on their Arts card, and they get the chance to do damage and generate some stars. So
Yeah,
like,
but-
No,
even
they don't
Arts
get to
servers-
use their
gets
arts
the most
card.
out of
okay,
They don't
but
get to use their arts card though.
Oh, it does.
Yeah,
if
but
you're
the thing-
using your MP, it is a
Yeah,
problem.
yeah.
so-
MP, Quick.
so the thing is,
Buster
yeah, like
doesn't do it.
if you're doing a mighty chain with your NP, you use the two cards you don't want to use as badly. Like I am so much better off doing like NP Quick Arts or NP.
Yeah, Arts
Buster
can
Arts.
still sometimes do Arts chains. That is true because it just simply
Yeah.
because
Better.
card
20
damage
MP is
sucks on
better.
Arts cards. Which is why, as I've mentioned before, I think they should make an Arts support that has
Oh my
split
God.
charge that gives Arts up, but then Buster crit and generate
Oh my
stars. So like
God.
Summer Scotty, but for Arts. Do you agree with me, Fino?
I plead the fifth.
Otto hates this idea.
No,
Otto
no.
hates this idea.
It's not that I don't outright hate the idea. I just think that it's
You
so
argued for 30
far
minutes about it
away.
last week.
It's just so
Okay,
far away
okay.
from what we
I actually
need.
like the quick one more. Do you know why? Just because of
Why?
Yui.
Oh,
It's just because of Yui. Like, I am so annoyed by like not being able to get a quick buff for Yui. It's so hard to get a fucking quick buff for Yui, right? It's just I don't know. Anyways,
yeah.
Mm.
Okay, I have a proposition.
Okay.
What if they made a super version of Wandering Tales of Shana O that on entry it immediately kills the servant it's equipped to and activates?
Please do. Wandering. The funny thing about this is like some people don't know. Wandering Tales of Shano actually works in NA because it's fucking bugged. It's not even bugged. It's like in NA, it's a better CE.
It does work differently in NA. So
In
how's that
NA,
work?
yeah.
It's one turn versus two.
Oh, should I take? Yeah. So basically, if you die, it triggers at the end of your turn. But like it's like a Yu-Gi-Oh! The timing thing, right? So like, so the quick up only lasts until your turn ends. Your enemy turns. Enemy's turn ends. So it doesn't carry over to the next turn. But for NA, it does for some fucking reason.
Yeah, that's what was garbage on JP. I didn't realize it worked differently on NA. That's incredible.
Yeah, it's dumb. I don't know why they do it.
It should work like that on JP. I think it was done that worked the other way to begin with.
Yeah, it should absolutely work like that on JP. I don't understand why, but yeah.
And then they made Ox King, which is just better. It does it all better. I think it's
funny.
I think the reason why that one ends up so much better though is just because like Buster is not as good of a buff as Quick is, because Buster only increases damage, but Quick increases Sergeant.
Yeah. Also, Shano buffs the wearer. Like permanently, if it doesn't die.
I'm convinced that quick CEs, like with maybe like one exception, like Traces, are just generally designed to be worse than the other two.
It feels like it because they make them split stats all the time.
I want to put a most
it's
extreme
one.
example.
It's literally just one, Rio. It's just one. One of the 50 MP starting charge Cs with 8% MP with 8% quick up, 15% MP damage up from an event. Quick is the only one that has it as split instead of full attack. I know what you're talking about.
Dude,
there's
most
actually
extreme example. It's the what is it? The one that's the quick version of Victor of the Moon and Another Ending.
What?
Oh, never mind.
That's the one I was thinking of because that's the one from Christmas 1. I want to say.
That's a free one.
That's
though,
a thing.
Yeah, but it's like the only version of that effect that exists. Last time I checked.
Isn't it Halloween? It's like shoot and Halloween. Oh no, maybe
I don't think it was a Halloween one. I think it was.
Oh, then it's Christmas.
It was Christmas for sure because it has Jeanne d'Arc on it.
Oh okay. Oh okay. I think I know what you're talking about. Actually,
yeah, because Holy Night Sign.
I think that's the one because it has the Another Ending style effect. Yeah, but like it has like not only does it have a lower stat cap on like say Victor of the Moon, but like I think it's also split stat, isn't it?
Yeah. I think you're referring to this one here. Okay,
it's actually worse for no
warned
reason.
me. The thing, that one.
Oh no,
is that the one you're thinking about?
Night Sign.
Let me check.
This is such an old one.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
What is? That's not a. That's a 5-star CE.
Yeah,
that's a free one.
Piece of
but like,
yeah, it's a free
case in
one.
point. This
they wouldn't make the
looking
like
up
the
into the
Gacha
Star
version
Sky split stat. Cherry Icicle split stat. Like.
I guess. I didn't know this. I thought you were just talking about Cherry
Someday in Summer, full HP.
This is what they're talking about.
Oh, Someday in Summer, forgot about. Yeah, Cherry Icicle is the one everybody's talking about, basically.
Yeah, and then
where it's like,
and then Cherry
like
Icicle.
Knights and Marine is a Gacha CE and it's 60% starting charge and 15% quick. That was like the only quick CE for the longest time before Traces that was usable. Here's the other one that really makes me annoyed. Princess of the Red Bean Paste.
Oh.
Oh, is that the one where
yeah, it's
is that the
heal
one
boost.
where Jufu looks like Taigon?
No,
No,
one you're
that's a
thinking of
different.
there is...
No, you're thinking the tights
Oh no,
one.
this is Echon.
The other
Okay,
tights
never mind,
one.
never mind.
What is the one that Jufu looks like Taiga? Wait, Jufu...
It's one of the redrop ones, I think. I don't remember what event it was
I
from.
think the worst offense to an HPC, I do have this one at 100, is the Stars Holiday. I have that at 100 in JP, even though it's dreadfully awful, thanks to split stats. But I have it anyway.
Spare the idle talk from Halloween 2022. Isn't Halloween 2022? That's that's the what is it? 9 Tattoo.
9 Tattoo
The fake
Elizabeth.
event.
Oh, that one.
Pretend
Yeah, that was split
Dude,
stat.
the first time I ever saw
I'm
this
not
CE,
sure.
I was like, is that Taigon?
It does kind of look
Dude,
like Taiga in a
I
dress.
don't
He
know
and
if I wanna
Jufu
show
have
that
very
on
similar
stream.
hairdos.
It's a bit much.
You don't normally associate Jufu with the with like having her hat off because normally her colossal hat is like most of her model.
That's a charm point.
I thought the charm point was that she sounds like a llama when she's whining.
A llama?
Oh, yo, you weren't there for that. Yeah, during Age of Empires, like I was doing an Age of Empires tournament, right? And at one point, one of the players, they grab a llama and they forget about it because it's a food source. And every now and then, we'll just hear it go, oh, but it sounds like Shufu's doing it.
Bruh.
No, I was at my parents' house that day. Sad times. Same for the artifact. I was at my parents' house for artifact.
Well, listen, you lucked out on that one. That was terrible.
Your stream only lasted like 2 hours, didn't it?
Yeah, I fucking pulled the plug on that. That was a disaster.
Isn't that the Dota
Yeah,
card game?
it is.
Go to card game.
People play
I wanted
it?
the novelty of playing Artifact in the Artifact category instead of fucking watching Family Guy or something. Wasn't worth it. That game died for a reason. That game sucks. Holy shit.
Oh man.
Unfortunate.
For real, why is Holy Night Sign? Why is it so scuffed? It's 10% quick, and I don't know, man.
Because
Like,
they hate
day one-
quick.
Yeah, day one CEs just had really weird
Here's the
scaling on
thing.
stuff because they didn't know what to. They didn't know what was balanced, I guess.
Early game, I think they were afraid of quick, and that's why it was nerfed so badly.
They were afraid of quick, and then they made Scotty.
It's
Yeah.
like Yu-Gi-Oh syndrome, where they print a bunch of effects, right, that seem really basic, but then some of them just turn out to be ridiculously strong. Like,
Yeah,
you have just random garbage, right? Like, what was it? Like the Karia CEs that that are just worse Prisma Cosmoses. But then you also have the actual Prisma Cosmos, and you have like oh, sorry, I'm pointing to you right now. So I'm gonna stop that. I went to
No,
mute
problem.
first.
No, plus she's eating on stream all the time here. He was doing it earlier, so it's
Dude.
fine.
It was yesterday.
the fact that
Now, you were eating just earlier in the
Oh, I ate like one thing, bruh. Come on.
stream. I know, but I heard it.
the fact that Purely Bloom still exists and is a CE, it's so funny. 5% NP damage per turn, up to 50%. It's a 5-star CE in a world where there is a craft
right?
essence.
It's the armpit
that is
one. Everybody only
50%.
remembers this for the
Yo,
You
armpit.
can buy that in the Mana Prism shop right now.
Otto,
Yeah.
you want to see something scuffed? Go look at the Gacha banner for Saber Wars 1 and look at the 5-star CE with Skak and Ku on it.
Oh yeah, that's the ramping up damage.
It's
Plus,
been good for
isn't
one
it?
fight in this entire
Yeah,
game's history.
yeah, and then it's
It is impressive if you look at like the early CEs. Like if you started this game and you rolled, like back in the day, K-Scope and Black Grail, Victor of the Moon, another ending, like Limit Over Zero. It's crazy that they didn't. Oh, did they get rid of 500-year obsession, or only the 4-star versions got cut for the recent ones?
500
I
years
think all the
gone.
5
was
stars are still in
wondering.
it.
500 years gone.
Is
I
it?
don't know if it's gone. They added a new version of it, which is Skill Seal, which is.
No, I think
infinitely
all the
worse.
5-star CEs are still in. I don't think they've ever gotten rid of the
Okay.
5 stars.
Oh no,
Increased
yeah,
damage.
they just add them. Yeah, you're right. I'm stupid.
Okay, but the 4 stars were cut. So like the old necromancy's
Fucking
gone,
thing.
but they did replace it with a better version. I think the new necromancy is better.
what was the difference on it again?
The difference on necromancy is instead of it being 1,000 guts, it is just a 1 HP guts, but you get extra damaging effects instead.
Oh,
Um,
yeah, it's.
I'm trying to find
I
out
really did
where
need
it
that
is.
extra HP.
Yeah, because it didn't. the
Other
extra
than
HP
dot, like I don't really see a reason to have the extra HP.
Yeah, so what the new one does, it's Recollections from the Tobacco Smoke is what it's called. Yeah, it's crit damage, 10%. So, I mean, it's not a lot, but you know what? It's something. And the Karia CE, the Karia CE, I think doesn't make sense. What did the Karia CE do before?
It was chance to do 12% charge per turn, but you always take dot damage.
Yeah, so the replacement is 12% charge at a 6% chance of happening, and 10% MP
60?
gain up.
It's or 6.
60% chance
Oh,
to
okay.
get 12%
I thought you said 6%.
charge, and then 10% NP gain up for a 500 curse. That is such a terrible effect. That CE is actually bad.
Unfortunately, there's only a hand. I mean, I guess like they have made some pretty decent 4-star ones in recent years. Like they introduced a bunch of generic ones that are like 10% card, 50% starting charge.
Yeah, those ones are great for people because they are
Yeah.
they are literally just 4-star versions of things like traces and stuff like that that are a little bit
Yeah.
weaker,
Yeah,
but
and
have the same general effect.
and then they made that the one with the 2 maids. That one is like really fucking good. Now it's just like a diet version of Magical Girl Sapphire. You know,
I
Yeah.
do not
yeah,
know that one.
50%. Is it the maids? 50% charge and 20% NP gain.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, that is just a diet version of Magical Girl Sapphire.
Starting charge MP again is a very powerful combo.
Yeah, and then
Especially,
they made a 5-star version of it with 10% NP damage on top, and it's still split stat. But I'm actually okay with that. That's the.
Is this really the 34th episode?
Yep.
Oh, that's great. It's my lucky number.
Oh.
Wait,
Oh.
why?
Oh, is it anything to do with the rule?
It is a providential number that seems to come up a lot, kind of like 121, but like not
Oh.
for inauspicious reasons. You know, once in a while, it's just one of those things where it keeps popping up. And Rule 34 is one of them, right? It just happens to be a very funny.
Yeah,
rule.
it just
But, like, my
happens to
favorite-
pop up in my life so often. I don't know why.
No, that's not the only reason, right? Like, I think another one of my like my favorite character from Umineko is Lambda Delta, right? And her name literally just means 34.
Lambda Delta. Oh, you're right.
Yeah,
Okay.
and
What?
it's a
Wait.
number that like pops up in funny places, and so I've just become accustomed
Oh, isn't
to
it Gamma?
just taking it as my lucky number.
Okay,
Oh,
but does
and-
it
and
pop
here,
up in your
wow.
social security number? Please, I
Oh my
I need
God.
you to prove it at least.
My
That it
my
doesn't.
social security is just 3 and 4 alternating.
Oh.
Oh,
okay.
true. That's
Okay.
very believable.
And what's your name again?
And date of birth.
Real
I need
Emerald.
that. No, stop giving out my information.
Ah. Gotcha. And what are the
He's trying to
wacky
steal
digits
my
on the
identity.
back? Are they also 34?
Wait,
Actually-
Edmund Dantes is prisoner number 34. Really? It's hilarious.
Really?
Wow.
Why does the
Awesome.
number 34 come up so often?
It's a lucky number. Oh, I guess in Dantes' case, very unlucky number, but you know.
Yeah, he is beyond luck at this point. That's why it's EX rank.
Oh, by the way, I looked up we asked the question earlier about the overlapping events, right? It turns out that JP did not have the arrangement where the 3 events overlapped, like Road to 7, Tesla Fest,
Mhm.
and Water Monster Crisis. What did overlap on JP was actually Road to 7 Part 1 with the Glasses event. That one directly overlapped.
Oh.
Did that not happen
Mhm.
in NA?
I don't remember if it did on NA, but it definitely did on JP.
I forgot about Glasses events. Arjuna Alter White Day.
Yeah, that was, I think, one of the most boring things.
Yeah, literally the-
glasses costumes.
I think the
Literally, the
worst
only
part-
thing I remembered about it was that was the introduction of the blue insect thing.
Constantine. Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
I was gonna
does that
read
say
it, right?
anything?
Because I was like, oh, I
I
should
didn't
read
remember that.
to see what Constantine does in the event, and someone was like, he doesn't do anything in that event. I'm like, really?
He says he's Michael.
Yeah, he
Like,
calls himself
that's it.
Michael and does
It's your
nothing.
birthday today.
It
And
is-
then people
Take
are
an
like,
ice cream
"Oh
on
my
the
god,
way."
it's Michelangelo." And then no, it's not. It's Constantine, but he calls himself Michael for some fucking reason.
I think
Sure,
his
dude.
predecessor was a Michael. But, like, it's still a
Oh,
weird
never
thing.
mind. That makes sense.
I need to check
that
to see
actually
if it was
makes sense.
Michael Pelios.
Still one of the most boring SSR. I still think a Second Ascension where
Oh,
he's looking
boy.
straight at you is super ugly. Like he's,
No, dude,
he's
it's
like,
so funny though.
Dude, someone
He's-
pointed out his abnormally large head, and I was like, really?
well, during his MP animation, he looks super short. He looks like he's scrunched up.
I just
Oh, never mind. There wasn't a Michael. No, his predecessor wasn't named Michael. It was a John. What the fuck?
I just
No, Michael's random.
I just looked on my desktop for an image of Constantine, and this is what stuck out. Just have this still.
Damn.
Dude, yeah, people are making fun of his unusually large head, and I see it as well. It really stands out in that Ascension.
Yeah, I don't know. He's
It
just
is
such
an
a
unflattering angle.
like. I know Pletchy likes to defend him somewhat, but like, I still think like he's just not necessary. He doesn't do anything. He's too specialized for his own good, and he doesn't do anything special or interesting.
I think he's not specialized enough, honestly. Because
No,
if he were either a
he's-
dedicated crit writer or a dedicated like don't die servant, I think there would be an application for either or, right? But because he does 50-50, I'm like, what situation would I take him specifically instead of just taking a really good attacker and then get just like a get out of jail free servant?
Well, his thing is like defending Romans, but the problem is the Roman pool is just so shallow and not synergistic with each other.
Agreed.
The only support Romans have two supports, Nero Bride and Pope Joan. Neither you're gonna run with Constantine. And like, I don't know, they just don't flow together. Like there's no synergy. So like, it feels like it's wasted for him to be defender. Like, I don't even, what niche thing with a defender would work?
Solo.
Like, I don't know.
He just solos. In my opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't just solo, but like the best way I found to use him is solos. I could be wrong. I mean, I don't use him that much, so yeah.
It's an interesting proposition, but the way I see it, I look at a kit like that and think, God, like you run like a solo, like a defensive character solo with no source of healing. That's asking for trouble in my book. I don't know. I don't do too many solos, but in my experience, it tends to end pretty poorly.
I wouldn't.
If a servant's only job is to like null an NP, but then you still get just mauled by face cards.
I mean,
So one of the harder things to compensate for in this game, if you like, unless you're not using Castoria, of course, because Castoria fixes fucking everything. Being able to like give AoE hard survival for a turn is pretty rare, and most of the time when you find a case where where there's like a support that can do that, it's usually on a skill. And the problem with it being on a skill is like sometimes the damage, like the amount of NPs they throw out, outpaces your skill usage, and then people start dying. So part of the appeal with him is you can have a turn of complete survival. You're like completely fine every time you NPs. So the way I see it, he's sort of like a side support, not like he does do both. I think that's part of the point of him. It's like you'll have a dedicated support, you'll have your attacker, then you'll have him there too, being supported by both of them, and he's making the stars and stuff, and then he can also like taunt and get his NP, and then you can have more defensive coverage. And since he has buster buffs and such, that means he can fit some role that Castoria doesn't specifically want to do, because but I mean, I don't know, Castoria's fucking broken, so yeah.
I understand the idea that you're going for, but I also think it is far too optimistic, because I think a lot of the use cases of these abilities are not only disjointed, but his very restrictive buff durations sort of undermine attempts to assemble a defense with him, because a lot of what you want to do with him would hypothetically work, I think, if his buffs were 3 turn, or at least 2 turn. If it wasn't just 1 turn, then he was back to square one. I think you could like make a serious go of him as a supportive attacker, or like, but just like a character that's
right. So
that blocks threats.
Okay, but
I think how you see that defense up shouldn't be a defense up. It's more like an imbal.
Right.
Because it's big enough to cut like damage to 0, so it bypasses Invul Pierce. But like I make a comparison with him to like Qin Shi Huang, because I don't actually think Qin Shi Huang's that good.
Yeah, we talked about it in the comments,
yeah, but like it's not like a form of praise to him per se. It's more like I don't think Qin Shi Huang's that crazy good, but like I don't know. I just think like characters that focus on like tanking and whatnot look really bad in nowadays, just because of how stupid Castoria is. I think it's 100% her fault, by the way. Like I think it's 100% Castoria's fault. Like that the game is played like this today.
It is true, because if you're using a buster or a quick servant and you want survivability for that,
You still bring
just take
Castoria.
Castoria. Because
Yeah,
like
it is
arts
still
cards are
it
good
is-
for
it's
everyone.
hurtful.
Like Quake and Buster, they still want to use their arts card to get their MP back. You know, so it's like it doesn't hurt anything.
So
Yeah,
with
I think it's hurtful.
the way I see it, he's like a more offensively oriented Jean. He's someone who can actually still do a bit of damage, and he is capable of counterclassing. So he's not as versatile as her, and he's also in a lot of situations redundant just because of because Castoria exists.
Jean is.
And
a
I
servant.
think
They
the
should give
healing,
us
the
second
healing
in-
element is one critical thing he's missing to sort of become a more specialized Jean, right? Because
Yeah.
like the 100% defense is very impressive, and you're right in the sense that it is a one-turn invuln essentially. But I think the issue with Constantine is that unlike a Jean, right, who can do the party invuln thing, like effectively do a party invuln, Jean gains advantage back, assuming she's not getting crit to death, because she has that heal. It's a paltry heal, but your team can stabilize off of a Jean NP. Your team can only not die off of a Constantine NP. They can't build back up to like a healthier state from it.
Yeah,
I think
but
that
do you
requires
have
running
to?
with a healer. I think it's necessary if you're planning on using him as like
So-
a defensive servant, because my
so-
ult might.
So like
Otherwise, you have to
ultimately
have two supports.
So ultimately, the way you win is not by being at full health at the end of the fight. It's by having the enemy run out of health before you do. And like,
Correct.
I understand that because like that's more of a like slow play style, and a lot of people do favor that type of setup. But if you're planning, like if you have a good understanding of the fight, then what you're doing is you're just trying to accommodate for the points where you are going to just lose if you don't cover that turn. Because there are going to be turns where you just take a lot of damage. But then there's other times where you only take a little bit of damage and you're going to be fine with that. It's just like... I think it's just how a lot of people play the game. They play... they sort of favor one specific direction. It's just based off of like... Sort of like the double Merlin type of stuff back in the day, where it was just like you always wanted to be at full HP. And like, again, that is ideal that you're at high HP. It's just what matters is keeping your DPS alive long enough to kill everyone. And
I mean,
you
on
don't
that I
always
agree
need
as
healing.
well, but I fail to see how Constantine would fit into that sort of. I'm guessing you're advocating for a mid-range kind of setup, right? Where you have enough protection to last a turn. Like say you go like 2 or maybe 3 rounds of your major buffs. Is that what you're like sort of going towards?
Well, I like him as a servant that is able to provide some crit support, like between the stars and then the Buster buff and such. And then also you have the option of like having him block a turn of damage once or twice, and then also he has a taunt which can help you, which you can either use to get another NP or you can use it to cycle him out. It just, again, like it comes down to how you're playing that battle, how you're approaching that battle.
For what it's worth, I think
Yeah,
that is
he's like somewhere
that's a
between...
very restrictive way of sort of assembling your team, and one that puts you at the mercy of Murphy's Law, especially if you're running no healer. Because yes, ideally you will have the right tools to sort of parry anything your opponent does, and get the relatively reasonably fast win. But like I think you'll spend a lot of time just praying that not Constantine necessarily, but your other servant on the many turns that his taunt is enough. Just don't eat like 2-3 crits and explode instantly, and force you to reload.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the big problem with him. It's just like, I agree with Fino.
And I think that's one of the unfortunate things is that you mentioned it with the Castoria issue, is that all like sort of defensive teams are going to essentially become some variant of the Immortal team. Like, whether it's the Immortal team but worse.
Yeah, I gotcha.
There is a team that is a stall team that is not the Immortal team and relies on no defensive ability whatsoever, and that is double Bavan Pretender Tamamo.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
Yeah,
The
have
problem
you
with
not
that
seen this? Double Balvan Pretender and Tamamo, you are in a
Double
constant
smob.
state of of reduce. So Bawan applies 50% attack down. So 2 of those neuters the damage. She also has the skill that extends heal over times, charge over time, star over time. And with Tamamo, you do it so she ends up eventually regenning. Everyone in the party eventually ends up regenning 100% MP per turn. So you're just in a constant MP loop of the enemy doing 0 damage, you refunding every turn your entire party's NP, and healing and blocking any damage. So it can only be interrupted by. I have a video. Let me like it here.
Dude, I need to watch it at some point. Because what you're describing is like a higher end version of the double Asterio setup.
Yeah, that basically. It is basically that. Yes,
that's incredible.
It's double Asterios, but with heal and automatic MP charge, so you don't necessarily have to rely on enemy.
It actually it works with any servant that has like cooldown reduction. So like this one here, I used Barghest instead. Summer Barghest instead. Yeah. But any servant that can give cooldown reduction to the party, you just need it, and you just end up in a loop of the Balbans like spamming, and they can't, because this is full gauge comma. They cannot die. It takes 30 minutes to kill her.
Shit.
It is how many turns is this? Like 50 some odd turns? No, it's only 30 turns. Well, it's not even that slow. But like, it is a team that does work as a stall team.
And you know what the best part is? I invented it.
Oh yeah, I was the one who thought it up.
You're the creator. Oh,
yeah.
Flushy was doing it in Discord, and then I stole it and made a video.
Yeah. So my stuff got plagiarized twice.
Nice. Yeah, and I only credited Flushy in the video description.
I do believe the safer version of that team, because like the problem with that team is your warm-up time is really long.
Yeah,
so I do
it
believe
does take a couple turns to get started.
I do believe the safer version of that team is Edison instead of the second Babanshi. Edison has defense up,
so
and
Balvin Edison Tamamo, and you just heal up the damage you do.
Yeah, the difficulty though is keeping him alive though.
I mean,
because,
just put the Tamamo skill 3 on Edison most of the time, like that.
Oh,
that
so Bob-on Edison Tamamo.
Yeah, I tried that against Demonic Bodhisattva, and for the entire fight, she didn't get to MP.
Oh, so you just stop him from MP.
That's cool.
Yeah, because Babanshi has the what is it?
The drain charge prevention. Tamamo has that.
Charge prevent 2 turns.
World Weight Domination NP seals, yeah.
Yeah, and then the Edison has the MP seal, and
and
it's pretty fun.
In the very latest stages, everyone's NPing every turn. It's just like ridiculous, but that takes a really long time to get there.
Yeah, it takes quite a bit to set it up.
But it is fun when you get those set up, because then you're not like blocking damage. You're literally just clicking the funny buttons every turn, and it works out. I like those kind of teams because they're not like the normal stall teams. They're funny ones.
They gotta stop making debuff immunities on
bosses.
Hey Fino, I had this hot take last week. How do you feel about this? Okay, so removing magic resistance from the game entirely. So from enemies and from ourselves.
Oh, and so immunities are the only thing that matters? I'm in favor of reducing...
I mean more so just like magic resist on servants.
Oh, just on servants? Yeah, I think that's not a bad idea, actually.
Because like
Because I dislike the RNG element. I think the worst example is like Imperial Privilege, but like, yeah, there are a lot of fights, right, where you have some enemy like that has just a very high inherent magic resistance, and then if you want to take like a debuffing character into it, you're just resetting the fight. It really sucks. So I'm actually inclined to agree that removing debuff resistance as a mechanic would improve the game. You'd still need some forms of it, like insta kill immunity. It's like its own thing that would definitely need to stay around, or insta kill resistance.
See, last time he brought this up, I brought it up as well. This does not include removing things like Goddess Essence, which would mean some characters would still have debuff resistance built in. It would just be
It'd
magic
just be a lot less, though.
goddess core. Yeah. It'd just be a lot less of them. But my argument is, I like Melt having like, and Melt and BB having like a 50% chance to just shrug off any debuff. It's nice to
Okay, but
have.
now you just have a chance to do it, and that's more than everyone else.
But I like what I have.
Yeah, but
My
I
take
don't
on
like
it is
what
that
you
any
have. I
buff
want
that they
something
really want you
else.
to deal with, they're gonna make it into a box buff or
Yeah.
a box debuff.
Hmm.
And so they really want you to get fucked. They're gonna find a way.
I'm surprised there isn't a servant that gives themselves boxed buffs. Like, aside from Alice.
Wish Jekyll would.
I think Alice is the first servant with like a boxed buff in her kit. And that's
Oh,
just
the Robin buff?
Robin. Yeah, the Robin and Guts.
There's also Oberon if you think about it. It applies as a buff.
Oh, Ending of Dreams? Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Dude, Jekyll and Alice.
loose.
No,
Loosely.
Jekyll and Alco should have it be boxed. The fact that it's not boxed is nonsense. It can get removed.
I think it's the worst for Jekyll because Alco still has a skill set without that buff. What the fuck is Jekyll doing?
He's a berserker.
He's doing his best.
The amount of times I've seen 120 Jekyll do stupid things is funny though, because there's a guy on JP who just figures out how to use them for like challenge quests and stuff like that. You should learn from him. You should finish 120 in your Jekyll on mistake.
Fuck you.
Fine, but you gotta 120. You can, well, the BB coins came out. You can 120 BB on JP now.
No, stop. I don't want to grill BB or Jekyll. I've grilled enough BBs.
The funniest thing I've
in
seen
my life.
Oh, sorry. The funniest thing I've seen with Jekyll is max healing challenges because he full heals.
Yeah.
On his MP, so you just get his HP really high.
Yeah, and then
And
you
then,
also give him like heal boosts and such.
Okay, question coming from my server. What animal is Shiba?
Good question.
Shiba?
So
Yeah, Queen of Shiba.
So look at the things that are in her NP, those gens, and divide that in half, okay? Because she's half gen, and that's why she has any sort of animal characteristics. So yes, she is half furry.
I mean, if I had to say what kind of animal ears those are, it's like what, a fox or something, right?
Yeah, it's a fox.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I didn't say anything.
Like a fennec.
Oh.
And
Shiba
then-
has such a good design. Too bad she'll never show up again because the artist disappeared from the face of the earth.
Yeah. Yeah, they really disrespected her a lot because like she's quite literally one of the closest tied in characters to the most important
Romany?
character in part 1.
Yeah.
Oh,
She
yeah,
shows
yeah.
up afterwards
Solomon.
and like, okay, nothing to be done here. But yeah,
artist disappeared.
despite the fact that she has like a horse tail and ram horns and fox ears, she has no animal characteristics, if you ask Koyanskaya.
She's weird. Alright.
Yeah.
Koyanskaya is weird.
She's racist, that's what she is.
Oh, racism
what?
alert. It's been...
Shut up, Ryou. You
Like,
said slurs last week.
I didn't say slurs. Okay.
You actually say slurs?
No, we were talking about passives, and Kiara.
No.
has a
Oh,
passive
stop. No, not this time.
Every beast has that skill, by the way.
Yeah, every beast has the
Inward skill.
the saver passive, but I did it. But like, Otto thinks it's gonna get picked up by YouTube, and they're gonna.
No,
think
I'm
saying
doing this
something
because
different.
it's funny to shit on you for this, okay? Like, it's
Oh,
funnier to
my
say, like,
bad.
oh, wow, Ryou is saying racial
Oh.
slurs on my stream.
We're saying
What a
racial
wild
slurs
card.
again. I'm not. Salt is in there. He's powering up. He's gonna say it.
Bro,
Salt,
you're not a
you
wild
are
card.
the
You're not
one
even a
person-
4.
I was in Discord that night. Salt, don't even. But no, it's a.
You're on your own on this one, Ryou.
I don't say slurs.
well,
I assure you, I've never said a slur on you know, in real
Well,
life
even-
or on stream. I almost said
even
on
if you
stream, and I'm like,
haven't,
you guys are gonna
that's
take that
still-
as like, oh,
that's
so you
still-
say slurs off.
To say
stream all
off
the time?
stream.
Even-
Yeah, exactly.
Even if you say you haven't, you'll never be excused from the fact that you executed a dog a few weeks ago on stream.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Can't believe he'd do this.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right. When you were waiting for me, like, tell them that Ryou killed a dog live on stream. I'm like, what is this? I'm like, what is this actual slander?
You hate to see the early effects of Alzheimer's on a man.
Oh my god.
I didn't know you were a Fed too. Yeah, that's a good question, Rio. What agency do you belong to?
Unknown. Who says I'm
DEA.
fed? Oh, it's so. Wait, no, what led you to thinking what led to people saying I'm a Fed now?
You kill dogs. That's what Feds do.
Oh, I'm not part of the ATF. I love that.
Oh wait,
image. Just
no
the end
wait,
of the-
no
of
wait.
that
If,
like Spider-Man comic where Peter's like looking at the book and looks up confused, but it's like he's wearing an ATF hat and the book says, "Don't shoot dogs," and he's like, "What do you mean?"
Bruh.
oh, so if you are a Fed, that means your Twitter is actually a honeypot. Got it.
My
It
Twitter
makes so much
doesn't
sense.
have anything weird on it.
All right, man.
No, it's this image. I'm putting it in the Discord. You can pull it up. This is the. This is the. Every time I think of the ATF, this image is what I think of.
I'll pull it up. Big Book
Oh.
of Dogs. You're not supposed to
Okay.
shoot a dog. Yeah, also, hello. Beautiful.
I think Constantine might be. I think he might shoot that dog.
Yeah. Okay. So
Okay.
He's gonna do it.
do I have any good questions left? What's your most
know what,
controversial video you've made? How about that?
Oh, I wonder if I could sort by like dislike ratio. It might be the fucking waifu tier list. I forget what I even did on that tier list.
That's a cop out though.
It's an old
No,
waifu
no,
tier list
what-
as well. It's one where I put Kiyohime in unfuckable tier.
I mean,
but
I
are
mean,
you
yeah.
wrong? Wait, did you
It's
ever
be-
post
and
your hat
the
tier list
reason
to,
is
like,
it's because she's Kiyohime.
Damn.
Don't
Did
stick
you
your
ever
dick in
post
crazy.
your hat tier list to YouTube?
Oh no, that one's a VOD only right now.
Ah, you never
have
edited
that.
it.
Tier list?
Your yeah. Plus, do you know what I mean when I say hat tier list?
No.
See, hats can hold a.
Oh.
Have you seen
Oh.
that picture of?
Oh.
their hat?
The liquid
Oh.
hat. The fluid hat. Okay.
Why are we going here? Why
See,
is this
it's
the
a tier
direction of
list
this?
of how much
I just
theoretical
asked-
volume a hat could hold. And see, it's an important
We-
question that people need to know.
No, we don't.
King Protea wins by default due to the
That's a big hat.
mechanics of how King Protea works.
Why do you think she's so mad in LP7?
Okay, do you have another controversial video that you might have that isn't anything to do with hats?
The cum hat? Yeah, well,
Oh, with hats.
Ah.
Damn. Let me think. Controversial video. I'm trying to think. What's a controversial video I've made that we haven't already touched on with the Chengong and Story Banner and shit like that. Kichi Hogan. Well, that's controversial with one person. I don't know, to be honest. I can't think of one that I could. There's some that I look at and think, man, I could have really done that better. Like I think when I was doing the Summer Martha video, I actually fucked up and like got one of her skills wrong. Like that was embarrassing.
Yeah,
I would
it
say it's
happens.
controversial.
Damn.
It happens.
well, that reminds me of that. Is there then ever like an opinion you've broadcast in a video that you're like, no, that was a bad opinion, or I shouldn't, I take that back?
I deal with those by forgetting I made those opinions in the first
Oh.
place.
I think I should learn to do that.
See, I made, I remember doing a thing and I called Santa Martha the worst welfare in the game.
Oh,
Yikes,
oh, that one
bro.
will bite you, yeah.
That I think is my worst aged take that I've ever publicly made. Because like it was right after she came out, and like at the time in the game, no one cared about traits like that, right? and all she did was bust some traits and give a little bit of charge and stuff like that.
Dude.
And so at the time, it seemed pointless. And I wasn't the only one who thought that.
Dude, wasn't
The general
that
consensus was she wasn't very good.
just
it
after after Lost Belt 5 too?
Right, but the
Lost
thing
Belt 5 is full of divine people.
right,
No, we thought
but-
it was not gonna happen again.
Yeah, we didn't think it was gonna happen.
Sure.
And then Road to
We'll
7
never run
happened,
into
and
another
they were
god again.
all divine.
Yeah,
Road to 7
surely.
happened, and every boss was divine,
dude,
and you got
yeah.
a
Road to
Arjuna
7
altar.
Part 4 with Arjuna Altar, that woke me up to the power of Santa Martha. Like, holy
Yeah,
shit.
Yeah.
that's where I started realizing too, and that's when the game started leaning more into traits as well.
Yeah.
No,
I think that is my worst take I've ever had. That I'm like, wait a minute, I was stupid. Like, I shouldn't have said that.
No, but do you remember the title of Lost Belt 5? I thought we were never gonna run into another god ever again, dude.
Oh.
The day we strike down God or something. I don't remember.
I believe the Japanese one was the day God was shot down or something like that.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah, I was like, we're done with gods. Spoiler, we aren't done with gods.
Yeah, and then a god came back from the dead, and we all hated it. I don't know. I can't say I've ever seen someone using Santa Martha for the CERN fight, though. Like, he is divine and all, and it is kind of a damage check at the very end, but...
You know, Santa Martha just wasn't used very often. I honestly think people didn't really see the value in her.
Yeah.
Okay, because people are trying to make her a healer. Because her MP level also
Oh, is that
skills
what
with
they were
heals.
doing? Ugh.
Yeah, they were trying to make her a healer because the MP level skills with heal. It's like
no,
okay,
the
that makes
NP level
sense, she's a
skills
heal.
with the
Oh, the
niche
overcharge
damage,
skills
but
with
the
heal.
overcharge is the
Sorry.
heal. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
like with heal.
overcharge.
Oh,
is the
that
heal,
sounds like
yeah.
a bad time.
Yeah, she really is just Yui before
Trying to
Yui.
use her as a value servant's rough. Like as a initial burst of power. Like that's I think once people figured that out, like her stock really started to rise.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
also a little awkward back then because she had a quick NP, and that was just like it was awkward
Evidently
working
now
that
it's a
into
really
Shin.
good thing, but
Yeah,
then-
yeah, because like that means you can put like arts cards and buster cards or whatever in front of it,
Mhm.
and it just flows a lot better,
Yeah,
and it
you get
makes
the
stars.
mileage effect.
Like, she's
I
actually
got
decent
mileage
crit
out of her
support.
very recently on JP, because I actually ran a Chengong team for the 90++ in Mahoyo, and you end that node by fighting Shuten Doji, who has
Yeah.
like a billion traits, but one of them is divine, and so like I use Martha's NP on turn 1, and that lets me just write off that buff for like a 6 slot clear.
Dude,
It's slow, but it got the job done.
Oh, and Chen just nukes
Yeah.
shooting.
dude,
Yeah, I think I ended up using a Castoria NP into Chengong's NP to trigger his overcharge on turn 3, but I was able to meet the DPS check.
See, I didn't have to farm the 90++ there because the mini raids that happened every day dropped the same stuff as the 90++, like a ton of the materials.
yeah.
So
They're
by the
nice,
time
but they
it
happen
came
at such
out-
an ungodly hour.
Yeah, no, they happen. Look, they're going to happen at a bad time when it comes to America too, because they were set at between 10 and between 9 and midnight JST. It's going to be the same thing here. And
Oh, that sounds perfectly fine to me. I don't know what you're talking about.
you want to be up at like 10 to midnight farming, your node there. It's such a weird thing. I understand it's during Golden Week in JP, so it didn't matter to them. But like, it matters to me.
It's a dumb thing. I don't think they should have like. I think the idea of recurring raids is nice, but having them be time limited at such a weird hour of the morning, that's a little fucked. Well, I guess it's not in the morning for them, but like it'd be late at night for them.
Yeah, they try to do the whole like, how do I put this? They try to do the whole mystery thing because
Because they didn't
they
announce
want
them.
you to,
They
Yeah.
didn't announce them, but what happened is on the map you could like see like they did like a like an optical illusion thing where like the clouds would form numbers, the trees would form numbers, or like the road paintings where there were normally numbers would change to be time marks.
yeah.
So like they would never announce it either. So you'd have to look at the map every day and figure out where it was hidden.
Well, the good thing is, NA players have 2 years ahead of time to ask for time off. So you
No
get
one's
to
gonna
plan
take
around.
time off.
Oh my
What a-
god.
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
FGO raids.
I need to take off 2 weeks and 2 years from now.
I-
This anime game wants me to kill some things right quick.
I have taken days off work for FGO before, but that is only because when it's a new story chapter, if I'm gonna stream from 2 a.m., I don't want to go to work later in the day. So and I don't want to. So I'm like I'm gonna stream at 2 a.m. It's like and do the new story chapter. And like I did it for id and everything, so I was like, it's fine. But like I just take a day off work. I don't tell my boss. I think I'd die if
Just
my
call sick.
coworkers knew. I think I would die if my coworkers knew I played FGO.
Damn. Why?
What makes you think they don't already know?
Be proud. Be
No,
proud about Fake
I
Random.
can't. They're all like 40-year-olds who don't understand games or anything like that. They
So-
even knew I
Dude.
look, I can't show. They're like, I'm like, yeah, no, I'm gonna like bring like my FGO figures and put on my desk at work and show them, and they were like, ooh, what's this child? I'm like, no, it's not a
Yeah,
child. You don't
bring
understand.
A3 Abigail.
She's
Put it
a
on your
dra-
mantle.
She's
It's
That's
so
the conversation.
You see
starter.
this mellow scene? It's not a child. She's a 5 billion-year-old dragon.
That's-
you
God
don't
damn it.
understand.
Uh,
I have a cowboy voice.
cowboy voice?
Do I have a cowboy voice?
I guess it's the smoker-ish voice.
I don't have a. I don't smoke.
Like-
do,
You got the growl in your voice, though. Why are we going back to this? This was a topic last week.
I'm digging myself hole, dude. That's the problem. Is I know the characters I like, and I know how normies would perceive the characters I like, and I fear the court of public opinion.
The real
And I would be destroyed.
cowboy.
See, no one. People would look at like Fino's favorites, and yeah, he's a sex pervert. But you know what? They're not. They're not
Damn
gonna call the
straight.
FBI on him.
Wait.
And plushie, they may call like animal control on him. But
Wow.
I'm pretty sure he called
yeah.
you a sex pervert just now as well, by extension.
Oh, do me next. What? Who do they
Do
call
you
me?
next?
also like right to servants.
What?
Like you also like right to servants. What am I gonna say? The same thing applies. You're also just a sex pervert.
Am I though?
I think they made a game about this. It was called oh god, it was called Opie Wars.
What?
No, there's the big titty faction and the small titty faction. We're the big titty faction.
Okay, well I'll join the small faction. Look, it's aerodynamic.
Okay.
I'll join the
what-
one that has like more than 2.
All right.
What?
Once again, Ryou, you are overruled here.
Look. It's fine.
Handles?
Look, I just that's just my taste.
What the fuck does
But
handles
not
mean?
children. Gotta stress that. Is it fine? It's fine. Everything's fine.
Okay. I have.
Oh, horns. Oh.
I saw I was watching one of your other episodes, and this subject came up. I thought it was very interesting. You asked if you can remove a servant, who would it be? And I think you guys ended up agreeing on Castoria.
Oh. Yeah.
I remember this, but I have an answer to that.
Oh.
If I could remove any one servant from FGO, it would actually be Jaguar Man.
Damn.
Why?
And here's
Really?
why.
That's rough.
Damn.
Because I think that artist does, on average, the worst designs in this game.
Damn.
Blood Axe, Neza, Jaguar Man. Here's the thing, right? Like, if you line up all the characters side by side, they look like slightly different clones of each other, and that's an accusation you could level at like a number of designers in this game. But in this case, they also all look like cheap browser game mascots. Like, you'd see them on DMM's front page.
They do look flat and kind of boring. Also, I just don't like Jaguar Man's like general like vibe, especially the first 2 Ascensions.
Man,
Yeah.
dude, where was this hot take earlier when I asked for a hot take?
Damn.
Oh, well, I was thinking about gameplay hot take, not like destroy a servant hot take.
Damn,
Yeah.
that's crazy.
Like,
Yeah,
here's my
no.
thinking, right? And like, even if you have gripes with like say Takeuchi, right? I think his version of Taiga is very expressive, and she's a dynamic character. And a little bit of that bleeds through in FGO as well, but like I credit 95% of that to the voice performance, not the the character art. And my thinking, right, is that if we removed Jaguar Man from the game, there would eventually be another Jaguar Man, or at least another Taiga Fujimura servant. So we'd get Taiga eventually. We would just get a better Taiga. So I think removing Taiga would eventually result in a net benefit.
Yeah, we
I
just
mean,
get
'cause
his calling instead.
I would like to point out that her expression sheet is 5 expressions. It is
I mean, that's.
the most bare bones.
I mean, that's not. That wasn't that uncommon back then.
Okay, right, but
Also, that's
They've
6
added,
expressions. Thank you very much.
sometimes when they it's 5. The first one is duplicated. Oh wait, no,
Are
it's
you
not.
sure
You're right,
about
it is 6.
Yeah, that's
But
what I thought.
like when they sometimes use characters in new story chapters, because she was used recently, they add more. They didn't for her. They just they didn't even look at her even if you look like relatively older from a couple of years ago, like Zenobia has what is it, 15 expressions. That's just a minor bit character.
You should see how many Bakken has. Bakken has like 50.
Summer Canis has oh my gosh, it's 18 plus 6 more. Yeah, 24. Summer Canis has 24 expressions. I don't know. I think that I agree. Taiga is terrible.
Damn.
Let me look.
That's rough.
I like Taiga. I just wish we had a better Taiga, like a better Taiga art.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Sometimes
I
it is the art.
question why these these very classic essential Fate Stay Night characters are being done not in the Fate Stay Night style.
1, 2, 3.
Akiyuchi gotta draw like the other
five,
Type
6,
Moon Heroines, bro.
Yeah, like
9,
Saber
10,
and Saber.
Saber
Yeah,
and Saber.
And Saber.
Exactly. It's just Saber Wars or something. Man.
Well, he's got another
It's
2
actually-
probably coming up with
God.
summer. But no, it reminds me Charlotte. I think Charlotte's art is really bad, especially Summer Charlotte.
Actually, Bakken has.
I'm a lot more tolerant of Charlotte's art, even with
Bakken
its
has
its foibles.
53 faces.
Because
Damn.
Charlotte Corday is at least
the
like
artist,
a
though.
distinct character, not an existing one, adapted into a worse style.
Oh, true.
Charlotte
Yeah,
actually
that's
does have like a kind of a likable personality, I'd say. So I think that it's easier to like a Charlotte than it is to like, say, an Eric Bloodaxe or whatever they did to Parvati.
Parvati is just no. Out of all the soccer faces in FGO, Parvati is the ones I would remove because
She's like almost okay in Oku, but like in everything else, no.
she's just normal Sakura, and normal Sakura was the most boring of the original Fate Stay Night characters.
I mean, I don't know.
You got no comment on that, but
No, I 120 Durga. I like Durga.
yeah, but Durga is good. I like
Durga.
Durga.
I like Durga.
Yeah, Durga's also like a redrop design, right?
What?
No?
Durga's redraw?
No.
Durga is
No,
Durga's a
star
Chinese guy.
shadow musician.
Yeah,
Oh,
Durga's
Shadow
a Chinese
Shadow.
guy. Yeah.
They have
Dur-
drawn
Dur-
only Durga as far as servants go.
And some C's, yeah. That's such a funny out of context sentence. Durga is just a Chinese guy, yeah.
But no, they've
Damn.
drawn all the the anniversary art for China for FGO, so I guess they want to
Yeah.
give him a servant. Durga is I will say though, for Durga at some times, if it wasn't for the ribbon, I don't know if I could place them as a Sakura face.
I like Kali, so it's
Same.
completely detached from Durga as a character, but detached from Sakura, I should say. But yeah,
Kali
I
definitely has Sakura energy.
yeah, her behavior. I guess she also likes the
Yeah.
rats, so you should like her.
Rats.
Ryo. She likes the rats.
She liked Stay Kokten, yes. I
She
get
is.
that.
She
she
can
pat the rat,
smell
though.
Shiva from the rats. That's really, yeah. What a sentence, anyway.
My favorite artists are the ones that insert their fetishes blatantly and without shame. Yeah, those are.
I'll bring to that.
Are there any FGO servants where it's very blatant their fetish in
Bargas.
their design?
Bargas.
Bargas.
Oh yeah,
Bargas.
Bargas is like
100%.
Bargas
Yeah.
is just a normal Melon character, and Melon has a
Bro,
very specific set of fetishes.
Bargas summer art. One, why is that not one of her FA? Why is that just not one of her outfits? Like,
Because if she moves during combat, the bra falls off, bruh.
Like her
Alright.
FA is egregious, and it's like, why not and go with it? Also, they don't look like balloons stapled, so there's not the Ryou syndrome, so I'm fine with it.
How dare you?
See, I'm not afraid of them. I just think Ryu's are badly drawn.
This son of a
Damn.
bitch. Let's
Damn.
kill him.
How many times have you said to kill me, Fino? I
Oh,
swear.
I've only incited
Let's
violence
go.
against you once. Ryou.
don't
That's
worry.
right now.
Don't worry, I have the power. Actually, I have removed from group. I'm not gonna remove you from the group though.
doesn't understand, right?
We need
That's-
Summer
that's
Koyan
fine.
this year. Anyways, that's it.
Oh yeah, what
That-
summer
that-
servant do you want this year, Fino?
That,
What's
that's
Summer
my
Servant?
final.
Oh, Arquade.
Arquade. Do you think it's likely?
No,
Hmm.
I think we're gonna have a Lost Belt 7 theme summer.
You think they're gonna go with the Lost Belt theme again?
It's either gonna be Lost Belt 7 or Paper Moon.
Okay, it. So I kind of want to say yes, Lost Belt 7 theme, but not to the same extent as the Lost Belt 6 one, because like the Lost Belt 6 one, it was literally like 2 servants other than Lost Belt 6 servants than all Lost Belt 6. But I don't think there's as many heavy hitters from Lost Belt 7. Like Twalik is an easy one.
It's
Cuckoo
just
might
Twilight and
happen.
Cuckoo.
Yeah.
Lala, Cuckoo. They could do Nitocris Alter Summer.
No, I thought we more
You know, y'all forgot who was
Oh,
in
yeah,
Lost Belt
Korean
7.
Sky.
Koyan Light.
Oh yeah, Koyan
I'm
Light.
absolutely
okay.
okay with Lost Belt 7.
Also,
Summer
I
Koyan
see.
Light?
She's
not-
Fuck with that.
I think them mentioning
She was in
Passion
like
Lip
all of the other
in
ones.
an interview earlier this year is bait. I think it's going to be Summer Passion Lip. I'm betting on that. That is my hard bet. Is that Summer Passion Lip is real, and that them them having the conversation about them not doing Summer Passion Lip is bait to trick us, and that it's going to
What
happen.
happens? What do you think would happen if they did a summer Paper Moon event and we just got like all summer Sakuras?
You know what? I'll take it.
You summer Passion Lip, summer King Protea, summer. We already have a summer Melt. We already have summer BB. Shit. Summer Durga.
They can do Summer BB too.
Summer Kazura drop.
Give me Kazura draw.
It's true. They did introduce Nagnaria as a summer servant. So
Yeah,
is
that-
They
possible.
also
That's-
did Summerlin.
Why they should also do Summer Gareth too. Just make it Ansel and Summer Gareth too.
Ansel.
Yeah, now with half the
It's
attacks.
completely.
I want a servant that hits the 30k health range.
Summer
Damn.
Janako.
I mean,
Gareth is going to hit it.
we just say King Protea?
Oh well,
Well, King
sorry,
Protea-
that's by default.
Dude, what kind of stats would you have to? What kind of imbalanced stats would you have to have 30k HP? Unless
You'd
they
be like
had
the sample stats on the the data mined Calamity Jane card from way back
Oh,
in the
yeah.
day.
What if there was a servant that had like a really low attack stat and all HP, and all of their attacks scaled based on how full their HP was?
All like stamina character.
Yeah.
Come again?
Oh yeah.
So like
Essentially
they
a
have
reverse
no
enemy.
attack stat. Yeah, they have no attack stat, but it's all in HP, and their damage
Oh.
is calculated based on how much HP
Oh.
they have. So
Oh, so
Hold on.
Zama's
Let me link this to you.
I
Look at
knew there was a
Look at the
Pokemon
stat
that,
line.
that this
Look at
fit.
this
I
fucking
just didn't
stat
know what it
line.
was.
yeah, the
Bruh.
attack of 56,789 HP.
Yeah, there is actually a Pokemon that does that, and I use it on my team right now, so it's pretty funny you mentioned that.
No, they
But
should
it
do
was
that
skills
to
off
them.
defense, but yeah.
I mean,
There's no
obviously they'd have to have
defense.
some attack stat, because otherwise bowing them would be pointless. But like, have it mostly scale off of their HP. I think that'd be a cool gimmick.
Wouldn't that be interesting though if the MP is a damaging MP but it has no attack, but then if you foe them, they have attack. Their MP starts doing damage. It's like a supporting MP, but it has like one tiny line of just does damage. And then if you start giving them attack stats, they start doing damage with the MP.
That'd be funny.
So
That sounds that probably didn't sound very good.
Fino, last week the delete a servant thing popped up, and like as a discussion point in our last episode, and my suggestion was actually caster shooting, because if they delete caster shooting, then we're definitely getting a summer shooting, and she's not going to be garbage.
Intriguing. Here's the thing, right? I really like the theming of Onikir, but like she is not a very useful servant. I'll agree with you on that one.
Yeah, the
lowest
magical
priority
girl
of the Rider servants.
Yeah, but I'd rather have a summer one.
That's that. Onikir existing doesn't stop summer shooting from existing.
Yeah, but here we are.
What stops summer shooting from existing is if next year we get summer Ushigozen.
Dude, just make Aoyuki a character. They're basically just Aoyuki.
Oh, dude! Imagine if they released Summer Ushigozen, but she shows up in her full armor.
Oh no, they're gatekeeping the armor to the joke event, bruh.
Oh, that'd be sick. They would do it. They would absolutely do it.
They would do it. They would do it though.
Have they done that before? Something like that?
I don't know, but like,
I can't think of that off the top of my head.
Yeah, I don't think they've made an alt that like has something people really wanted from a character.
Smob has CERN.
Oh, that no one was asking for Sununos as
There
a
was some
entity.
Okay,
there were some people asking.
She
It was
had
an
one thing
unreasonable
that
thing to
I
ask.
was
but-
asking for, but nobody else was asking for. It was, I want her to be like actually inherit Morgan's throne and have a Morgan-esque ascension, and her third ascension actually is that. So I'm really happy about that particularly. But yeah,
It is a good her FA is like top tier, I think.
Oh, I just thought of another one. Summer Woo.
we already have
Summer
Summer
destroy
Woo.
Summer Woo?
No, having something that the non-summer one does.
Oh, yeah, true.
Adult Woo.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, Adult
you
Woo.
wanted Adult Woo.
yeah, that's yeah.
That's not gatekeeping something that existed outside of FGO to that. That is something, Adult Woo did not exist. The fact that Armor Ushi exists.
Adult Woo exists in the Agartha manga.
Yeah, that's a completely different thing.
That one
I-
looks completely
Yeah, that one looks completely
I
different.
want
This
that
Woo
one. I
is just
that
like-
aesthetic.
This Woo is just child Woo with boobs.
Oh, Long Benny. They're gonna do Summer
Long
Benny.
Benny.
Long
Oh yeah,
Long
Long Benny. Long
Yeah,
Benny.
Summer
you're
Benny.
right. Yeah, the altar, Benny Altar from Lost World.
That's what I thought was gonna be. I thought this New Year's was gonna be
Yeah.
Long Benny.
I mean, yeah, she was a New Year's servant, so it kind of makes sense.
Yeah. I'm surprised we haven't seen Long Benny, because, I mean, I don't know. But Summer Rush will never happen.
Oh,
Can we all agree that they shouldn't do Summer Rush just to mess with people who really ask for a rush every year?
They gotta get their
Oh
earnings
no.
up.
Oh no.
They're gonna
How much
release. What if they release like another Christmas Aresh, but like her swimsuit is the final ascension?
for Christmas?
Yeah, give her the ash treatment.
Yeah, better
Oh.
late than never.
Yeah. Also, they're never going to release Amaterasu. That's cope.
No, what do you mean?
They'd have look. Here's the thing. They're gonna break the law. Do a Kompu Gacha where you got to get all of Tamamo 9s and then you can merge them together for Amaterasu.
No fucking way, bro.
Would you pay for it? Would you MP5
Yes.
all the Tamamos?
No, look. Okay, here's the thing, right? I'm a fake Tamamo fan. I like Tamamo, but like I was never that into Tomo until Koyanskaya. Koyanskaya very much like was what my taste actually is for. Like Tomo is cute, like good wife, whatever. I'd rather someone step on my balls, but like
What?
I was reading chat. What?
Have any of you guys ever played the Fate Extra Tamamo route?
Yes, tomorrow. Yeah, well, I did CCC tomorrow, but because you
She's
were the
fucking
one.
unhinged.
She is.
Everyone is fucking unhinged in that game. Like, dude,
yeah.
half the time you talk to Nursery Rhyme, she's talking about cutting off your head or something.
Oh my god.
You know what Tamamo's response is to that? Not if I cut your head off first.
Dang.
Based.
That goes hard.
Dude, Tamamo's
that
just
goes
casually
hard.
talking about how she's gonna murder children, and the children talking about how they're gonna murder you. It's like it's ridiculous.
Tamamo's interactions with Liz in CCC are funny as well because she's just so like violent towards her. Like, I mean, Liz is also
that might explain
unhinged.
Stella. Jesus.
I mean, honestly, I would have liked them to have the Psycho Liz in FGO a little bit. They really toned Liz down. They should add Krusty Liz to FGO. The
should.
Velver Liz.
I'm still convinced that the
Yeah.
next extra class they're gonna add is going to be a Velber related class.
You think
They have
Moon
three,
Cancer
they have three really
Velver?
strong candidates already. They have Archimedes, Krusty Liz, and they have Sephar.
Crusty Liz.
Yeah, that's what you call Liz from Extella.
Yeah, corroded, crusty, whatever. You corrode something long enough, it's gonna get crusty.
I don't want dude. Oh no, no, I don't want Liz because she's racist, which she is though. Remember, you've seen that screenshot from CCC,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
They're gonna
I think
add
we
a
showed it
yellow
most.
racist trait to FGO just to accommodate Liz.
Oh yeah,
Super effective
that's actually a
damage.
different. That's actually a different joke. The don't say brave when you mean racist.
When you
It was
mean
actually a
racist?
completely
That's
different
the
line they
greatest
were
fucking
referencing.
meme in the history of FGO.
Yeah.
Yeah, Elizabeth's racist. So funny, racism, hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh, so we can
Yeah.
say that, but I can't say Kiara's passive.
Yeah, because it's.
Yeah,
Alright,
but
man.
no, but you know who can say it though? Liz. She's brave enough to say it. You ain't brave enough to say it.
No, he is brave enough to say it. Don't dare him.
Oh yeah, the writer of CCC is the same person who wrote Shadowbringers for Final Fantasy 14.
Oh, that's cool. Man, I want to play it now. Shadowbringers is like the best story in FF14.
And CCC is really good. You should play it. It literally is only 40 hours. It does take quite a while to go through. Also,
So
if
all
you
three
do
playthroughs are like only
no,
one.
just for one.
Fuck me.
Now that is doing the gameplay. If you turn on the cheat where you can see all the actions and you just press the win button, then you're probably faster. So here's what you do: you turn on the experience plus cheat, because I've seen the cheat menu. There's experience multiplier, there's stealth, and then there's display all the hands. And so you could just cheat your way through and just read it. And I'm sure it would take much less time, but it is a lot of dialogue. Also, I would say go through. If you're only gonna do one playthrough, do the Sakura, the BB route, because it is the best one. But it is very picky. You have to choose all the correct options from the very beginning, and the game doesn't tell you anything. Like there's random
No.
things you have to do. Like you have to
So it's like a Tamamo situation, but worse.
yeah, you have to in chapter 1 or something like that, grind up, get a bunch of money, and buy an item with it that you normally wouldn't be able to afford at that time. And the game gives you money. It's like, here, use this money for this, and you just ignore them and you go and spend it on the item in the shop, and then
It's
come back and go,
hilarious.
why'd you spend all the money, stupid?
So that unlocks the route.
Yeah, that's the first step you have to take, is to ignore the characters and make bad financial decisions.
That's incredible.
That's
You know what? That is a very BB thing. I like that.
Yeah, very
But
meta.
no, it's like a 20-step process. You have to make sure you choose all the right choices. But it is worth it. It is the best route, and it does make BB more endearing. I'd say makes you hate Kiara more. But
What's it default you to if you don't do the BB
just
route?
to whatever servant. There's a normal ending for a servant, a true ending for a servant. and then you jump through all the hoops, and there's the BB one. On the
That's
second
a lot of
playthrough,
endings. Holy
on the
shit.
second playthrough, it marks the BB choices, so you know what you're doing. But on the first playthrough, so it's like almost impossible to accidentally get it on the first playthrough, but it is possible.
I see.
Yeah, it would probably, even if you were like skipping combat, you'd probably spend like 30 hours for a playthrough.
God, 30 hours. That's I probably can't do it in a month. I last time I did like a 1 month playthrough was for like Hollow Ataraxia, and as much as I enjoyed Hollow Ataraxia, doing it all in 1 month, that shit was hard.
Damn.
It's just reading. It's just words, and they read themselves, but it was still like paying attention for that long continuously over the course of a month. It's like, oh.
That's what CCC would be. Is mostly words. I think most of the game is still dialogue. Like it is just a visual novel with some, because like it has less like exploration and map than Extra did, because there's just the school building and then the Sakura maze. There's no like outside school building, other buildings or anything like that.
I bet this was what they wanted to do with FGO at first. It's just a visual novel with like minimal amount of gameplay.
Yeah.
And then they kind of like fixed it, kinda. So yeah.
Kinda.
I really wish they would
FGO
actually
gameplay
make
was better.
FGO, like FGO's visual novel segments, more visual novel-y and have more than 2 lines of text on the screen.
I would love for an option for it to play like a normal Type Moon visual novel where the text is on the whole screen at a time.
That'd be great.
If you've like played like, you know, you've played them, or like Mahoyo does it as well, and Extella Link does it. Like Extella Link has like the dialogue boxes, but then it also has like the full screen one. Like that is great. I wish they would do that for FGO where you could play it like that, where the dialogue displayed like that.
Yeah, I don't think you can play it like that. You can only like you can scroll back up like that.
Yeah,
I
you can
guess,
scroll, but I wish it would play it like that. You know, they would do that.
Yeah, it's weird seeing how much of a regression FGO is in terms of its visual novel elements, going from something like, you know, Hollow Ataraxia, because there not only do you have the option of like the full screen text boxes, but like character models actually move and shit. Like, you know, it's not a composition where it's like one guy and one guy standing next to the other guy. Like there's actually like varying distances, they change perspective and shit like that. It adds a lot of dynamism to the scenes, and I think it's something that FGO is sorely lacking.
They do it sometimes, but they don't.
They've
do it a lot.
they've only recently started adding moving cutscenes, like only recently.
Like
I mean, recently. It's like what Lost Spot 7. It has. I don't think. Okay, this is not a spoiler, but it has voiced lines, which is not a lot, but it has
It's nice.
actually.
It's an improvement.
Lines, which is pretty. Ooh, it's surprising. Like
Voice main story has a lot.
Yeah.
I wish it was more.
But
their
it's
compression. If their
ballpark,
Valentine's thing is anything to go by, if they ever fully voice a chapter, FGO would go from 20 gigabytes to 30. Like they don't compress their audio. I swear.
I do feel like I never really like appreciate how many lines Valentine scenes are that are completely voiced, which is like kind of crazy. Like I don't know, like especially stuff like what Morgan, she's like just talking about her whole fucking backstory in her Valentine scene, bro.
Yeah, I think if like you take both Summer Morgan and normal Morgan, there's like 20 minutes of voice dialogue, like just on her own.
Holy shit.
Or more. Like I don't know, their scenes are long. The Fairy Night scenes are also
all
long.
the Fairy Night scenes are, they just go
Except
crazy.
for Summer Melusine. Summer Melusine has like the shortest of any Fairy Night. It is actually like shorter than the average Valentine scene as well. I don't know why.
because you get arrested halfway.
No.
I also remember, like, okay, I don't want to
Don't believe Ryou. He's a Fed.
It's kind of like, you know, they're kind of like isolated. I mean, isolated date with Master. This sounds like a Melusine thing, but
Yeah, that's true.
anyways, yeah. Wow, this is a long episode. Have we been this long?
Yeah, it's
5 hours.
it's been almost 5 hours.
We're
Yeah.
at it.
Yeah, it's been a pretty long episode. I have one last thing. So how often do you play TF2?
Once a year maybe?
Ah, fuck. Because I remember
Team
seeing
Fortress
you.
2, right? Yeah, I have a couple of people on my server that are really big into TF2. I am not, because I suck ass at that game.
Damn.
Are you big into it?
Yeah, kinda. I haven't played it
Oh, I
much as of
see.
late, but yeah. TF2's fun.
I don't find TF2 fun. I'm
Yeah,
gonna be
shut up,
honest.
Overwatch player.
Oh,
Damn.
okay.
I say
Damn,
this,
the
but I played
TF2
Overwatch
versus
with them.
Overwatch. Lol.
Yeah. Anyways, I think that's the end of the questions that I have wrote out, and it's been almost 5 hours, so I think this is probably a good time to call it. So,
All
thank
here.
you.
All right. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thank you
Thank
so
you
much
so
for being
much.
here, man.
Had a
And
Yeah,
blast.
it's been
and
really fun
also
episode.
thank you, Ryou, for jumping on here at a moment's notice.
No, it wasn't really a moment's notice. Plugger said, "Hey, you showing up today?" I'm like, "I guess." This was like 3 hours before you started. It was like 9 a.m. my time. He's like, "I'm like, am I?" And he's like, "Are you?" And I'm like, "I am. If I am." It's like,
Yeah,
look,
yeah.
what
Well,
do you think I'm doing on a Saturday? You think I'm doing anything productive?
yeah.
Farm chests.
Farm chests.
Oh,
I think I stopped doing that though a bit earlier. I got like 300 in on each. And it's done.
It's unlimited, right? That's pretty nice.
it is.
Yeah, it's. Oh well.
What?
Yeah, the chests are
Oh.
unlimited.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
they're
oh,
unlimited,
gosh.
yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I saw Constantine for a second.
So what?
I mean, gaslit.
Damn,
Yeah.
bruh. It's like a jump scare.
Okay. So yeah, thanks everyone for being here, and see you all on the flip side. Bye bye.
Have a good
Bye.
one.